Where Have All the Bullets Gone? Written by Spike Milligan, read by Spike Milligan. Forward. The title of this book is a phrase remembered down the years. As I was lying on a makeshift bed in a rain-ridden tent alongside a Scots guardsman, Jock Rogers, in a camp for bomb-happy miles behind the firing lines, I realized that for the first time in a year, I was not worrying about mortar bombs, shells, or spandos. And I said to him, "Where have all the bullets gone?" I had totally forgotten this utterance until one night during a visit to South Africa, I was arriving at the theatre, and there outside the stage door was a tall, lean Scots guardsman, now grey but still as positive as ever. "Where have all the bullets gone?" he said. A quick drink, and we were back to those haunting days in Italy in 1944, at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, with lava running in great rivulets down the slope towards us, and Jock taking a drag on a cigarette and saying, "I think we got grounds for a rent rebate." He was one of the many who entered my life in the years 1944 and 45, and in this book I have begun the story with my leaving the front-line regiment, 19 Battery, 56 Heavy Field Regiment, Royal Artillery, and frigging around in a sort of khaki limbo until someone found a job for me to do. It was all to lead to my making the world of entertainment my profession. But when you think that you have to have a world war to get the right job, it makes you think. Here it is, then. Afrigola. What is an Afrigola? An Afrigola is a small, grotty suburb of Bella, Napoli, named after a centurion who performed a heroic deed against Spartacus and Company. He hit one of them, and in return was killed. A grateful emperor named this spot in his honour. It was a spot I wouldn't give to a leopard. A field adjacent to this spot is now a transit camp for bomb-happy soldiers, and I was now bomb-happy, having been dumped here along with some untreated sewage following treatment at No. 2 General Hospital, Caserta. After several medical boards, I was downgraded to B2, considered a loony and unfit to be killed in combat by either side. Oh, my parents were so disappointed. It's a bleak, misty day with new added drizzle for extra torment. Mud. Mud. How did it climb up your body, over your hat, and back down onto your boots? The camp's official title is Rehabilitation Camp. Oxford Dictionary. Rehabilitation. Dealing with the restoration of the maimed and the unfit to a place in society. So now I was maimed, unfit, and about to be restored to a place in society. The camp was a mixture of loonies and normals. One couldn't tell the difference, save during air raids, when the loonies dropped everything and ran screaming in the direction away, crying, "Mummy!" Today, Mud and Mem were standing around in huddle groups or sitting in the tents with the flaps up. Our camp emblem should have been a dead hippopotamus. The Sergeant Arnolds appeared to be running the camp. Into the ground, it appeared. He was to organisation what Arthur Scargill was to landscape gardening. Would I like to be a unit clerk? Why, he had spotted a pencil in my pocket. The job had advantages. Excuse parades, for one, and I sleep in a large marquee, which is the office. Having a tilly lamp put me in the "that rotten bastard can read in bed" category. At 10 of a morning, a lorry would arrive bearing the latest intake of loonies. I would document them on large foolscap forms that were never asked for nor ever seen again. The weather is foul. or more, duck. The damp. Matches like Tories wouldn't strike. Fags went out and never came back. Paper wouldn't crackle. Blankets had that sickly sweet smell of death. Men took their battle dresses to bed to keep them dry, and sometimes for companionship. February the 14th, St. Valentine's Day and bronchitis. From the pelting rain, a lone guardsman reports to the tent. Wrung out, he could become a tributary of the Thames. He's got fish in his pockets and is going mouldy. Tall, thin, a dark Celtic image, a Scots guard, though covered so much in muck he could well be a mud guard. He dumps his kit in the marquee. It goes... Sergeant Arnold cautions him. You cannot sleep in here. The guardsman screws his face up. I'm fucking staying here, Jimmy, and no cunt's gonna hum me out. Arnold exits muttering threats. Guardsman Jock Rogers becomes resident, and to save face, Sergeant Arnold appoints him runner, even though he only walks. Helping lose the war is the army food, sort of a cordon brown. Bully beef, bully beef. The meat in these tins was from beast, proud descendants of cattle introduced by the conquistadors of Cortes to graze and grow fat in the last sunlit pastures of the Aztecs. Now, lukewarm bits of them were floating around my mess tin in a watery gravy. I've seen cows hurt worse than this and live, said Guardsman Rogers. I have never seen transparent custard before. Rogers is convinced that the cooks will be tried as war criminals. The camel couldn't pass through the eye of a needle, he says, but his breakfast could. Hello, Milligan. I look up from my forms. It's my old D-Battery skipper, Captain Martin. What are you doing here? I say I'm doing my best. He shoots a glance at my sleeve. Oh, my stripes are at the cleaner, sir, getting the blood off. I tell him I'm here because I'm a loony. He departs for the UK. I never saw him again. I wonder if he survived. He never attends battery reunions. Perhaps he was killed, which is one way of avoiding battery reunions. News. Fighting on the casino front is savage, like World War I. My God, they've bombed the monastery into rubble. I can't believe it. It's true. We must be bloody mad. I know the head abbot is. Oh, the bill for repairs. Addio, addio. New intakes are arriving. All ask that haunting question, what's going to happen to me? I try and reassure them. You'll be okay here, chum. I wished I could have said, I see a dark millionairess who will soothe the swelling and lay hands on you. Hope is coming. An Ensa concert party. Strong men broke down and cried. Others knelt and prayed. The rest faced England and sang Jerusalem. Now, would it be the Sing You to Death Gracie Fields, or Michael Wilding in his wig? In anticipation we waited in a muddy field for its arrival. It appeared in the form of a large American lorry which backed towards us. On the tailboard a sign. Ensa presents the Tailboard Follies. Ta-da! The tailboard is lowered by a dwarf-like driver. Cheers! The back flaps still hanging down. The bottom half of a piano and a pianist are revealed. Also the bottom half of a man in evening dress who throws up the flaps. More cheers. He is a middle-aged man who has been dead 10 years. He wrestles a microphone down to his height. Last man was taller than me, he says, in the embarrassed tones of a comic who will never make it. Well, he chortled, here we are. The bloody fool. We all knew where we were. First to cheer you up is our pianist Doris Terrible. More cheers. This is the old dear whose top half now reveals that she's about 65 and also dead. Heavily rouge and mascara, a masterpiece of the embalmer's art. She plunged into the piano as if it were a washtub. Ma, he's making eyes at me, bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. On she thundered, the lorry shaking under the assault. We gave her an ovation. Now, boys, he yodeled, what would you like to hear next? A cockney voice. We'd like to hear some bloody music. She pretends to laugh, but we notice her hands are clenching and unclenching like the Boston Strangler, whom she later became. Again the mic wrestling compere. He tells a few crappy gags. I suppose he meant well, but then so did Hitler. Ah, this is better. The Rampo twins, two blondes dressed as sailors with short skirts, tap dance and sing, "The fleet's in port again," big cheers, whistles, and get 'em down. Now, here to sing melodies divine for you is Gravard Lax. A time-ravaged, middle-aged, very fat tenor comes forward. "Lend us your ration book," came the cry. "Good evening," he said in a high catarrhal voice like snails that crawl up his nose. "It is a great pleasure to be here tonight." "You're lucky to be anywhere tonight," a voice. "Ha, ha, ha," said the singer, meaning you bastard. "I would like to sing the Woman of England." "Then why don't you?" Mrs. Terrible thunders the intro. Now, it so happens, at that very moment, a squadron of Heinkel bombers with the engine cut were gliding in to bomb Naples and/or Mrs. Terrible and her piano. The engines roared to life, followed by the ascending banshee wail of the sirens, which synchronized with the opening of the tenor's mouth. "My God," said Garden Rosen, "he's singing the air raid warning." Bombs start to drop, the entire audience vanishes, and the driver slips the lorry into gear and drives away. I watch transfixed with laughter as the tenor, still singing "The Woman of England," was transported to safety, staggering and holding the sides of the lorry as they turned left and drove up the road to Afrigola. He was still in full song as he disappeared into the darkness. I only wonder when he stopped. Did he reach Casino? Oh, they don't like songs like that anymore. Hitlergram number 1. Hitler: "Hello, Göring. How did the air raid go?" Göring: "We are breaking up the tailboard follies. For them the war is over. Next time, Tommy Trinder, Ann Shelton, and Michael Weiling and his wig." Hitler: "Good. Soon Vera Lynn and the White Cliffs of Dover Soul will sue for peace. Ha ha!" February the 30th. The day after, a notice appears in Part 2 orders. The Enser concert is cancelled under further notice. The war seems to have stopped. The weather and casualties have ground our advance to a halt. If no news is good news, we must be all delirious with happiness. Guardsman Rogers has been posting little pieces of mud home. "Dear Mother, this is a piece of mud. When you have enough, stand on it and have a holiday in sunny Italy." The days pass. Life is like a clock with no hands. Wait. Excitement beckons. An inspection? Inspection? Here? Everybody's covered in mud. We're ankle deep in it. We're all in shit order. Yet, somewhere the British Army have found a colonel suffering from "I must have an inspection" withdrawal symptoms. A BBC documentary of what followed would go like this. Well, here we are on the great field of mud inspection parade, sound of rain, thunder, and groans. Some 10,000 tons of mud have been flown in especially to simulate the Somme. Troops are wearing their best battle dress with their best mud on it. It's a proud sight as the colonel walks along the ranks of slowly sinking soldiers. He has stopped to talk to a soldier in a hole, but it's too late. He's drowned. Oh, it was a proud day for the British Army and a hysterical one for me. If only Hitler had known. Hitlergram number 2. Hitler: "If only I had known." Goebbels: "If only you had known what?" Hitler: "That's what I don't know." 92 General Hospital, Naples. Mud and trench feet have triumphed. We moved to 92 General Hospital, Naples. Here we are in warm, dry billets, and for the time the administration was taken over by the hospital. So Jock and I were spare wanks, but we were told to stand by. We did. We stood by it. What we were standing by for, we knew not. But whenever anyone asked, "What are you men doing?" we replied, "Standing by, sir," and it sufficed. Naples, land of wine, women, and sif. The Borsa Nera. Ah, yes. My parents sent me all my post-office savings. No good leave it mouldering in England when here I could become rich, rich, rich. In time it arrived, smuggled in a box of cunningly marked pile suppositories. My parents were no fools. £6. Wait till this money hit the black market. Next evening on the Via Roma, I made contact. "Hey, Joe, you want to change money or a fuck?" "Sterling," I said out of the corner of my mouth. "How much you got?" I smiled secretively. I handed him the pile suppository box. He shook out the money. £6, he said. "Is that all?" He was joking. He was just trying to play it cool. I nodded like James Cagney, and I made with the shoulders. "What's the rate?" I said, this time as George Raft. 2,000 lira. Great, I thought. The hitman looked up and down the street. "You wait here with my two friends." He indicated two young urchins and made off. "He go make her the deal," said the eldest. I waited. We all waited. "It take her a longer time," said one urchin. "I go see what happen," and left. 3 down, 1 to go. We wait. "Something is wrong. I go and see. You wait here." And none to go. I waited here. The evening dew settled on me. Midnight. I waited here for 3 hours. Technically, I'm still waiting. James Cagney, George Raft, and Bombardy Milligan had been conned. I walked back down the Via Roma, this time as Charlie Chaplin. "Want to buy a cigarette Americano?" A young urchin hoves too. "Yes, that's it, I'll get my own back. I'll buy cigarettes cheap." 20 Philip Morris. It was strange. The ship bearing my 6 pounds in a pile suppository box had risked U-boats, dive-bombers, all that bravery for nothing. Back at 92 General, Rogers is waiting expectantly. "Well, have you got the spondulics?" he said, rubbing his hands. I told my woeful story. He laughed at each revelation. "Never mind," I said. "Have a real American cigarette." I opened the packet like John Wayne, gave the base a flick. Sawdust spurts out. Rogers laughs out loud. "Sawdust? Oh, here, why don't you start a circus?" he says, ducking a boot at his head. Torre del Greco. Torre del Greco was a dust and rags village astride the Salerno's-Naples road on the south side of Vesuvius. It was adjacent to this that a new tented camp had been erected for our loonies. A short journey by lorry saw us settling in. It was life as per Afrigola. Warm weather had come, and we watched as the sun dried out our mud-caked men, making them look like fossilized corpses of Turkish Janissaries. The office tent is among olive groves. Yes, olive groves, the diva that sang with Ivan Novello. Who could Krishna child olive groves? Why not walnut trees? A letter from my mother gives dire warning of the coming shortage of underwear in England. "You would be wise to stock up now, son," she urges. "It's already started here. Neighbours have stopped hanging out their underwear, and your father sleeps in his underwear for safety." Obeying my mother's warning, I bought, stole, cajoled a mass of underwear from a series of holes in a waistband to heavily patched beer-stained transparent long johns. From the medical board I received my "You are now officially downgraded" papers. I was still glad to see on the certificate that I had hernia nil, varicose veins nil. A draw! I also noted that I had no gynecological disorders. I wrote and told my mother I was B2. She wrote back, "Your father and I are so proud. None of our family have ever had the B2 before." March 1944. It was spring. The sun shone and the mud disappeared. Banging his boots on the ground, Guardsman Rogers explains, "My God, I think I've found land." The new broom sweeps clean. The camp is to be run by a loony officer. He's been blown up on the Volturno and blown down again at Casino. It's Captain Peters of the Queens. Tall and thin, large, horse-like face, pale blue eyes, with a rapid blink and a twitch of the head, all done with a strange noise at the back of the nose that went flit. He is balding, but has a fine head of hairs. Speaks very rapidly due to overdrafts at Lloyd's. To date, one had the feeling that the rehabilitation camp was totally unknown and unrecorded in the army lists. With the coming of Captain Peters, all that changed. The camp went on being unknown and unrecorded, but now we had an officer in charge who went flit. The camp had a turnover of about 1,000 men, all in a state of coming and going. Unlike me, who couldn't tell if I was coming or going. Under Peters, the food improved. He idented for twice the amount and sent scrounging parties to buy eggs, chickens, and fish, all of which the cooks dutifully boiled to shreds. "I think they put it in with the laundry," said Peters. He also allowed men out of an evening, but the effects of alcohol on some of the loonies who were on tranquilizers was alarming. It was something to see the guard commander and his men holding down a half-naked, shit-covered, wine-stained loony, alternatively being sick, screaming, and singing. Some loonies tried to climb Vesuvius. God knows how many fell in. A resident psychiatrist arrived. He immediately dishes out drugs that zombified most of the inmates, who walked around the camp staring-eyed, grinning and saying hello to trees. March the 5th. Diary. High temperature, reported sick. "You've got gingivitis," said the M.O. "Gingivitis, sir?" "Yes, it's inflamed gums." "I see, sir, a sort of trench foot of the mouth." "Yes, very common in World War One." "Is it a better class now, sir?" "Now, do you clean your teeth regularly?" "Yes, once a week." "You've got it quite badly. You can pick it up anyway, you know." "Not at the legs, surely, sir." He smiled. "I'm putting you in the 70th General." "The 70th? I'd done the 92nd, and now the 70th. Bingo! Gunner Milligan, you have just won the golden thermometer. 70th General Hospital, Pompeii. A long, cool ward full of military illnesses. Through the window I could see a wall with faded fascist slogans: "Obbediare, credere, lavorare, Mussolini ha sempre ragione." Obey, believe, work. 3 words that would send a British Leyland worker into a swoon. A gay nurse leads me to my bed. "Put those on." He points to some blue pyjamas. Each side of me are 2 shoulders with bronchitis. They are asleep. When they wake up, they still have it. One is from Lewisham. The other isn't. The gay nurse returns and takes my temperature. "What is it?" I said. "It's the thermometer," he says, and minces off. A doctor appears, escorted by a matron with a huge bosom. She tapers away and disappears at the waist. She has Eton-cropped hair and a horsey face, and if you shout "Gee up," she would gallop away. They stop at the bed's end to check patients' records. Who will be the top 10? Last week it was Corporal Welch with ulcerated groin, but coming up from nowhere and coming in at number 1 is Gunner Milligan with real disease with gingivitis. My God, it's the drunken sandy-haired Scots doctor from Volume 2. How did he find his way into Volume 5? "See," he mused. "I knew you. See, Salerno, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir. Last time I had caught Salerno." Matron hands him my chart, which is lost from sight as she heaves it from under her bosom. The gay nurse arrives. "I've got to paint your gums." "I want someone better than you, I say. Augustus John, Renoir, Van Gogh." He applies the scalding gentian violet. It tastes like cat's piss boiled in turpentine, a brilliant purple colour. The days passed. There's a parcel delivery. By the shape of it, must have been Caesarean. Now the hot weather has arrived. My mother has sent me a balaclava and gloves, plus 3 socks. She explains, "One is a spare, son." I lay them on my bed to rest. "There's one short," says Lewisham. No, they're all the same length," I said. "I mean, shouldn't there be 4? No, my mother makes 3, you see. I have a one-legged brother." Lewisham goes mute, but he has his uses. He has a bird who visits him with a pretty sister who is soon on to me. I hide my 3 socks in case she thinks I've got 3 legs or 2 legs in a willy warmer. She is short, plump, and pretty. Her name is Maria. All girls in Italy not called Mussolini are called Maria. Tea and biscuits are being served. We sit and talk broken Italian and broken biscuits. In the days that follow, she brings me grapes, figs, oranges, and apples. I get clinical dysentery. March the 10th. Diary. Cured! I can leave today. A tearful farewell with Maria. She loads me with another bag of diuretics. "Come back soon," she says. An ambulance dropped me off at my little grey home in the Marquis, where Guardsman Rogers is waiting. "Thank God you're back," he says. I promise as soon as I see him I will. He's been snowed under with office work. He's been working his head to the bone, etc., etc. All this is to pale into insignificant at what is to come. Volcanoes, their uses in World War II. Yes, Vesuvius has started to belch smoke at an alarming rate. At night, tipples of lava were spilling over the cone. Earth tremors were felt. There was no more inadequate place for 1,000 Bomberby loonies. An area order. People at the base of the volcano should be advised to leave. Signed Town Major Portici, 100 miles away. Captain Peters is telling me that as I speak the Itai, to take the jeep and tell those people. He waves a walking stick out to sea. Tell them it's dangerous for them to stay. What a bloody fool. It's like telling Sir Edmund Hillary, "I must warn you that Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world." It was evening when I set out in the jeep. Due to the smoke, it was dark before sunset. A strange, unearthly light settled on the land, reminding me of those Turner chiaroscuro paintings. Up the little winding road through fields of dark volcanic soil. I did it, but I felt bloody silly shouting out, Attenzione! È pericoloso rimanere qui! I stopped at the last farm up the slope. It was dark now, the mountain rumbling and the cone glowing scarlet like the throat of a mystical dragon. A yellow glow in a farm window. A little short, weathered farmer is standing at the door. At my approach he waves. I give him the message. He appears to have got it already. Vesuvio molto cattivo. Si, I said. I was fluent in C's. Would like some wine? Another fluent C. He beckons me into his home. Accustomed to the gloom, I see a humble adobe room. An oil lamp shows simple things, a table, chairs, a sideboard with yellowing photos. The candle burns before the Virgin, possibly the only one in the area. In the centre of the room is a large circular stone hollowed out and burning charcoal. Around it sit the farmer's twin daughters. As I entered, they stood up smiling, identical twins, but 5'4", wearing knee-length rough black woolen dresses, black woolen stockings to the knee, and wooden-soled sandals. Madre? Madre morto, Tedesco fusilato, killed by a stray shell which he blamed on the Germans. The girls are 14 each, so making a total of 28. We sat and drank red wine. I thought motherless at 14, a war on, and a mountain about to blow. It was worse than Catford. The girls sat close together, heads inclined towards each other. They radiated sweetness and innocence. The farmer is weather-beaten. If not the weather, then someone has beaten the shit out of him. He has hands like ploughed fields. He's telling me his family have been here since. He makes a gesture. It's timeless. I could be talking to the head gardener of the House of Panza at the time of Nero. His trousers certainly are. I drove back by the light of Vesuvius. It saved the car batteries. The lava was now flowing down the sides towards the sea. The rumbling was very loud. The camp were all awake and in a state of tension. Men stood outside their tents staring at the phenomenon, their faces going on and off in the volcano's fluctuating light. It was all very exciting. We didn't get this sort of stuff in Brockley, SE-26. The volcano claimed its first victim. A 40-year-old private from the Pioneer Corps dies from a heart attack. Captain Peter's not a man to worry about such things. He'll miss the eruption, he said, under great pressure, trying to calm the camp of loonies. Keep calm, Fnut, he shouted to himself, popping pills all the while. Men were running away from the camp. It presented a problem. Court case Rex versus volcanoes. Colonel, what is the charge? Captain, desertion in the face of volcanoes. Has he deserted volcanoes before? No, sir. His volcano record is spotless. Earth tremors are coming up the legs and annoying the groins, but nothing falls off. Naples is in a state of high anxiety. Church bells ringing, eye-ties praying, dogs barking, alarm birds chirping, flitting from tree to tree. Some of the camp loonies are also chirping and flitting from tree to tree. Diary, March the 21st. Very dark morning. Heavy rumblings. Is it Vesuvius? No, it's Jock. I'll have to open a tent flap. It was my day off. I hitched a ride to Naples, to the Garrison Theatre, to see Gracie Fields in Sing As We Go. Having never sung as I'd been, I was keen to see how it was done. It was terrible. So terrible that I thought that any moment she would sing that bloody awful Warsaw Concerto. She was on her 100th by gum when the shit hit the fan. The whole theatre shook, accompanied by labyrinthine rumblings. Vesuvius had blown its top. The audience became a porridge of screams and shouts of, "What the fuck was that?" all the while hurtling towards the exit. It coincided with Gracie Fields, followed by spanner-clutching extras, marching towards the screen singing, "Sing as we go!" It looked as if the screaming mass were trying to escape from her. I alone was in hysterics. Outside was no laughing matter. The sky was black with ash, and Vesuvius roaring like a giant monster. Rivulets of lava, like burst veins, were rolling down the seaward side. The streets were full of people walking fast with the shits. I thumbed the lift. "Torre del Greco, you must be bleeding mad," said the driver. I assured him that I was. "That's where all the bloody lava's going." "Yes," I said, "lava come back to me." Not much of a joke in 1985, but at the time I was an amateur soldier, not a professional comic, and it wasn't bad for an earthquake. No lift, so I walk. It starts to rain a mixture of ash and water, bringing with it lumps of pumice the size of marbles. So this was what dystopia was like. I trudged wearily down the road to Pompeii, but wait! This was the very road trod by Augustus, Nero, Tiberius, even the great Julius Caesar, and I thought, fuck 'em, and was well pleased. All the while people are running in and out of their homes like those Swiss weather clocks. The black driver pulls up. "You want a lift?" "I don't need a lift. I need a lorry, and he has one." "Yes, he's going to Torre del Greco. He offers me a cigarette, then gum, then chocolate. I waited for money, but nothing comes." The fall of ash has turned his hair grey. He looked every bit like Uncle Tom. I stopped short of asking how little Eva was. When we arrived at Looney Camp, it was pitch black, and so was he. "Goodbye," said his teeth. The camp was in a state of chassis. Half the loonies had bolted, and the Itais were looting the camp. Captain Peters had organised the seine, issuing them with pickaxe handles, and they were somewhere up the slopes, belting the life out of thieving Itais. The guard were alerted, and roaming the perimeter with loaded rifles. "Captain Peters told us to shoot on sight," they said. "Shoot at what on sight?" I said. "Oh, he didn't go into detail," they said. There's nothing for it but to lie back and enjoy it. What am I waiting for? There's the jeep unoccupied. I put it into gear and drive off, headlights full on to penetrate the viscous gloom. I stopped to purchase 2 bottles of Lacryma Christi, and on to the gates of Pompeii Vecchia, La Schiavi. A short walk to the Porta Marina, down the Via Marina, the Via Abbondanza, then square on in the Strada Stabina, and there at the end pulsating is Vesuvius. I swigged the wine. It's all heady stuff. I'm in a time warp. This is AD 79. The streets are rippling with fleeing Pompeians, except I recall the plaster cast of a couple screwing. What courage, banging away with red-hot cinders bunting off your bum. What courage, the first case of someone coming and going at the same time. The roar of the mountain is blanketing the countryside. More wine. I make my way to the house of Meander, the wall frescoes dancing in the fibrillating light. Fauns, nymphs, more wine. Leda, Bacchus, more wine. Ariadne, Lily Dunford, Betty Grable, someone with big boobs. I finish the wine, and it's finished me. What a night. For 3 hours I'd been Pliny. I'd also been pissed. I drove back to the camp in great humour. The camp guard is Polish. He gets it all wrong. "Health, my friend. What goes on there?" "The green swan of the east meets the grey bear," I said. "Pass it up," he said. I'm told that Captain Peters, Fnut, has gone to Portici to an officer's dance. "What is it?" I said. "Firewalking?" I fell asleep knowing I would never have another day like that. I was wrong. I woke, and it was another day just like that. The cooks had buggered off. We raided the cookhouse and made breakfast porridge with volcanic ash. The grey powdery fallout was everywhere. It looked like a plague of dandruff. Captain Peters approached, Fnut, waving his stick and cracking his shin in the process. "Ah, Milligan, I'm putting you and Fnut Rogers in charge." "Why?" "Why? There isn't anybody else. I'm off to the town majors. If any of the cooks come back, Fnut, put them under arrest." "Is that for cooking or deserting, sir?" The eruption reached its zenith that day, and then all was quiet. But the breakdown of all organisation at the camp must have reached the ear of someone who decided that loonies need peace and tranquillity to recover, and so it came to pass. "We're moving to a place called Biano," the guardsman had spoken. The farming village of Biano lay northeast of Naples by about 20 kilometres, on a bad day 30. "I will drive," said Captain Peters, talking to the steering wheel of the jeep. A dry, sunny day, the captain dons dust goggles. He thinks he's Biggles. Held tight, he shouts, and with the engine roaring, engages every gear and stalls. We lurch away, our bodies rocketing back and forth like hiccuping drunks. Simple single-story buildings line our route in clusters, then occasionally spaces like missing teeth. Now and then an affluent neoclassical villa. Dust has us putting handkerchiefs round our faces. We look like an armed posse after Billy the Kid. Midday we reach Nola, a dusty working-class, middle-class city. "We'll stop here for refreshments," says the captain, pulling up outside a trattoria. We sit at an outside table, sipping coffee and brandy. Lasso served us. Oh, help me. She's lush, dark boobs, buttocks, a smile like a piano keyboard, eyes like Bambi, and those dimples at the back of her knees. Oh, dear, oh, dear. A line of Sherman tanks on transporters rumble and clank to the piazza. There was still a war on. "I suppose some of those would become coffins for some poor bastard," said Sergeant Arnolds, himself an ex-tank man. Having unwound his neck from staring at the waitress, Captain Peters says, "This used to be a Fnut Roman garrison town." This remark brought forth absolutely no response. In fact, the silence became positively embarrassing. I tried to help. "Oh, that was very nice of you to tell us that this was a Roman garrison town, sir." "Oh," he said smilingly, "think nothing of it. In fact, we didn't think anything of it." The bill. Captain Peters carried out a vigorous patting of his pockets, the best display of overacting I'd ever seen. "Damn," he said, "I've come out without my money. Fnut!" He was a known mean bastard. On payday, before his money even saw the light of day, it was in an envelope on its way to the little woman who needs it. He would have us believe it was an impoverished female dwarf. Revenge is sweet but not fattening. After the war, I was about to open an account at Lloyd's of Lewisham, and I was to meet the manager. My God, it was Captain Peters. "Milligan," he said. Hurriedly, I started patting my pockets. "Damn," I said, "I've come out with any money. The little woman needs it." To my lasting joy, I still have an unpaid overdraft there, 10 shillings since 1949. Oh, the interest. Early afternoon, and we arrive at the little village Biano, with its paved, grid-oriented streets lined with two-story buildings. The affluent lived in the outskirts in cool villas, set in flat farming country, with a range of low hills running east-west along the north side. The main street had shops cheek by jowl with goods on show outside, sacks of lentils, grains, beans, flowers. The butcher displayed miserable bits of meat, but fish was plentiful. Squid, octopus, prawns, mussel, and occasionally the monger throws a bucket of water to freshen them up and drown the flies. There's an old-fashioned pharmacy with large glass jars of red and green water. More anon. The Biano Rehabilitation Camp. The camp is half a mile outside the town, adjacent to a cemetery. The entrance is flanked by 2 Nissen huts, one the general office, the other the captain's office. A whitewashed logo of stone spells out Reinforcements, Reallocation and Training Centre. It's laid out on a tented grid system, and the camp centre has a large dining tent. Across the road, in a light green villa, is the new officers' wing, made necessary by the increasing number of bomb-happy officers. It would be demoralising for the officers to be bomb-happy in front of the us, says Peters, who was bomb-happy in front of us all the time. The setting was very tranquil, away from noise, war and volcanoes. "You see," said my Scots prophet Rogers, "we'll never be bloody heard of again." Whitehall, 1952. The scene, Churchill lays on a couch being massaged with brandy by a general. Allenbrook: "Isn't it time we brought them home?" Churchill: "No, they're loonies. They'll vote Labour." "We've had letters from Milligan's mother and father." "Ah, it's more than he has." "They want to thank you for keeping them out there, and to announce a room to let with gas ring, kipper fork, 12 shillings per week." "Ah, tell General de Gaulle we found him an embassy." Organisatium. The complete office and service staff have arrived, including Private Dick Shepherd, a medical orderly from Rochdale. His knowledge of medicine goes like this: soldiers there known as thick ones. A clerk in the form of Private Bronx Wedden of the Berkshires, both misnomers. He has neither been to the Bronx nor Berkshire. He was from Brighton. But you couldn't go around saying, "I'm Brighton Wedden." He said he was a journalist who worked for Marley Towels. I didn't quite get the drift. Another addition was the camp runner, Private Andrews. That is, at the mention of work he'd start to run. He had an accent like 3 Billy Connolly's. He hated the army, he hated the job, he hated the world and all the planets adjacent. "Look here, Spike, no fucker ever got anywhere being a fucking runner." How wrong he was. What about Jesse Owens, Sidney Wooderson? Who the fuck are they, man? He wasn't that thick. A heavy smoker, well on his way to lung cancer. He was forever on the ear-roll for fags, and here's the cunning of the man. If you didn't give him one, he would stand beside you and howl like a wolf. Ow! In any well-ordered society, he would have been taken away, but in this camp he was considered normal. He could always be pinpointed. Suddenly, as from some distant tent, came the unearthly howling. "Oh!" Captain Peter asked, "Fnut, what is that?" I turned Private Andrews. "Oh, he's fnut. Very good at it," said Peters, who wasn't too bad at it himself. We now have a 1500-weight truck and driver. He is Private Jim Brockenbrough. His father had been a POW in World War I, stayed in England and married a lass from Mousehole, the fruit of the union now known as that square-headed bastard. He would defend his Teutonic ancestry with a Cornish accent. "Look here, them Germans ain't bad fellers. It's them bloody Nazis that's the nasty buggers. Andrews would have none of it." "Listen, Jimmy, the fucking Germans are fighting in the same side as the fucking Nazis." "Poor, but them's not members of the Nazi party." "I fucking name. There's no fucking difference. They're all shit to kill. That's why I'm fucking here." He had a point. Poor Brockenbrough. They ragged him stupid. "Here, Hitler, take this package to the town major Portici. Don't give it to Goebbels on the way. Ha ha ha." Daily life in camp. Reveille at 0700, roll call at 0730, breakfast at 0800, parade 0915, sick parade and defaulters 1000 hours. Everything was organised. We had typewriters, filing cabinets, intercamp phones, electric light, but no mangle. Oh dear. I was having reoccurring bouts of depression. Just suddenly black gloom. I was really missing being with the battery. I wrote what must have been an embarrassing letter to the CO, Major Jenkins. It was snivelling and grovelling, asking to be forgiven for failing in accident Collie Dimiano. Would he give me another chance? Anything. I would do anything to come back. I'd go insane if I stayed here. It demanded a reply, if only on humanitarian grounds. He never replied. He was an officer and a gentleman, so fuck him. But he was a good soldier, and a pain in the arse, all over. It's a nice morning. I'm in the office sipping tea I brought back from breakfast. A new intake arrives, a big batch, over 100. Bronx and I are documenting them. "Next, please," I say in my cheer-up chum voice. And there was Lance Bombardier Reg Bennett from our North Africa concert party. He burst into tears. "Don't cry, Reg, there's a drought on." An attempt to joke him out of it. He's from the 74th Mediums, the sister regiment. The Americans had bombed this position on that terrible day of the monastery disaster. We were bloody miles away, but bloody miles from the monastery. Why me? Do I look like a monastery? His friends had been killed and wounded, and it had done for him. Now, he disagrees with my version of our meeting. He says, "I came to the camp when you weren't in the office, when I came through. I was in the camp 2 days, and I was going out of my mind with depression and boredom when one day I heard the sound of a trumpet coming from the tent, and I thought, Christ, it's Spike. I came over, threw back the tent flap, and there you were laying on the bed blowing your bugle. I remember putting my mess-tins down full of dinner to shake hands with you." If, after 40 years, our stories differ so much, how many changes has the Bible gone through? Did Jesus meet Paul on the road to Damascus? Or was it Lance Bombardier Bennett? "I thought I heard you playing the trumpet, Jesus." "No," said Jesus, "that was Milligan. You haven't seen Bombardier Bennett around, have you?" Reg was in a bad way, tense and lachrymose. I took him downtown in the evening, and we sat in a vino bar drinking white wine. Of an evening, the people of Beano emptied out onto the streets and sat in little groups at their doors, mothers, fathers, children, uncles, aunts, all chattering away, laughing or lamenting the state of the world. Like we watched Dallas, the Italians watched German air raids over Naples, cheering when some Jerry plane was hit and a pilot was having his house burnt off, or parachuting into the Bay of Naples to die of typhoid. We became friendly with one Franco and his family. He was a shoe salesman in Naples, 40 excused war duties because of ill health. Though, when I met his giant wife and 6 kids, I couldn't see the reason. She had bosoms like the London Planetarium, and was feeding not only her own baby, but was wet-nursing her neighbours. We were invited to partake of their meagre fare. The last meagre fare I had was a cheap day return to broccoli, Groucho Marx. Mussels, all bigger than mine, and garlic, whew! Franco's brothers are musicians. They play the mandolin and guitar. I thought they'd like to hear some jazz, so I stummed and sang, "When my sugar walks down the street." They asked for a translation which was, "Quando mio sucro passeggiare fonda la strada, tutte il piccolo uccelli andato tweet, tweet, tweet." Or, "When my sugar ration walks down the street, it is attended by little birds going tweet, tweet, tweet." They liked my player's cigarettes. In exchange, they offered me the local Italian brand. I forget the name. I think it was Il Crap. The village had its resident tart, who traded on the outskirts of the town. Her pimp stood outside and shouted, "This way! 20 cigarettes, you fucker my sister." "Sister," said Bronx. "She looks more like his grandmother." "I think for 25 he let you fuck him," said Rogers. Romance 1. It was in the new Army Welfare Rest and Recreation Centre, a large rambling Victorian affair at the top of the village, that I found romance. I had never myself ever had a large rambling Victorian affair, but now One of the Italian girls serving at the tea bar takes my eye. Arg! You've heard of Mars bars? Forget 'em. She's a ringer for Sophia Loren, but 6 inches shorter and 6 inches further out. Troubles never come singly, and neither did hers. She likes me. Can I have tea with her? There's a smell of burning hairs. I say yes from the waist downwards. 4 o'clock tomorrow? See. I spent all day getting ready. Finally I apply Anzora hair glue and finger wave my hair. I look lovely. I borrowed the jeep and drive to the address. What's this? A magnificent Romano-Greek-style villa. It must be wrong. No, it's right. I drive up the circular drive through the embossed iron gates, the great double door. I gently bang the brass hand-shaped knocker. I've only just arrived, and there I am with my hand on the knocker. Hoi! A suave, white-coated, grey-haired flunky opens the door. Mr. Milligan. Mr. A, he knows my real title. Please come in, the Contessa's waiting. Contessa! Contessa! I follow him down a cool, marble-floored hall, the walls hung with paintings broken by wall consoles. He opens the door into a large, gas-swing-with light room. The decor is Louis XVI with baroque gilt furniture. She is sitting against the far wall on a buttoned couch, a fine white cotton dress to the knee. Arg! Brown satin legs. Arg! Fine topless sandals cross-laced up her leg. Arg! Her hair is loose on her shoulders. Arg, arg, arg. In her hand she holds an arum lily that she's waving under her nose. Arg, arg. She has been practising this all day. I take off my hat to show her my fine Anzora goo hair set stuck with flies. Hello and arg, I say. Sit here, she says. Arg. She pats the Louis XIV couch, to which I lower my Milligans of first trousers. It's all too much. She speaks in slow, purring tones. Arg, arg. She is very laid back, or is it that I'm just leaning too far forward? She asks me what spike means. I tell her I mean business. Her family go back 600 years. Where do mine go back to? I tell her they go back to 50 Rizzledine Road, Brockley. Tea is served on a silver service. How many spoons shall I get in my pocket? I ask her where her parents are. They are stopping at Eboli. I tell her I will stop at nothing. Yes, she is a countess. Have I ever been to Eboli? No. No, I've been to Penge, Sidcup, but Lewisham, but not to Eboli. She has heard me tinkering on the piano at the centre. She likes jazz. Will I play her piano? I bluff my way through a foggy day in London town. She claps her hand. What is that? I tell her it's a piano. Don't you remember you asked me to play it? The flunky arrives. It's time for me to depart. La Contessa has another appointment. Blast. Can you come see me again? Yes, I can. But can we try a different room next time? I shake hands. It's like a cool perfume sponge cake. Arg! I'm back at camp, lying on my bed smoking, nay, steaming and thinking of her. I'm besieged with military questions. Did you get it? No, I didn't. How far did I get? The piano. What is it about British soldiers? He will knock off a German machine gun nest single-handed and never say a word about it. But if he knocks off some poor innocent scrubber, he gives you every little nitty detail. I don't get it. As in this case, I didn't. I've caught it. Wait. You don't catch bronchitis. I mean, you don't chase it up the street with a butterfly net. No. Bronchitis catches you. So a bronchitis has caught me. It was suffering from me very badly. I had given the poor thing a high temperature, so I had to get my bronchitis to a hospital. Number 104, General at Nocera. Bingo! You've won the golden enema! Another ward, blue Jim Jams, female nurses, and mozzie nets to stop them dive bombing. That night I was delirious, but people say they couldn't tell the difference. Diary, April the 13th. Feeling better. Wrote to Mother giving a list of my post-war underwear stock. I go on record that April the 16th is my birthday. Given extra medicine as a treat, I recorded. Now, dear reader, a mystery. Diary, April the 21st. Bert says his leg is getting better. Now, I don't remember Bert or his leg. So if nothing else, the reader will now know that on April the 21st, 1944, Bert's leg is getting better. Well, now I'd say it was totally better, and he snuffed it. My bronchitis is better, and I can take it back to camp. Necrophiles. Outside the camp was the walled cemetery. Alas, the grounds are overgrown with wartime neglect, or is it grass? Latins lavish more attention and emotion on their dead than we do. Every headstone has a photograph of the departed. What was ghoulishly interesting was the wall graves, immured with a glass panel to show the departed. One was stunningly macabre, the body of an 18-year-old girl buried in her bridal gown in 1879. The hair was red and had grown after death, as had her fingernails, filling this face like Indian candy floss. The headstones are bound with grisly warnings like, "As I am now, so will you be." Why does the Church allow these nasty after-death threats? Why don't it go the whole hog? Early morning Vatican radio. High priest. "Hiya! This is the Vatican radio. Pip, 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 yes. It's 9:30. Another moment near your death. Bye!" Nasty things are happening. Some of the loonies are digging up the graves or breaking the glass and knocking off the jewellery. In the case of bankruptcy, break glass? Jock Rogers is horrified. "Och, this will get us a terrible name." A terrible name? How about Tom Crabs or Doris Herpes or Dick Scratcher? Private Andrews is more suspicious. "They're fucking the stiffs." Surely not. "Aye, they're not after jewellery. They're after a fuck." It wasn't so, but we didn't want to spoil Andrews' fun. He was an argumentative bugger, especially on sport. He was a football freak, and when he found I liked rugby, he gave me hell. "It's for bleeding snobs, Jimmy, and that ball like a bloody duck's egg. No wonder you have to carry the bloody thing." I still wasn't a well person. In May, I had 3 bad depressions. I had heard by the grapevine that some of my mates from 19 Battery were having leave at Amalfi, just an hour up the road. I asked the trick cyclist if I could go and see them, but he said no. "You are not to leave the confines of Biana." Swine. It was nonsense. Now I realise I could have gone and taken the consequences. Depressed by the decision, I went straight out and got smashed, came back late, got into the listen hut, bolted the door, went on drinking and shouted abuse. Finally I cut my face with a razor blade, then fell asleep. All done for effect, a creedy cur. They broke the door down and took me to the sick bay. When I awoke, Private Shepherd gave me some pills that sent me off again. His exact words were, "Take these, you daft bugger." A stream that runs through the camp has been dammed, and a swimming hole is the result. I will recount an incident with one of the more advanced loonies. 'Tis evening, and Milligan takes the waters. There approaches a loony. The conversation I remember almost to the word. "Loony." "Hey, you." "Me, yes." "Hey, you, come here, come here." I could hear him perfectly from where I was, but I thought perhaps he had something to give me. I drew to the side. "Yes?" "What's it like in there?" "What's it like?" "Yeah." "Well, it's wet." "Oh, it's wet, is it?" "Does that put you off?" "Oh, no." "Is it warm?" "Yes." "Is it wet and warm?" "Yes." Is it comfortable?" "Yes." It would appear he wants personal references for the swimming hole. Finally I say, "Yes, it's very comfortable. It fits well under the arms. It's not too tight in the crutch, and the water reaches down below your feet. It's a light brown colour, and you don't need buttons, and it doesn't crease." He stood still for a moment. Then, with a "oh," he went away, whistling all the while. Sport. Captain Peters is of the mind that we need exercise. Football. Flit. The camp is divided into 4 teams, red, blue, white and yellow. The teams were up to 20 a side. I played for the Reds. I never saw the ball, but I heard it several times. Getting past 2 goalies presented difficulties, especially as they threaten you if you try to score a goal. "You score, and I'll kill you, you bursted." Still, it was fun. Athletics presented a problem as there was no track. Owing to the terrain, all races had to be run in a straight line. This was okay for the dash, but the mile was a disaster. Records, forget it. Over the stony pothole track, it took the winner of the 100 yards 20 seconds. The mile took a quarter of an hour, and we had to send a truck to bring them back again. The marathon was cancelled. As Peter said, we'd never see them again. The prizes were ideal for those trying to get fit. Fags. June. A posting. Ah, that Italian summer in the Campania. The mornings, the cool air touching the face like an eider feather, the dawn light under the tent flap vivifying the moment, the aroma of dew on earth, the distant cockerel, the sound of the old guard standing down, the clank of the early morning tea bucket. Long before we rose, the trundling of ox cart to the fields, and the "aye, aye" of the calling herdsman. All this, and the lung-bursting cough of Private Andrews. "Who's a lucky lad, then?" said Sergeant Arnold. I paused at my desk and answered, "A lucky lad is the Duke of Windsor, now soaking up sea and sun as the Governor of Bermuda." "No, no, no, the lucky lad is me." He throws me a document. "From this camp of 1,000 loonies, I'm being posted to the Officers' Club, Portici, as a wine steward. The word gets round. Milligan is leaving." Oh, groans. The night before I left, Reg Bennett, Jock Rogers, Bronx Whedon, Private Andrews and I had a farewell party at the Welfare Centre. It was eggs and chips and red wine. Reg played the piano, I played the trumpet, then into the back garden to hear the Italian orchestra playing old Neapolitan airs like "Lay That Pistol Down, Bab," or rather, "Lay That Pistol Down." "The place won't be the same without you," said a tearful Reg Bennett. I tell him it wasn't the same with me. We stagger home by a hunter's moon, our shadows going before us on the silver ribbon of a road. Me, at an officers' club. "I wonder what they'll make me," I said. "They'll make you an offer," said Bronx. The Officers' Club, Portici. It was a large, splendid classical-style villa on the main road. I walked up a tessellated path, then right up marble steps with Venetian balustrades into a large white foyer, which had pedestal busts of Apollo, Hermes, Aristotle, and several etceteras. In a large dining room, I am intercepted by a short, squat, thick-set corporal of the Black Watch, complete in clan kilt. He is the image of Jerry Colonna. "I'm Gunner Milligan." "Oh," he pounces in. "Ah, yes, you've come at an awkward time." "Well, I could come back," I said, "after the war." "No. Follow him." Through an arched annex into a sumptuous room. The beds are on 3-foot raised platforms in the middle, surrounded by Roman-style wooden railings in the St. Andrew's cross design. "It's how the Romans used to sleep, raised up," he explained. "That's my bed. Now you use the mozzinet at night and take meppercrin." He is Corporal Tom Ross. You can call me Tom, except near officers. Right. He can call me Spike, except near railings. He is from the 51st Highland Division. Had I heard of them? Yes, we call them the hydraulics, because they would lift anything. He, too, was bomb-happy. "Alamein, it was too much for me." I told him not to worry. It was too much for Rommel as well. I meet the staff, the cook, Franco. All Italian cooks not called Maria are Francos in Italy. 2 serving girls, Rosa and Maria. All Marias not called Rosa are called Marias in Italy. Girl secretary, Bianca. Italian barman, Carlo. All Italians not called Franco are Carlos except the Pope. The officer in charge is Lieutenant Oliver Smuts, bomb-happy, balding, with an Adam's apple which looks like a nose further down. Slim, as are his chances of promotion. He interviewed me. I was to be receptionist and wine waiter. "Smuts, do you know much about wine, Milligan?" "Yes, sir. I get pissed every night." The club is open from midday till the wee hours. It closes when either the guests or the staff collapse. A gypsy band plays for dancing. The leader is Enrico Spolito, who turns out to be the town major's batman, Eric Collins. In his black trousers, white shirt and red bandana, he looked as much like a gypsy as Mel Brooks looked like Tarzan. Dramatis personae, Lieutenant Oliver Smuts, ruler of a marble drinking palace. Corporal Tom Ross, an untreated Scots eunuch. Gunner Milligan, buttons. Maria, virgin in waiting. Rosa, virgin not waiting too long. Carlo, barman stroke mafia. Bianca, handmaiden to Pasha Smuts. Franco, cook and resident sex maniac. Various gardeners, scrubbers and dustmen. The job is bliss, except Pasha Smuts is jealous. Bianca, his fancies buttons. Was it my fault that I was lovely? Lots of fun and games with Maria and Rosa. Breakfast in bed, brought by Rosa or Maria. Maria made a point of whipping the bedclothes off to examine my condition. I never failed her. It was a good Rabelaisian start to the day. My duties are to make out the menus, check the wine stocks, and release anyone imprisoned in them. Apart from the gypsy orchestra, there's a lot of fiddling. Tom balances the book so well we all pocket 500 lire a week. The evil cook will do anything for fags except his wife. Rosa lays the table, and Tom lays Rosa. I sit at the door and book the officers in. It was a paid membership club with a tendency to not membership to pay. Like Groucho Marx said, never lend people money, it gives them amnesia. The dancing officers. The terrace is cleared for these gyrations. Most of the partners are Wrens or ATS officers and the occasional upper-class IT scrubber. Spolito and his gypsies make woeful attempts to play Moonlight Serenade, 1 O'Clock Jump and Chattanooga Choo-Choo. The trouble is the partially deaf Italian drummer of 70 who has no damper on his bass drum, so that it booms around the room like a cannon. But we are grateful for it when Spolito takes a vocal in an appalling nanny-goat voice. There'll be boom, boom, over, boom, boom, of Dover to boom, boom. Just you wait and boom, boom. Thank God they never played the Warsaw Concerto. Dancing. There are none worse than those swaying pump-handle hooray Henrys. I watched the agonized gyrations of the two dancers' feet, neither pair knowing what instructions it was supposed to be receiving. The male feet getting vague messages, the female feet immediately having to adjust to their bidding. The female is being backed up like a coal lorry. To vary this, the male suddenly tries to revolve her around him, ending up with barley twist legs and shattered knees. The female legs are now at the rear of the male legs. The male unwinds his barley twist legs, bringing the poor female's legs back again, and the coal lorry style continues. There can be no enjoyment in it at all, but it has to be done. Through the warm night, Spolito and his gypsies batter through Little Brown Jug. I tell Tom he thinks he's Glenn Miller. Tom says he's more like Max Wagon Miller. It had to be done. Wow! Gentry, General Alexander and his retinue breeze in for an after-dinner drink. Immaculate in starched KDs, he was, in a way, shall we say, a flushed mood. He had just seen the Anzio breakout, the fall of Rome, and the news of D-Day. This was a celebration. I admired him until he too started barley twisting his legs on the floor. His laughing retinue were the last to leave. As I handed him his hat, he said, "What do you do?" "I hand hats to departing officers," I replied. He smiled and barley twisted his way out. A great soldier, an appalling dancer. Music, maestro, please. Spolito had given me the address of a music teacher, Professor Fabrizi. He lived in a seedy villa in Resina, a town built over the city of Herculaneum. He was about 70 and used to play the harp in the San Carlo orchestra, and I could see that it wouldn't be long before he was playing it again. He had long, white, snowy hair, a gaunt, shrunken, smiling face, and two deep-set eyes. Harmony and counterpoint? Of course. 500 lire an hour. Harmony is not easy, he said. At 500 lire a go, I agreed. His study was lined with books on music and gardening. Perhaps I could learn harmony and tree growing. Professor Milligan will now play his tree. The composition is in A minor with a tree in a garden. The lesson starts. You see these white notes? Can I see it? Ask him if he's an optician or a music teacher. This is the note of a C. I knew that. The note on the line above is E. I knew that. He told me how the scales went. I knew that as well. Something else I knew. I was being conned. I went away richer in life's experience, and he richer by 2,000 lire. I watched as he counted every single lire. It's the little things that count, and he was one of them. One night after closing time, I hie me to the city of Herculaneum. The dead city lies sightless in the bay light of a Neapolitan moon. I walk through the unattended entrance, vietato ingresso. The city is like Catford after dark. Dead. I walk along the seafront from which the seas had departed that day in AD 79. This was Bournemouth to Pompey's Blackpool. Here people sat on a summer's night drinking wine, eating figs from water-filled bowls. Now all was gone. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Oh, Herculaneum city. Oh, what a terrible pity. All of you is gone, except a little tiny bitty. Back at the billet, I awake Tom. Who's that? He snuffled. Errol Flynn, I said. You silly bugger. A man can dream, can't he? I said. Where have you been, and did I get it? Nay, I am as pure as the driven snow. I've been to Herculaneum. Oh, what's Herculaneum? Court case for the ignorant. Judge. What is a Herculaneum? QC. Herculaneum, my lord, is a place where any free-born slave can go and herc his lanium. Judge. Oh, and in herking his lanium, what benefits are derived? QC. The swelling on the blurzen is much reduced. Judge. What is a blurzen? QC. It's a small hairy area at the back of the knee where Armenian shepherds crack their nuts. By day, I had quite a lot of time on my hands. I also had it on my legs, elbows, and shins. There was a lot of it about. A colonel intervenes. Yes, one evening as I sat at the reception desk varnishing walnuts and cracking them behind my knees, a man in a jeep approached. He was to be instrumental in changing my life. By instrumental, I don't mean he was playing the trombone. No, the man is Colonel Startling Grope, a reddish, middle-aged man, portly, used to good living, haircuts, horlicks, thin legs, and suede desert boots. He has a body that appears to have been inflated, and the air was escaping. When he signed in, he shot me a glance full of meaning that I knew not the meaning of. Later that night, as he and his cronies are departing, all so pissed you could hear the cistern flushing, he inquires, "What do you do here?" I tell him on a good day I give General Alexander his hat. Otherwise I try not to whistle the Warsaw Concerto. He is intrigued, as he should be. I am quite lovely. Susie, I'm a wine steward and a resident manic depressive. Oh, how would you like to come and work for me as a wine steward and a resident manic depressive? I say yes. Why? Because I have been brought up to feel inferior to everybody. Priests, doctors, bank managers and officers were all gods. To say no to them was a mortal sin, punishable by 500 Hail Marys and an overdraft. Within a week a jeep arrives and takes me away. The girls all cried and the men cheered. Looking through my diary, I found the note I'd made at the time. Posted O2E Maddaloni. Very depressed, same feeling as before. So I was feeling myself like I had before, a duty that until recently had been performed by Maria. What was happening to me? I didn't want to be a manic-depressive wine waiter in Italy. I wanted to be a manic-depressive Harry James in Catford. Why did a poofy colonel need a wine waiter? The jeep driver is an ex-paratrooper, Ted Knopfs. He gives me the first warning. You want to watch your arsehole with him? My God, a brown hatter. We drive in silence. Speedo says 33 miles per hour. Petrol half full. Oh, all exciting stuff. Right now, my last exciting stuff, Rosa, was back at Portici. An hour's dusty drive with the night approaching, and a sign, Maddaloni. Not far now, said Knopfs. We calls it Mad and Lonely. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. He was such a merry fellow, a fellow of infinite jest, and a cunt. We enter a town and slow down outside a faceless 3-story municipal school. Turning left by its side, we come to the rear back lot with a line of tents and parked vehicles. Knopf stops outside a 10-man tent. This is yourn. I thank him and lug my kit into the tent, which has an electric light, brighter than the 3 slobs laying on their beds smoking and staring. These are khaki skivvies, the playthings of the commissioned classes. One is Corporal Rossi, a London Italian cockney. You the new wine steward? Yes. I'm the head barman. I'll be working under him. That's my bed. I ask all the leading questions. Where's the cookhouse, the naffy, the kazi, what day was free issue, any ATS? No, there's no ATS, but there are scrubbers in town who do it for 10 fags. There's one that does it for 2, but she gives you a dose. This is the stuff that never reaches official war histories, folks. I find the canteen in the main barrack block. More of that later. I have a glass of red wine and a cheese sandwich. The place is full, and soon so am I. I don't know anybody, and nobody wants to know me, but then I hadn't been on television yet. The red wine sets me up for bed. Back under bloody canvas again. Like Robert Graves, I thought I'd said goodbye to all that, and said it was hello to all this. I slept fitfully. Sometimes I slept unfitfully. You couldn't tell the difference. Variety is the spice of life, or if you live in an after-shave factory, the life of spice. Ha-ha! They want raffia party hats. And I was given orders like tins to be smooth and bar top to be desplintered. There I was at dawn with a dopey driver driving down the streets of Caserta, buying cabbages, potatoes, figs and oranges, lentils, and the whole range of fresh foods for the O2E officers' mess. There's another fine mess I'd gotten into. Shagged out by mid-afternoon, I was then put on bar duties for the evening, serving a crowd of pissy hooray Henrys. By the amount of drink and smoke around, they must have long since died of lung cancer or cirrhosis. Disaster. The bar phone rings. They want a Major Bastard. That's how they pronounced it. Phone call for Major Bastard, I yell above the din. A man, purple with rage and halitosis, snatches the phone. Bastard! You bastard, he is. Oh, he was a real bastard. I was making a cock-up of the job. Not that I couldn't do it, I didn't want to. The colonel wants to see you, said Rossi. Okay, if he looks through that window, he'll get a glimpse of me desplintering the bar. Look, Milligan, said Major Startling Grope. We're in his office. The sergeant says you aren't very good at your job. He's a liar, sir. I'm bloody useless at my job. I could lose us the war. He laughed. Ha ha. How am I at clerking? I didn't know. How are you at figures? Terrible. You should see the women I go out with. Look, Milligan, give it a try. If you don't like it, we can try something else, like suicide. Okay? I work for him in O Branch in the school building, a large area office with Sergeant Hallam, a mild-mannered puff. Then a clerk, Private Len Arrowsmith, a small, lively, amusing lad. Then me at the bottom of the heap as filing clerk. We each have a separate desk. It's a cushy job. I just get files, give files, and take files back. The job has all the magic of an out-of-order phone box. It's okay to sleep in the office, provided bedding is hidden away during the day. So I move in and join Arrowsmith. You'd like it here, said Len. At night you have a lovely view of the typewriter. Comments. So far, Sergeant Hallam has always carried the files to the Colonel, but I am lovelier, so now it's me. Announcement over the interval. Send Milligan in with File X. The Colonel is getting to know me. I was going through what girls go through with in the initial chatting up process. What is your, do sit down, Milligan. You could dispense with the rank. I haven't any rank to dispense with, sir. You could call me Stanley. Yes, sir, Stanley. What's your first name? Spike Stanley, sir. Spike? That's not your real name. No, my real name is Terence. At the mention of the name Terence, his eyes lit up with love. Terence, he just... Yes, that's better. Terence, that's what I shall call you. Like Private Knopf said, what's your arsehole? I had not forgotten my trumpet. In the evening I'd practice in the office. Those notes that echoed round Maddaloni's fair streets were to lead me to fame, fortune, overdraft, VAT, income tax, mortgages, accountants, solicitors, house agents, nervous breakdown and divorce. It starts with the tall, thin, bald, mustachioed Sergeant Phil Phillips. He leads the O2E band. Will I play for them? Yes, yes, yes. Now life took on new meaning. Playing with the band was a bonus. We played from smoky dives to the great palace of Caserta, which housed the Allied Forces headquarters, though it was so far behind the lines it was referred to as the hindquarters. We were given a rehearsal room, where we tried to keep up with the very advanced band arrangements we bought from the American PX. Playing Woody Herman's arrangement of Apple Honey nearly did for us. The top Fs gave rise to cries of, "The truss! Bring the truss!" After one appalling run-through, Stan Britton turned to us and said, "Gentlemen, I suggest we take early retirement." Another disaster was our first attempt at the newfangled samba rhythm called Brazil. After 3 tries, Charlie Ward put his sax down and said, "The defence rests." A letter written at the time tells of the good life I was leading. Dear Mum, just a few lines to accompany this photograph of my noble self. It was taken during the fighting south of the Garigliano. Happy days. I'm working in a really comfortable job, and the colonel of the unit likes me very much. He said, "Milligan, write and tell your mother that I'm looking after you." And he certainly does. He's taking me swimming next Sunday. He's a real good stick. I'm clerking and also a member of an orchestra, a very big one. 15 players. We play at some real classy dances with cash, food, drinks. Tell Desmond I will write soon. Tell Dad I've had 3 parcels of books from him. Could you thank him? Your loving son, Terry. Years later, on the back of the letter, I saw a shopping list showing the penny-pinching life my mother was leading under wartime rationing. Serves her bloody all right. If she'd have joined the army, she wouldn't have starved. Dancers, dancers. Dancers meant pretty girls and a burning sensation. At a dance in the Caserta ballroom, I fell for, a ridiculous phrase, fell for, no. I didn't pitch forward on my face, but when I saw her, I just screamed, "Ah!" She was gliding past the bandstand in another man's arms. I'd only just seen her, and she was already being unfaithful to me. Her name was Sheila Francis. Mine was Spike Milligan. Did she come here often? Yes, and this was one of them. I tried to date her and come up with 1944. I fall for a hook, line and sinker and several other parts all hanging under the shirt. Last, she is affianced to a sergeant. I will try again. Meantime, I'll go blind. I climb back to the bandstand. Lots of nudges and winks and winks. There's plenty more fish in the sea, Spike, said Len Prosser. But I don't want to go out with the fish, I said. Filing for King and Country. Files, bloody files. I'm bored with files. So bored I open a new one and slip it into the system, marked Incident at Alexander Barracks. Inside I had typed a memo. Statement by Guard Commander of Incident outside Barracks. Sir, on the night of the 12th of August, and all dreamy hours, when I heard a sound. Psst! It went. I challenged the sound. Halt, Ugo there. No reply, so I challenged in Italian. Halto, Ugo's there. No reply. I challenged in Aramaic and finally in Chinese. Dim sim, pancake roll, blonde clackers. Whereupon a shadowy figure drew nigh. He was a tuna fish wearing a kilt and clutching a mandolin. I had not been drinking, but I think the tuna fish had. I fired a round into its sporran, whereupon it departed in the crouch position. Signed, Private Knots. The file arrived on Colonel Startling-Rope's table. He added a memo. This is one of the most serious cases of seriousness I've ever read. There must be an investigation. He forwarded the file to Colonel Thompson in A branch, who had a sense of humour and boils. He added to the fun, I am forwarding it to Major Bastard for a full medical report. The file grew to nearly 6 inches thick and was still circulating when I left. A day out in a certain direction. Colonel Startling-Rope to Milligan. Would you and Len like to come to Ischia? Yes, sir, I'd love an Ischia. Right, Sunday morning, 0800 hours, bathing costumes and towels. The day. Colonel Startling-Rope, Captain Clark, Len and myself pile on the jeep. 9:10 we arrive at the specially bombed car park on the waterfront at Naughty Navels. We go on board and awaiting RAF rescue launch. Welcome aboard, says the silly sea captain, all beard and binoculars. Cast off forward, cast off aft. Whoosh! Turbines throb and we head out into the mist-haunted sea. Our 2 officers are taken below for drinky-poos. We stay on deck and talk to the crew. Hello, sailor, I say. The bay is calm, looking like skimmed oil. We bounce on the surface and the morning mist starts to lift. In 20 minutes looms the soaring purple head of Mount Epomeo. We draw near to the south shore, skilfully entering a little fishing mole amid red and blue fishing boats with the warding-off evil eye on the prows. We heave to as our 2 officers surface, flushed and smiling. We jump ashore. The colonel misses and plunges one leg up to the groin in the waters. Oh, bother, he says, meaning oh, fuck. With 7 dry legs and 1 wet one, we follow the colonel up a small path inland that leads us to a bleach-white Italo-Moorish villa on the sea. A brief pull on the doorbell. The red mahogany door opens to a small, smiling, white-coated, 30-year-old, blood group rhesus negative inside leg 42, valet. He ushers us in, all the while looking suspiciously at the colonel's one damp leg. This is the villa of San Angelo, owned by an Italian Coronello with 2 dry legs. He, at this moment, is away on business in Naples. Possibly at this moment he and his 2 pimps are changing lira into sawdust on the Via Roma. The Moors have left their mark here. Many arches, turquoise tile floors, lattice screens, fasan carpets. It is a treasure house of antiques, Maiolica ceramics, Venetian glass, inlaid Moorish muskets, tapestried walls. Homely, isn't it, Terence? Said the colonel. After a cold buffet of avocado and prawns and the wine of the island, our officers retire to sleep. Len and I are directed to a private beach down a few rocky steps. The day is sunny, the sea is like champagne. We plunge into the crystal-clear waters that in 40 years' time will be floating with tourist crap and overpopulation. Lording over the island is Mount Epiomo, hung with a mantle of vineyards and bougainvillea. Legend has it that the giant Toiphius lays transfixed beneath it, a punishment for screwing one of the naiads. I suppose one way of keeping it down is to put a mountain on it. On this very island, Michelangelo used to visit the lady Vittoria Colonna, mysterious as he was gay. Vittoria, how is the ceiling going, Mike? Michael, I've been using the long brush, but it's doing me back in. Why didn't you ask the Pope for scaffolding? Hours later, we lie on the beach sunning and smoking, and like true smokers throw our dog ends and matches in the sea. Hello down there! The colonel's red face appeared at the grilled Moorish window, his face looking equally grilled. We must come up. Tea is being served. A long refectory table laden with salads and a magnificent bronze samovar. Our every whim is waited on slavishly by the little Italian. They're a dying breed, said Startling-Rope. He was right. The Itai died that night. The officers are stopping down one Alexander after another, and we all repair to the beach again. Captain Clark in a one-piece suit that was out of date when Captain Webb swam the channel, and the colonel in a pair of bathing drawers of the briefest gist. He plunges in and comes out and goes back to bed. Captain Clark strikes out to sea so far that the current gradually carries him out of sight round the headland. He is not shouting help, but just in case we shout, "Goodbye, sir!" He disappears. Should we inform the lifeguards? No, there's plenty more like him. Hours later he returned overland via the Villa Fondalillo, some 3 miles away. When the Italian flunky opened the door, a shagged-out Captain Clark fell into the house. At least he had 2 wet legs and a body to match. Eventide, and we are returning. The RAF boat waits at the mole. The Colonel has organised it perfectly, except for falling in the sea again. "Homeward bound, eh?" says the captain, and leads our officers away for more drinky-poos. We of the lower orders stay on deck with bugger all the poos. Ischia fades into the crepuscular evening, and Naples looms. Finally we dock. "You drive, Terence," said Colonel S. Singing all the while, we are back at Maddaloni in just over an hour, and under the weather. It was a memorable day. Even as I type this, I can see that splendid sunlight on that warm azure sea in a time capsule that will never come again. Len and I are bedding down for the night. He must have drunk 10 bottles of wine, 2 of Strega and 2 of brandy, Len said. You see, when he goes it'll be his liver or his bladder. He was wrong. In 1970, Stanley died of heart failure doing an operation for piles. But for piles, Stanley would be alive today and doing 10 years for interfering with little boys. One of them could have been me. I speak with experience. You see, the evening on our return from Ischia, I drove Stanley back to his billet, and he put his hands up my shorts, and I thought, this could have been promotion for me, but no. I said, "Look here, sir, fuck off, sir." He is sorry. He says he'll never do it again. Len falls about laughing. Cough, fancy, there's men up the line dying, and down here the colonels are trying to grab your ghoulies. I reminded him it was better than dying. Let's face it, I said, would you rather be fucked or killed? Ars gratia artist. I have entered an art contest, and lo, I win. The prize is given me by a new man, Major Rhodes of the Highland Light Infantry. He, too, is gay, and has just returned from some daring deed behind enemy lines, like squeezing partisans' balls under fire. Now he's out of the line, and he has developed a hernia. Did he use a dark room? And he is billeted with us, awaiting an operation. This has been delayed by Brigadier Woods, who is a rupture expert, and wants to get the Major the right hospital and the right surgeon. So I received my prize from a ruptured Major, who was a professional artist in Civvy Street. Asked him, did he chalk the pavements? He laughs not. My drawings are very good. Had I done any artistic training, I told him I'd done a bit in Goldsmiths College. He said, never mind about her. Would I like to do murals? Had I ever done any murals? Yes, I did. All coppers are bastards outside the Lady Flow Institute, Deptford, 1936. He shows me a drawing of Hyde Park in high Victorian days. He wants me to do an enlargement on the wall of the officers' mess. There'll be something in it for you, he says. OK, I'll do it. Murals. Mean swines. Anything to save buying wallpaper. Evenings I don my denim and start work. I square off the wall and then draw the enlargements. To my delight it comes very easy. It means working late after the officers' mess closes, but in lieu I'm given time off in the mornings. I am praised. My word, you are talented, Terence, said Sir Stanley, sir. You play the trumpet and the guitar and you can paint. Is there anything you can't do? Yes, sir. Sheila Francis. The Colonel is to do a tour of the front lines. Would I like to come too? The front line? Does he think I'm mad? He does. No, sir. My days of sitting in an OP trench full of water, with 88s bursting overhead and your bottle bursting underneath you are over. Goodbye, sir. Good luck, sir. God be with you, sir, but not me. O2E is womanless, save for a tall, lovely ATS captain, Thelma Oxnevad, 6 foot with sparkling blue eyes and certain things. Oh! We like each other, but alas, she is an officer and a gentleman, and I am a gunner, the stuff that gutters are made of. No, Spike says I can't walk out with you. I don't want to walk out. I wanted to walk into my bedroom. No, if Brigadier Woods heard this, she'd be cashiered and I'd be shot. I tell her that's okay with me. I tell her that when we take our clothes off, she wouldn't be able to tell the gunner from the captain. Nay, 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 she says. When I dance with her, she's 3 inches taller. I explained that laying down, we'll both be the same height. Even as I dance with her, I can feel the eyes of other officers on me, jealous with rage. Like Major Rhodes, he wants to dance with me. Thelma gives me hope. Your last will soon be allayed, Spike. Consignment of Virgin ATS are to be posted here. Meanwhile, I still try to home in on Sheila Francis. She gives in. Yes, she will meet me. She'll never regret it. With me in my prime and all parts in Grand Prix order. Ah, yes, she'll love my Grand Prix. 8 o'clock outside the 604 ATS Company HQ Caserta. I am there. Beautiful, radiating Brasso, Blanco, Brylcreem and Brio. With all my things revolving at high speed, I'm there dead on 8 o'clock. I'm also there dead on 5:30. I'm also dead on there at 9. I'm also there dead again at 9:30. And I went on being dead until 10 o'clock. Where was she? My little darling dirty little rotten tart, letting me and it down? Today, I wonder, was I at the wrong address? Is there somewhere in the streets of Caserta a grey-haired old lady in ragged ATS uniform still waiting for me? Good luck. I withdraw to the Forces Canteen in the High Street, and am found drinking tea, eating a sandwich, and finding consolation watching the wobbly bum of the manageress. Next day, Major Rhodes and his rupture hear of my adventures. So, your little soldier tart didn't show, eh? Yes, my little soldier tart didn't show, eh? Band biz. We want to expand the band. We would like a string section. There is a fine fiddler, one Corporal Spaldo. At concerts he plays Monty's Sardas. Would he like to play in our band? He shudders. No, not for him the nigger rhythm music. There's a postscript to this tale. Many years after the war I was in a nightclub. The cabaret is supplied by a crazy caper band. I notice a violinist wearing a large ginger wig and a beard, a football jersey, a kilt with a whitewash brush for a sporran, fishnet stockings and high-heeled shoes. They play Does the Chewing Gum Lose Its Flavour on the Bedpost Overnight. My God, it's Spaldo. I couldn't resist it. I went over and said, Change your mind, eh? So my lotus days in the band continued. We were paid 300 lira a gig. My trumpet solos were working out a penny a time. Our finances were organised by Welfare Officer Major Blore. He sometimes writes to me from the Cayman Islands. Now I am moved from filing to the Welfare Office under the eye of Private Eddie Edwards. I am to draw posters for the current films being shown. My first one is Rita Hayworth. No, I'm not doing it right, says Major Rhodes. Try again. Rita Hayworth 2. No, it's not right. Rita Hayworth 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I can't get Rita Hayworth right for the west of Pecos. I couldn't even get her right for the east, north, or south of Pecos. Sir, I didn't join the army to draw a regiment of Hayworths. I want out. You fool! You little cocky fool! Losing a golden opportunity to become the great artist he could make me. The Major stamps off in a kilt-swinging rage. He's very temperamental, said Eddie. I think he's in the change, I reply, and his trusts must be upside down. The Aquarium Club. This is to be a new officers' drinking club. The venue is a farmhouse just outside the town. My penance is to do more murals, this time sea life. The Major drives me to the site. There are no men on the farm. Tutta nella Amarta, all in the army. At that moment they were all planting cabbages in Sussex. Among them Mario and Franco, who were to stay on to revolutionise our eating habits with their trattorias. Only the mother and the daughter Maria were left. In Italy, all daughters not called mothers are Marias. She is a rough peasant beauty, 5'7" tall for an Italian, very tall for a dwarf. She had large, brown, expressive legs and eyes, tousled black hair and a brown satin skin. Ag. Her mother, pardon me, looked like a bundle of oily rags ready for sorting. She seemed ever fearful of her daughter being screwed, whereas I wasn't worried at all. They were poor, and leasing out a few rooms was salvation to them. She shows us 2 upstairs rooms. As Maria walks up the stairs, I make a note of her shapely bottom, while the Major made a note of mine. The rooms were being painted light marine blue by defaulters. Poor devils! Here they had come to face Hitler, and instead they're stripping and painting walls just like Hitler did 20 years ago. No wonder he went fucking mad, they said. On the morrow I was to apply my skills. Very nice. No filing, and away from the maddening Thomas Hardy. A red beard and a beret. By coincidence, a real Royal Academician had joined our happy band, George Lambourne, one of Augustus John's many sons, and the living image of him. He brings his talents and batch of welfare painters to tart up our drab interiors. I met him when I attended one of his lectures. He was too good to miss. I made a point of taking him to dinner at Aldo's Cafe. Talking was of painting. So, I'm doing murals. Did I go to art school? He's a bit puzzled by my scatty way of jumping from one subject to another, like Queen Elizabeth I. But I must have made an impression, because he mentions me in his diary. Talk with Tubby Clayton, Toc H, and more important with Colonel Thompson and Colonel Harrington. Read John Hewitt as librarian, and a new man, Milligan. I remember George pouring me a glass of red wine and feeling the glow of his personality, a man of depth, character, talent and brains. Who were his favourite painters? He reels off a mixture. Giotto, Rubens, Boudin, Van Gogh. What about me? What do you like drawing, Spike? I told him, pay. Talking about Turner's sunsets, I said, you never see a sunset like that. No, said George, but don't you wish you did? George died a few years ago. The world is a colder place. The murals. I'm there on a plank, drawing in large fish, octopus, squid, dolphins and crabs. Thank God I never had them as bad as that. Maria drops in to see how I'm faring. There's a bit of flirting, and she brings me figs, oranges, grapes. I ask her if she has a relative in Pompeii. We are repeatedly interrupted by the croaking voice of her mother. Maria! Dove vai? Accompanied by sudden rushes into the room, suspicious but yet disappointed. One arrives at the conclusion that the moment an Italian girl isn't visible to her parents, she's screwing. The farm was a tumble-down affair, and the farm dog Neroni, a mongrel, was a sad sight, tethered on a piece of rope that only allowed him 3 paces. He was nothing more or less than a hairy burglar alarm. The forecourt was a mess of stabling, 2 white longhorn oxen, a few bundles of silage, scattered farm tools, and a wooden plough in 1944. A few chickens and goats, the latter given to the desertification of Italy. Poor Neroni. Whenever I approached, he would snarl and bark like crazy, but when close to, he cowered and whimpered. I got him a longer piece of rope. I stroked him, something no one had ever done before. He licked my face. I brought him some food which he wolfed down. I often think of him. Those days were among the best I've ever had. At morning I'd breakfast and then make my way to the farm down a dusty lane. The landscape was not unlike Arles at the time of Van Gogh. I'd worked in the mornings. I brought the mother some tea, sugar and tins of bully. She wept and kissed my hand. Never mind that. What about a screw with Maria? By the first week in October, I had completed the murals at the Aquarium Club. I arranged to finish mid-morning so I could sneak the rest of the day off. I packed up my pots of paint and washed out the brushes. Tomorrow, I would steal another day off when I came back to collect them. Goodbye, Maria, Mama and Neroni. I walked back by the dusty road and past a goat flock. A large she-goat is about to deliver. The goat herder, a boy of 14, is stroking and saying, piano, piano. Why did a goat need a piano at this particular time? Finally, the little hooves start to protrude. The boy, with consummate skill, takes the heels and pulls the kid clear. Then he repeats it on the twin. Alley-up! The little kids, shiny and shivery, lie still as their mother licks them. In minutes they are standing on jellified legs. Seconds later they are at the teat, suckling vigorously. It was all miraculous in a way, as moving as a Beethoven quartet. Oh, now that definitely needs a piano. Il bagno! October is still warm, the waters call. At the rear of the great palace at Caserta is a great cascading watercourse, Bianco Grande e Caserta. Ah, those marble water gardens. Cascades gush over Diana of the Chase. Poor Attione being attacked by hounds. How is he supposed to obtain his romantic ends with gallons of Alzey-ridden water cascading over him and dogs snapping at his balls? The green sward where the Bourbons once sported has now been given over to the Allied soldiery, and wham-bam, it's become a swimming pool. Hundreds of leaping, diving, splashing, plunging, coughing, spitting loonies are churning the waters. Naffy stalls of mushroom, lemonade, ice creams, cakes, tea are all on tap. We have created Jerusalem in Italy's pleasant land. I went there along with the O2E cooker staff. Tell me what's clever about this. Who can hold their breath underwater longest? The winner gets 20 lira. Believe me, some of them nearly died in the attempt. This was the sort of stuff submariners dreaded, and yet here we were doing it for 20 lire. We swam until sunset or death, then repaired to the American Red Cross cinema on the High Street. It was a Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland film with the "Hey, why don't we put on a show" crap. What had appeared to be a barn suddenly became Carnegie Hall with 6 musicians sounding like 120. An unknown milkman, played by Josie Atobi, plays Hungarian Rhapsody, tap danced by 300 girls. Mickey Rooney tap dances, sings, plays the drum, the trombone, the piano, the fridge, the miracle of loaves and fishes, and then, for reasons only known to God, they all start to march towards the camera. Will Gracie Fields appear? No. They all sing God Bless America, FDR and the Chase Manhattan Bank. What an exciting life we are leading. The prodigal returns. Stanley, sir, is back from the front. What? He's heard that I finished the aquarium club. Major Rhodes is very pleased, so he should be. He didn't have to do it. Stanley, sir, points to the map of his tour. I was here, here, here and here. Not at the same time, surely. We were shelled here, and a German plane stuffed us there. I told you not to play with those boys up the road. Wedding bells are ringing for Mary, but not for Mary and me, a popular song circa 1928. Brigadier Henry Woods is in love. Who is she that will marry this World War I warrior at the age of 104? Let Milligan tell all. The story starts in Humphrey Bogart country, North Africa, land of the Bedouin, the Tuareg, the Clap. After the Torts landings, Henry Woods and his gallant band of clerks dash in and seize the officers to assist the bureaucracy. He hires 2 sweaty, blue-chinned Algerian Arabs and a French colonial girl, Mademoiselle Ding. Name rings a bell. They had all worked for Admiral Darlan before his assassination, and now they would work for Brigadier Woods before his assassination. The trio all speak fluent French and Arabic. When they move to Italy, they come to speak to any Italians that speak Arabic. By now, Henry has fallen in love with Mademoiselle Ding. He proposes, she accepts. Soon they usher forth from the portals of St. Michael's Maddaloni. A guard of honour, clerks holding pens, form a bridal arch. The bells ring out, and the honeymoon, Largo Como. There the happy couple dwell in bliss. But what's this? One day Henry arises, and what's this? The bird has flown. The oiseau est parti. Fancy, here in this miserable backwater Maddaloni, the Needham of Italy, deceit and despair, he has been cuckolded. How? Well, one of the blue-chinned Algerians had a few months back asked for permission to visit his relatives in Paris, people like Laval and Patin, etc. So, with all found paid and a cocky handshake, he departs. Could he be the other man? Henry is suspicious. He sends Major Rhodes and his hernia, yes, they still haven't found the right doctor, to seek and kill. It is all as exciting as a B-movie. Algerian sheikh sweeps Brigadier's wife from under nose of husband. Major Rhodes's search leads him to Paris, and success. There at a table for Dirks, he finds Mademoiselle Ding and the Arab. Ah, if only the son could have got the story. English brigadier marries French Algerian 30 years younger. Age makes no difference, he says. Stop press. 30 years younger age makes a different bride missing. 30 years younger French bride caught in flagrante with Algerian Abba in Bedford Hotel, Paris. Age makes no difference, he says. Brigadier has Arab's balls cut off. Age makes no difference, says Brigadier. Thus, Major Rhodes brought his rupture and the sad story back. Rome. October the 9th, my diary. Band gig in Rome, whoopee. Rome, the eternal city. Forever young. Age makes no difference here, unless you're Henry Woods. We travel by welfare charabanc. Early morning, the charabanc arrives at Alexander Barracks. We eagerly pack our stuff aboard. Len Prosser is worried about the safety of his base. In its canvas sack, it appears to be he's smuggling a murdered body aboard. The man who invented this instrument never intended it to travel. It's meant for hermits or the transfixed. Drums. Vic Shurier's coming and going. Percussion seems unending. When you two have finished, we'd like to bloody well get on, says Jim Manning and his alto sex. Up and away, 150 miles to go, so a cigarette and the Union Jack and I settle back. The Allies are driving the Germans back over the River Po. It must be hard on German mothers to receive telegrams. As the Führer gets to inform your son has been drowned in the Po. Through ancient Capua, over the Volturno, Speranese, Tiano, all the roads I've passed through in action. Memories of 19 Battery, the sound of the guns, the shout of fire orders, now all passing into the dream time. Through Casino, and above it the ruined abbey, a monument to Allied stupidity. We rabbit and joke and laugh our way. Comes evening, we reach our destination. 56 Area Rest Camp welcomes you. It's like Belsen with food. "This is yours," says the lumpy corporal, opening the door of an innocent hut. "It's a paradise of wooden beds and blankets." "So," says Len Prosser with an expansive gesture, "this is Broadway." We get comfortable, try the bed for lumps. QMS Ward is to speak. He holds up a hand like Custer halting the 7th Cavalry. "Yo!" He reads from a stained paper. "The first gig tomorrow, Crusaders Officer Club. Leave here 1900 hours, best battle rest." We have the evenings to ourselves. The Alexander Club. We walk out in the sunlit wide streets. People here in no way resemble their grotty cousins in Naples. Lots of pretty girls. On the Via 20th of September, we find the Alexander Club. It's a massive modern concrete and glass horror, a sort of Orson Welles of architecture. Inside, a milling sea of squaddies, a cacophony of rattling plates, cups, knives, forks and spoons. It sounds like Lyon's Corner House going over the Niagara Falls. "Christ," said Jim Manning, "aren't there any bleeding soldiers at the front?" He was wrong. We joined in the queue for tea, and all the soldiers were at the front. Winds back 200 yards. We looked like the Israelites crossing the Red Sea. Tea, buns, fags, buns, tea, fags. Opposite the Alexander is a chrome and glass Italian barber shop. Smartly glossy-haired, white-jacketed Largo factotums are in attendance. Len and I are grovelled into our foot-operated adjustable chairs. Crisp white sheets are tucked around our necks. I had never savoured the delights of an Italian shave, and now he was whisking up the lather like an egg white. I have never seen such manual dexterity since Mademoiselle Fifi Latouff of the Cages, Bombay. With a chamois leather cloth he cleans my skin with an astringent. With fast revolving circles he lathers me with an aromatic soap made of almond oil. It's all too good for me. Honing a razor on a black leather strap, he gently scrapes upwards. The bristles fall in hundreds. He feels for any areas he has missed and plies the blade over them, repeating the whole process twice. It's all done with a marvellous rhythmic precision. The blade so sharp there is no pulling or tearing of the skin. A glance in the mirror. No shaving soap remains. Now he applies hot towels that he juggles from hand to hand to release the heat. The face is enveloped and the smell of cologne rises with the steam. This done, an icy cold astringent is patted on the skin. It takes 25 minutes. We have seen a great artist at work. Len has asked him to marry him. My face feels like fine velvet. I'm reeking of a cologne that will make a woman rip her clothes off at 50 paces. I must hurry onto the streets before it wears off. What to do? It's only 7 o'clock. We look at our Soldier's Guide to Rome. This one looks interesting, Len, I said, pointing out the Jewish Soldiers' Club. So there are such people as Jews. They must come from Jerusalem. We opt for the Super Cinema and the Via de Pretis. The film was Sweet Rosie O'Grady, starring Betty Grable's legs and occasionally her. The hero, whose name escapes me, was John Payne, a fitting name for a pain in the arse. It's San Francisco, but recently vacated by Janet MacDonald and Clark Gable. John Payne is a struggling pianist. He also has a struggle acting. He falls in love with Betty Grable's legs. She falls in love with his bad acting. But the boss of the bar loves her legs more. Payne writes, "My heart tells me." He tells her, "You sing it, baby, it'll be a hit, you see." The boss says she ain't singing no trashy song like that. Disc goil I'm saving for opera. Payne hits the boss. The boss hits Payne. They hit each other. They break. There's the traditional breaking of matchstick chairs over the hero, who floors the boss. "You're fired," he snarls. "Oh, fired? I quit. If only he would." Payne goes to New York. Diamond Jim Brady hires him on Broadway. He's in the pit conducting on the big night. Joan Blondell and her tits are going to sing My Heart Tells Me and make him famous. But she faints. Who's going to save the show? Outside in the snow, a ragged, unshaven figure appears. It's Betty Grable's legs. She hears the introduction. The end. Money back, please, and so to bed. The gig. We spend the morning lazing. I clean my trumpet. In the afternoon, band practice, listened to by crowds of soldiers. Comes evening, I couldn't believe it. Little old me from Brockley in Rome. Back home, I never got further than Hernia Bay. The dances at the Crusader Club. Wow. A huge marble hotel. An officer's dream palace. Colonel Philip Slessor greets us. Who's in charge? He asks. You are, we say. Tall and saturnine, Slessor was later to become a BBC announcer. He started practicing right away by announcing that we were to follow him. The ballroom was magnificent. The stage a mass of red velvet and gold embroidery. It was an embarras de choix de richesse. Slessor makes another announcement. There's a room for you all to change in. We haven't got anything to change into, except Mr. Jekyll. What? You're not going to play like that. Haven't we got any mess dress? No. There's another fine mess dress we haven't got into. I told him we sounded exactly the same in battle dress as we did in mess dress. Huh, he announces. The ballroom is the magnificence of coleslaw. The table is groaning with every sandwich possible, even a few impossible ones. Wines? Gallons. A line of bottles without labels. We tasted it and found it tasted like unlabelled wine. Slessor is announcing again. We start in 10 minutes, lads. We sit up behind the brocade curtains and give him the nod, and he announces, Ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure in announcing the band of the officers of the second echelon under their conductor, Sergeant Stand Britain. Take your partners for the first waltz. The curtain draw back and we swing into Song of India. The floor is soon crammed with dancers, most of the ladies Italian, all desperate for food, fags, and soap. It's hard to believe that beautiful Contessa dancing with the cross-eyed Hindu colonel is doing it for 3 bars of chocolate. I was blowing great that night. When I stood up to take choruses, it was for one of 2 reasons, egomania or piles. The interval, and Colonel Slessor announces that he's very pleased with us. He then announces he's leaving the room. Throughout the evening he announced every dance, the names of the tunes, the winner of the spot prize, even the trumpet solos were by Gunner Millington. He really was ready for the 9 o'clock news. Finally, the last waltz, please, then God Save the King. Then we moved in on the scoff. It had been a great evening of dancing and announcing. We had seen lots of pretty birds but hadn't pulled any, so Jim Manning said we all had to pull ourselves. Ha ha ha! The days of that week were spent visiting every tourist trap available, the Vatican, the fountains of Rome, the Capitol, the Kazi, during which time I nearly scored. We have one night off, and I go solo walkabout. I'm hovering near the Termi di Caracalla when I hear a sweet female voice laced with sandpaper. There were no words as such, but she was bearing down on me as though I was an old friend, a Junoist 35-year-old in black and wearing an ascot hat. She grabs my hand and says how good it is to see me again. Come sta, she says. Oh, I'm very, very star. It's all a ploy to avoid the suspicions of being on the game. I like this game, but I want game, set, and match. She is desperate. She's short of money and at her wit's end. Just my type. She is respectable, she says. She's not on the game, but she's desperate. So am I tell her. She says we must retire to a cafe. She needs a coffee and brandy, as she is faint, all 12 stone of her. So there we are in the cafe. She tells me she is married, that her husband is the Reggio Aeronautica, though he hasn't been sending her any money. But beware, he's molto geloso. She shows me his photo. He looks like 2 arcophones stuffed into a uniform. She thinks he's a prisoner of war somewhere. I hope it's Siberia. Can Gunner Milligan take her to dinner tomorrow? No, he can't. He's playing in the band. Oh, so I'm a musician. Que romantica, she says. The next night, then. Yes, I know that Sunday night I'm free. Can I bring her some chocolate, soap, cigarettes, sweets, in fact, the entire stores of the Allied Fifth Army? There's a promise of female favour in her eyes. Yes, I will, etc. I tell the boys. They go green with envy. Some go yellow and grey. What's she like? Says Private Manning, laying on his bed, looking at the ceiling, imagining it's him. I say she's like the contents of a warehouse. I say she's a mixture of Rita Hayworth, Betty Grable and Mae West. I'll make the buggers suffer. Romance 2. We meet at the cafe. She's gone ahead and put 2 cognacs in my bill. Have I the goodies? I hand her my meagre parcel, apologizing for omitting the leg of venison and side of beef. She must examine the contents and check these against her list. We must take a horse-drawn carriage. It will be less conspicuous. So we drive down the Corso Umberto while she checks the parcel. Mamma mia, Only chocolates, cigarettes and jam? I apologize. Never mind, she knows a cosy little trattoria. This is called La Tantolina, and it's disguised as a 4-star hotel. I can't believe the swish interior, black velvet and gold cutlery, all tables arranged in private nooks with lights from chandeliers that look like flying saucers. A trio are playing Lay That Piss Tub Down, Babe. We are seated under the stern gaze of the mate. Hello, mate, I said. He hands me the menu like a summons. One look and I realise I'm hurtling to financial oblivion. Just the soup needs a bank loan. What will Madam have? She will have all Milligan's savings, post-war gratuities, and his collection of underwear. Oh, che mangiare, she said, eating in ecstasy. Why, oh why, isn't Gunner Milligan eating? Why is he only sipping water and not drinking the luscious vintage Marsi? I tell her it's my delayed Easter fast. Oh, che poverino, she coos, munching Polo Romana. I watch her clock up 17,000 lira. I have 18. I just make it. I give the waiter a 10 lira tip, which he throws into the rubbish bin. What now? Revenge in bed? No. She must fly. Her mother is ill. She borrows my last 1,000 lira. Taxi! I never saw her again. That night, starving and skint, I could be found diving for coins in Trevi Fountain. The lads, I lied to them. Yes, I'd had it away again and again and again. I couldn't stop her. She said she'd leave her husband and join me in England. I failed to add, in a debtor's prison. Yes, lads, it was some night. Now can someone lend me a bar of soap and a fag? Our final gig is at the Nova Veneta Club, Via di Monoriti. After that we all found our way to a GI swing club on the Via Vittorio Colonna, a below-ground joint with seepage from the Tiber and a night-eye swing band that sounds like seepage from the Tiber. Yes, it's Lay That Piss Tub Down, Bab. We don't get a dance. Everyone has brought their own bird. Under Mussolini, jazz had been forbidden. This must have been the band that caused it. We asked them if we can sit in. They gradually agree. Soon we wipe them out. We have the place jumping. GRs are appreciative. Great man! You should have come sooner, they say. We know. We get free drinks, and the Italian musicians sit and glower at our success. First we bomb Monte Cassino, now this. Back to base. On the morrow we drive back to Maddaloni. We arrive in the early hours. During our absence, the old dance hall has been renovated by George Lambourne and his merry painters and looks great. Now we have a stage and an orchestra pit, lighting board, paint frame, the lot. We are forewarned by BQMS Taylor, a sort of khaki Florence Ziegfeld, that a concert is going to be given for the grand opening. Have we any contributions? I said mine were in the stomach of a bird in Rome. Can we do a small swing spot? Yes, as your gallows. We all worked very hard to get the show together, and we opened to an enthusiastic reception. I did a mad musical spot called the Ablution Blues, with a pair of pyjama trousers tied to my trumpet that I kept dipping into a bucket of soapy water, then swinging round and drenching the audience. I thought it was very funny. I did. I thought it was very, very funny. Thanks to hard work, the act was a smash flop. The reception was like the one Judas got at the Last Supper. Evening concluded with the band playing prior to close down. Finally, there was a speech on the new stage by the Brigadier, who said all the right things. I would like to thank, grateful to, hard work, made it possible, not forgetting, with the help of, debt of gratitude, and of course, without whose help, bearing in mind, last but not least, has anyone seen Mademoiselle Ding? Let's see what George Lambourne thought about it. Back to Maddaloni to O2E concert. Brigadier Woods, in opening speech, said a lot of flattering and charming things about me which I did not hear. I thought the concert was very bad. However, Alec Adams reported a leading feature of the show was the O2E dance band, especially a spot in the second half when, as the programme states, Spike Milligan and the rhythm section were featured. I recall the show was under the patronage of one Brigadier Woods, Deputy Adjutant General, or DAG for short. This proved significant, for the aforementioned Spike had written a special number for the concert, Doodle with Dag. Doodle being a euphemism which was in popular use in the other ranks bar at the time. The trumpet solo was of course executed from the horizontal position, the instrumentalist's embouchure being very prominent from this angle. Religious interlude. My days of sleeping on O Branch office floor were over. I had found a windowless little room up a flight of stairs adjacent to the C.A.V. chapel at Alexander Barracks. I asked the Reverend Sergeant Beaton if I could sleep in it. Yes, but nothing else, remember. The chapel is next door, and there's early services, okay? I move in, and I am immediately seized upon to help. Sunday, the pumper for the organ hasn't shown. Can I? There, my knees, I'm gainfully employed by the Lord. The handle should be lowered and raised with an air of delicacy, but Gunner Milligan is a jazz pumper with the Beat Me Daddy 8 to the bar. There is a sickening crack, and I'm left with the shaft, and the only way to keep the music going is to activate the remaining 4-inch stump. Panicky, I pump gallantly, but just can't get enough air into the bellows. The organ fades and wheezes back to life as the lunatic gunner tries to keep it operating. No good. It's starting to sound like a bagpipe chanter groaning into life. The congregation are in disarray. Exhausted, I jack it in. The organ expires with a long groan and psh as the last wind escapes. Jesus said, "Through suffering thou shalt come to me." Well, I was nearly there. After our weekly Saturday night dance, I would like to hang back and play the piano. I had the illusion that a concerto would come. I was really Cornel Wilde as Chopin. As the climax of the finale grandioso con Woodbines, a magnificent ATS private in a transparent cheesecloth vest would appear and unroll a mattress. Come, Chopin, forget your silly old nocturnes. Have something else. One such evening, someone does approach. It's a Jewish sergeant who wants to say how much he's enjoyed my trumpet playing. He's just joined the unit and is also keen on show business. Well, it was the start of a friendship. I let him move into my billet because I thought he had money. Help! A giant Jewish bedroll appeared, followed by a Jewish brigade kit bag, table, chair, tea chest, camouflage menorah, and a second-hand copy of the Talmud. He then proceeded to erect the most complicated Heath Robinson network of strings, pulleys, hooks, weights, and counterweights. He wanted to be able to switch lights on and off, raise or lower them, drop his mosquito curtain, maneuver his mess tins and mug near or far, boil a kettle, make tea, toast bread, and open tower bridge, all without moving from his bed. I asked him, was he training to be a cripple? He had enough food by his bed to outlast an atomic war, and still open a shop in Golders Green. If he'd been at Masada, it would never have fallen. He would have sold it to the Romans. I pointed out that he wasn't the only persecuted race. There was the Irish. Spike, the Irish got off light. We took as much stick as you did. Listen, we Jews have been persecuted in Egyptian times. I told him I've never read the Egyptian times. All you suffered from was a shortage of spuds. Steve, in 1680, there were 11 million Irish. Now there's only 2 million. We lost 9 million. 9 million! What a terrible accountant. Don't joke, they were starved, killed, deported, or emigrated. He laughed. You sure they weren't Jewish? We had unending arguments. The Irish, what did they ever have? We had Einstein, Disraeli, Pissarro, Freud. What did the Irish got? Pissed. Oh, we got the Pope and Jack Doyle. Jack Doyle, the boxer, he's useless. Yes, but we've got him. And there's never been Irish Pope. How come? It's the fair. In the shower, Steve noticed I'd been circumcised. Why? I didn't know. To make it lighter? You know, Milligan, if Jerry took you prisoner, that could have got you into a concentration camp. It really was something when your prick could get you sent to a concentration camp. Believe me, Spike, said the Jew, anyone that sends someone to a concentration camp is a prick. Amen. This was the beginning of an ongoing Judeo-Christian hilarity. When I heard his footsteps on the stairs, I called out, "Is that the Jew?" I could hear his stifled giggles. "Listen, Milligan," he said, "believe me, the Irish are famous for nothing." And so to Christmas. Yes, Christmas, bloody Christmas. We decided to do our shopping in naughty Naples. All at the Via Roma, urchins are grabbing us and singing, "Lay that fist up down there." Why in the land of opera do they descend to this crap? If the reverse to apply in London, little Cockney boys would be singing La Donna Mobile as they begged. We make our Christmas purchases and retire to the Royal Palace Naffy, where, God help us, we're sailed by God bless her and keep her away from us, Gracie Fields. She'd had a bad press at the beginning of the war about living in America, leaving poor Vera Lynn and Anne Shelton to face the bombs. Now she was making up for it. Every day she'd leave her Capri home and bear down on unsuspecting soldiers. "How do, lads?" Then, without warning, "Red sails in the sunset." After a while, the lads had had enough of "How do, lads?" and "Sally, Sally." and the sight of her looming up the stairs would start a stampede out the back with cries of "Christ, here she comes again!" Nothing personal against the dear lady, who had a big heart and a large liver, but she did overdo the "by gum, have a cup of tea, lads." Sometimes we wouldn't know she was in, until from a distant table we'd hear her, "It's the biggest aspidisper in the world." To get rid of her, we directed her to a table of Goumiers, rapists by appointment of the Allies, by telling her they were Gurkhas. "Sally, Sally," she sang to the baffled Moroccans. They didn't even try to rape her. December. It's cold, cold, cold. You can strike matches on them. My family have had a photograph taken that sends a chill of horror through me. Were they dead or stuffed? My brother has the sneer of a high-born Sioux chief. My mother has had a bag of flour thrown at her face. My father looks as though he's been asked to leave for an indiscretion. On a Christmas card, my mother gives my brother second billing, and poor Dad. Dad is spelt with a small d. Is he getting smaller? There are no traditional Christmas cards in Italy, so I send those available. For my father, I did a funny drawing of a man with a revolving wig. You see, my father wore one. His fear was that any gale over force 3 lifted the front and transferred it to the back of his head. Some people wondered why he wore his hat in the Kazi. O2E Christmas arrangement. The welfare department has made a Christmas tree that stood by the concert stage. A wonderful effort dressed in crepe paper, cotton wool balls and little candles. Pity about the fire. We are putting up snow scenes with make-do commodities. We asked the sick bay for 6 rolls of cotton wool, and are told that no one can be hurt that bad and live. I packed my presents. Mother has a small glass bubble enclosing the Virgin Mary and Child. A good shake, and they are obscured in a snowstorm and death by hypothermia. Father will have his favourite King Edward cigars, but Brother Desmond, what do you send a squaddy in the front line? Of course, a slit trench. No, I'll send him a sandbag, and just in case he doesn't laugh, a box of preserved fruit. Christmas Eve. Pouring ice-cold rain. Steve and I are sitting in the festively decorated canteen. We feel seasonal, but would rather feel an ATS. We are taking a little wine for our stomach's sake, also for our liver, spleen and giblets. The strains of Sergeant Wilderspin and his O2E choir are approaching. They enter singing, "God rest ye merry gentlemen," and sneezing. They are collecting for ye Army Benevolent Fund, and they are soaked to ye skin. At 8 o'clock, we all file into the concert hall to see the nativity play. It's very good, except the dialects jarred. An angel of the Lord, "There goes Bethlehem thither," and his sidekick answers, "Well, off to same right awa." It didn't detract from the finale around the manger and the choir singing Adeste Fidelis. At that moment, all minds are back home by the fire, screwing on the rug. Numerous curtain calls. The brigadier makes a speech. A great deal of effort. A special debt of gratitude. Not forgetting. Screwing on the rug. Also like to thank. A Merry Christmas to all our readers. And has anyone seen Mademoiselle Ding? Stop the festivities! The Germans have broken our line to the Ardennes. All our washing is in the mud. Yet another "it's going to be over by Christmas" promise gone. Still, it could be worse, like poor old Charlie Chaplin, who was in a paternity suit. Unfortunately, it fits him. Steve Lewis looks up from his newspaper, stunned. How can this happen? Will Hitler win after all? Should he telegraph his wife and say, "Sell the stock, and only take cash"? Stay cool, help is coming. Is it John Wayne? No, it's Sheriff Bernard Law Montgomery. He's going to tidy up the battlefield, which ends with him claiming he's won it, and he will shortly rise again from the dead. Eisenhower is furious. He threatens to cut Monty's supply of armoured jockstraps and blue unction. Monty apologizes. "Sorry, etc. You're superior by far, Monty." Christmas came and went with all the trimmings, tin, turkey, stuffing, Christmas wood, all served to us by drunken sergeants. Now we are all sitting around waiting for 1945. It has been a good year for me. I was alive. January 1945. Cold and rain. Letter from home. Very quiet month. Then, on the 23rd of February 1945, this drastic message was flashed to the world from the pages of Valzine, the O2E House magazine. Trumpeter. Is there no stylish trumpeter in the ranks of the echelon? At present, the O2E dance orchestra is handicapped to a certain extent by the lack of one of those only two rare musicians, ex-trumpeter Spike Milligan, ta-da, who has now gone onto the production line and had to hang up his trumpet on medical grounds. So, if there is a trumpet in our midst, please contact SQMS Ward at R/O. Milligan has hung up his trumpet. A grateful nation gave thanks. It started with pains in my chest. I knew I had piles, but they had never reached this far up before. The medical officer made me strip. "How long has it been like that?" he said. "That's as long as it's ever been," I replied. He ran his stethoscope over my magnificent limestone body. "Yes," he concluded, "you've definitely got pains in your chest. I can hear them quite clearly." "What do you think it is, sir?" "It could be anything." "Anything? A broken leg? Zeppelin fever? Cowpox? La grippe? Lurgy?" "You play that wretched darky music on your bugle, don't you?" "Yes, sir." "You must give it up." "Why?" "I hate it." He goes on to say, "It's straining your heart." Bloody idiot! It's 1985. I'm 109, and I'm still playing the trumpet. He's dead. At the time, I stupidly believed him and packed up playing. The first Saturday Music Hall of the New Year was a split bill. The first half variety, the second half a play, Men in Shadow. It was seeing the latter that prompted me to do a lunatic version of our own. We timed it to go on the very night after the play finished, using all the original costumes and scenery. Went like this: Meningitis. Tomorrow the chief attraction at the concert hall will be the super, skin-creeping, spine-tingling production of Meningitis. In it are the craziest crowd of local talent that one could imagine. Spim Bolligan, the indefatigable introducer of this new type of show, describes it as colossal. I wrote the script with Steve Lewis and Len Prosser. It was total lunacy. Starting the play before the audience came in. Several of the actors outside the hall doing the first act to the cue. The curtain going up and down throughout the play. The orchestra coming into the pit and calling out, "Bread! Give us bread!" Then proceeding to tune up every 10 minutes. Bodies were hauled up to the ceiling by their ankles, asking for a reduction in rent, please. People came up through trapdoors, and all the while a crowd of soldiers done up as Hitler tried to get a grand piano across the stage and then back again. It ended with the projection of the Gaumont British News all over us with the music up loud, while the band played God Save the King at high speed. As the audience left, we leaped down among them with begging bowls, asking for money and shouting insults after them into the night. How were we received? This was the review. Music Hall. Last Saturday's Music Hall was one of the best ever presented. The highlight was undoubtedly Meningitis, a satirical sequel to Men in Shadow. This type of show is either liked or hated, and quite a few did not care for it. But the majority of people present gave the distinguished performers a really good ovation. Spike Milligan was at its craziest, and the show was a cross between Itmar and Hell's a Poppin'. I love that good ovation, as against a bad one. However, it wasn't bad for lunatics. Spurred by success, like vultures, we prepared to wreck the next play. This was, as it says in Valjean, future attractions. Tonight and tomorrow there is a well-advertised white cargo showing in the concert hall. This play, which some may remember seeing in pre-war days, has a first-class story running throughout it and should definitely not be missed. The innocent actor-manager putting it on was Lieutenant Hector Ross. No sooner was white cargo over than black baggage was on its way. With maniacal relish, we went on to destroy the play piecemeal. The best part of it was that we had persuaded Hector Ross to keep appearing and saying lines from the original show, then bursting into tears and exiting. It was uproarious fun. I didn't know it, but I was taking my first steps towards writing the Goon Show. For this, I have to thank Hitler, without whose war it would never have happened. Somewhere in the Gulag Archipelago, 1984, 90-year-old Hitler is shoveling shit and salt. Hitler: "Hear that? You must let me be free. I am the inventor of the Goon Show. When the Queen hears this, she will give me ein OBE and ein free corgi." Romance 3. To brighten our winter gloom, we have been sent some 30 ATS ladies, or, as we call them, scrotum agitators. No longer shackled by the band, I could stay on the dance floor, dazzling them with my masterful command of the waltz, which I had perfected ever since I learned to count up to 3. Among this new clutch of steaming females are 2 little darlings, Rosetta Page and Candy Withers. I had my eyes on them and hope to get my hands on them later. Stage 1, the chat up in the dance. Rosetta is a great dancer. Oh, she's from Glasgow. How interesting. Ha ha. Isn't that where Harry Lauder appeared? I didn't get far with Rosetta. Candy. Good evening. Do you come here often? Only during wars. Ha ha. Why have I given up playing the trumpet? I daren't tell her it was a suspected coronary. I mean, no respectable ATS wants to be found under a dead gunner. Oh, no. No, I wanted to concentrate on Buddhism. Oh, really? Yes, I've always been into Buddhism. It explored the upper ventricles. The ventricles? Yes, I couldn't go into that right now, but would you like to come outside, strip naked, and see what happened? No? Did I hear right? Did she say no to a handsome waltzing 1-2-3 gunner Milligan? Yes. Oh, fuck. She's going out with the sergeant. But she does like me. I said, could I see her in between? In between what? Sheets. Don't be silly, Spike. OK, can I see her between sergeants? Sergeants? She was only going out with one. Good. Could I see her between him, then? OK, Sunday. Sunday we'll go to Concerta. We'll walk to the gardens, and then I'll try and screw her. Then we'll have tea at the Palace Naffy, and I'll try and screw her. We will then go to the cinema, where certain delights will accompany the Clark Gables. The Sunday came and went. I tell you, folks, holding hands is no substitute for the real thing. I returned to my bedroom, bent double with strictures from the waist down. Steve was up late reading the Jewish Chronicle. He's deep into an article about Hitler never having been seen in the nude. But I'm not interested in nude Hitlers. I want nude Candy. How could I bend it to my will? Then the words of my friendly district visiting rapist came to me. The hot weather, of course. Heat made women more available. Hence the invention of central heating. So I planned it. Next time I met the little darling, I'd take her to a warm room, close the windows, turn up the heating, and make her drink boiling Horlicks, and then massage her with Sloane liniment. If that failed, I'd set fire to her, then leap on. I kept sending her billy doos and my measurements, to no avail. The printed word in Maddaloni. Our librarian, Corporal Hewitt, tried to foster the written word. Till he arrived, our library had no one in charge of our book. He put it to rights by procuring numerous volumes. This, he said, holding up a ragged book with covers hanging like limp wings, this is the Bible of the masses. No orchids for Miss Blandish. He points to the drool stains. I myself am above this. I have borrowed Darwin's Origin of the Species, which my father said was rubbish. He said he was the origin of the species. Hewitt wants to know why I have Dante's Divine Comedy for 2 months. I daren't tell him it's a counterweight on Lewis's mosquito net. 'Twas Hewitt, himself a poet, silly to be not yourself and a poet, who introduced poetry contest, which he lived to regret. This was one entry. London. Oh, London, none sufficiently can praise the courage flowering mid your smoke maze. Oh, Limehouse alleys and suburban streets, from every home unfailing humour beats. Each newer outrage with a newer jest, and death has never claimed but second best. The deathless spirit freed from shattered bones scarce sheds a tear above your broken stones, scarce pause for a moment longer than it takes to snap the slender life of man, ere taking stand with another heart, doubting the measure of its counter-smart, until today your limitless reserve of courage breaks the Nazi vaunted nerve. That was the winner, he said, sobbing on my shoulder. You should have seen the bad ones, he lamented. Furlough. Yes, we've been furloughed, said Steve, holding up Part 2 orders. Why had we been furloughed? In appreciation of our meningitis efforts. 1 whole week in the capital again. We are away next morning. Sergeant Steve Lewis, Private Eddie Edwards, and Gunner S. Milligan. It looked like an old joke. There was an Englishman, this Irishman, and a man of the Hebrew persuasion. And they were all in the army, and then one day, ha 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 ha, they were all given leave to roam, ha 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 ha. Once again, it's the 56th Area Rest Camp. Steve, being senior, signs us in. You realise I've signed for you bastards. For God's sake, please avoid the following. Rape, murder, arson, little boys, gefilte fish, and Mademoiselle Ding. We queued for a dinner of Irish stew, sponge roll and custard. Tired after a hard day's travel, We ate it, and then wrote off for compensation. The Lewis, has bagged the favourite upper bunk. It's the English class system, he explains. If a wild beast gets in, it eats the lower class first, allowing the upper class to survive and relet the bed for the next victim. Next morning, early hot showers, singing, towel flicking on bums, etc. Flick, 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 ow! Then a breakfast of sausage, bacon, bread and jam, and we are like giants refreshed. We go on the town. We are accosted outside the souvenir shop. "Hey, Joe," says that eye-tie-tod. "I tell you my name is not Joel, but Terence Allen Milligan, and have a care. Did I want a picture? Your face painted in 5 minutes a flat." "Oh, do I want a flat face?" "Okay-o." I must have had a face like a pove, because he inscribed it Jerry. The Colosseum is to Rome what the Eiffel Tower is to Paris, but less rusty. "That's where they threw the Christians to the lions," said Eddie. "No Jews? No, the lions weren't kosher." We eat gelati at the cafe and visit the Forum. "Not much of it left," said Eddie. I tell him the Forum was destroyed by vandals. "I know," he said, "they did in our local phone box as well." The Parthenon, 2,000 years old and still intact, the Barbara Cartland of architecture. Within are the tombs of the kings and queens of Italy, and there, immured in marble, is Michelangelo. Steve is very impressed. "What did he die of?" I tell him he fell off the scaffolding. Steve is trying to translate the plaques. A pity they're in Latin. Why? It's a dead language. Well, they are all dead. I couldn't believe it. Me from Brockley, standing where Agrippa stood. It was as absurd as finding Agrippa queuing for fish in Catford. Steve is telling me he has cracked it. "Agrippa," he says, laughing at the terrible pun. "Agrippa. Agrippa is Latin for hair grips. Hair gripper. Get it?" I thought I heard a groan from the tomb of Michelangelo. Outside we turned into the Corso Umberto and witnessed the great cat colony. An old Italian lady is feeding them, as the Roman custom is. In answer to my query, she says the cats have been here lontano fa. So I tell my chums, they've been here since lontano fa. "That's strange," said Steve. "They meow in English." The Fontana di Trevi and its songs in water. It cascades, gushes, ripples, drips, laughs and squirts. It is magnificent. I tossed the traditional coin in. "What did you wish?" says Steve. I explained certain things about candy, and he is well pleased. Eddie throws a coin in. He won't say what his wish is, but if it was to retire and live in Southampton and go grain, it's been granted. Steve screws up his Jewish soul and throws in a low-denomination coin. What did he wish? He wishes he hadn't thrown it in. We hold him back as he starts to strip. Food. A small restaurant, La Bolla, in la Via Flaminia. A 4-star place. You can see them through a hole in the roof. Here we are in the land of pasta, and I order stew. I even had a cup of tea and bread and butter. But they didn't have any daddy sauce. Flashback. Steve had somehow, he can't remember now, gained ingression to a Roman woman's flat. She was 60 with a daughter and son. He had arranged for 2 of us to stay there the last 3 days of the leave. And so it came to pass. We left Eddie standing in his shirts Angora for the wearing of, standing by his bottom bunk, saying, "It's not fair. I'm not going to play with you any more." Yes, we gave poor Eddie the elbow, and if he wasn't careful, he'd get the shins and the knee bones as well. Steve's suitcase has labels. Alberto Vittorio Emanuele, Albergo Grande Viale, Albergo Re d'Italia, Albergo Savoia. It gives the touch of class to his 2 and 6 Marks and Spencer's reinforced cardboard box with a knotted string handle. It's a faceless modern Mussolini-built block. We take the lift. What's this? Primo piano, secondo piano, terzo piano. I told them that they had 1 piano on the first floor, 2 on the second, and 3 on the third. Apartment 234. We are met at the door by a smiling grey-haired Roman widow. "She's yours," I tell Steve. We are shown into the bedroom, and having dumped our kit, she gives us tea. Her husband had died just before the war in a car accident. She has a 12-year-old son, Raimondo, and a 21-year-old daughter, Anna, who will be mine. It was mid-afternoon, and we went to the pictures. We saw George O'Brien and the Kid Rides West. I had already seen him ride east, north and south, and the film was exactly the same, except he did it in a different direction. It was full of, shucks, you're looking real purty today, Miss Lucy, and are you a-calling me a liar? To the Alexander Club, where me and my Hebrew friend do partake of eggs and chips. The Remy band were playing. They were terrible. Someone kept shouting, "Why don't you mend a lorry?" The band meant well, but then so did Hitler. Anna Morto. Little did we know of the tragedy that was impending. On our return, we were let into the flat by daughter Anna. "Hi, Steve," she said, and kissed him. "This is my friend Spike." Anna was tall, blue-eyed and blonde. She could have been a model. Her brother is back from school, a dark lad with numerous questions. Were we in the fighting? How was it? Had we won any battles? It could have been a boy anywhere. Anna works of an evening. Blast! Chance one gone. She works in the American Officers' Club, the Nervanetta. She is bemoaning Rome's loss of elegance. She tells us that during Mussolini's regime, a woman was safe to walk anywhere after dark, even during the German occupation. But now she threw her hands up in despair. Now it was terrible. She couldn't take the drunkenness and the lechery. Chance number two gone. She wasn't joking, as we were to find out. We were tired, and after a shower I donned my terrible, made-out-of-cheap sheet, then dyed with the dye that comes off in bed pyjamas. I was reading old English newspapers about old English people, and magazines from home. I must have dozed off, and I was awakened by Anna coming into the room. She put her finger to her lip for silence, and then she whispered, "Can I borrow this chair?" "Yes." Did she want to borrow me? I had 2 legs less, but I was willing to be sat on. No. I was the last one to see her alive. At 7 next morning, Raimondo burst into my room. "Anna Morto!" he shouted. I leapt from my bed and followed him into the kitchen. Anna was in the chair, a gas pipe leading from the stove to her mouth. Hurriedly I picked her up. It was horrible. Rigor mortis had set in, and she stayed in the shape of a person seated. Steve put a mirror to her mouth. The mother is distraught, and that poor boy, that little innocent face, as yet unused to a world without a father, and now his sister. The mother said she had sent for the police. It would be best if we weren't found here. We leave in embarrassing haste with our pyjamas under our battle dress. I often wonder if having 2 Allied soldiers in her home was the last straw for Anna. Please God, I hope not. I'll never know. How insensitive we were. We never even went back or wrote and said thank you. What kind of a person was I? It put a terrible damper on the rest of the holiday. But soon we were in the lorry, rumbling back to our alma mater, Maddaloni. Troubles with lorries is you can only see out the back. You see where you've been, and you already know that, said the U. Sometimes, on a dark night, I still see Anna's face. April the 16th. My diary. My birthday. I'm 27. I had an extra cup of tea. The news tells us that the Germans in Italy are on their last legs. From the Führer bunker, Hitler is in the Kazi, giving himself one of Dr. Morell's enemas. Hitler. Alle hopp! Oh, that is better. Goebbels. Mein Führer! Mein Führer! Hitler. There's only one of me. Goebbels. In Italy, our troops are running out of legs. Hitler. You swine! You have ruined my happy enema hour. I see Thelma Oxenabad. Spike, did you enjoy your leave? Never mind that, Thelma. Marry me tonight at 8 o'clock, from the waist down. QMS Ward is asking me to come back to the band. I say, what about my impending coronary? He said, that's all shit. As a qualified quartermaster sergeant, he says, I'm fit. But, I say, playing the trumpet could kill me. Yes, it could, he says. But if I take the risks, so will he. Okay, I'll try. There I'll be, playing great Bunny Berrigan choruses. I hit a top G, clutch my heart, and crash face downwards on a mattress. ATS Candy Withers will raise my lovely head in her arms. Have her any last request? Yes, yes, yes. If she could just take her clothes off. Also, my thespian talents are in demand. Sergeant Lionel Hamilton thinks I could play a part in The Thread of Scarlet. Will I be the Knot? He starts rehearsing, but that old black magic called manic depression attacks me. I'm put to bed with, wait for it, aspirins. What a doctor! I suppose he's still practicing. God knows he needs to. The play goes on without me, and horror of horror, it's a success. Someone is worse off than me. Mussolini has been murdered. He and his mistress are hanging upside down in a garage in Milan. It was a barbaric act that puts the clocks back. However, the natives seem happy. Nothing like an assassination to cheer up the mob. May the 1st. My diary. It's over. Jerry surrenders. I had just sat down at my morning desk, still reeking of porridge, when a very excited Colonel Startling Grope thundered into the office. "Have you heard, Terence? It's over. I've just spoken to Alex at AFHQ, and it's over. General Wertinghoff von Nasty is at the palace now signing the surrender." "Great," I said. "Do I have to sign anything, Stanley, sir? I mean, I haven't agreed to the surrender myself." "We can have the day off. He's right. It's time we headed off. The Itais are in the street singing 'Finito, Benito, finito,' and 'Lay that piss tub down, Bab.' Bells at the church ring out their iron victory message. I walked back through the milling streets, lay on my bed and lit up a capstan. I could hear the din outside and running footsteps, but I was strangely quiet. Suddenly, a complete change of direction. How do you handle the end of a campaign? I wanted to cry. Was it really over? 31,000 Allied troops had died, a city of the dead. Is the war ever really over? A few days pass, and Steve comes into the room. He's grinning. "Have you seen? He's dead." He shows me the headlines. "Hitler, suicide in bunker. Yes, he's dead. His tart and his bloody dog." He hammered the words out like nails in a coffin. I had better news. While I was back at the Officers' Club in Portici, I had snaffled a bottle of Don Perignon 1935. "I've been saving this, Steve," I said, producing the bottle from its wrapper. We toasted the end in our enamel mugs. We sat grinning in silence. It was all too much. 2 soldiers. Just statistics. Where do we fit in? Mind you, they were still fighting in Berlin, but most of the orchestra had stopped playing. The Russians are sweeping into Berlin. Their might is awesome. The Allies and the Russians meet on the Elbe. At Lüneburg Heath, Monty accepts the German surrender. It's over. Just like that. One day war, the next it's peace. It's almost absurd. Now the entire energy of O2E is vested in preparations for the official VE night celebrations. It would appear that only alcohol can generate true happiness. Hundreds of bottles, barrels, and fiascos are stockpiled in every available area. They're scrubbing out the fountain. Why? It's the brainchild of RSM Warburton, who has ordained that it will be filled with wine, understand? They had tried to get the fountains to gust, but the plumbing had long since decayed. The date is fixed, in part to orders. You will have a good time. You will get drunk, and you will all stagger around. You will get sick over each other for your king and country. The band will play for dancing until 2 a.m. Where did all those bloody Union Jacks come from? Steve is counting the massive flags that are now starting to appear around the barracks. Does it make you feel good, I said, to know that, despite it all, there are factories still making the British flag? Oh, yes, there's nothing like a good Union Jack to cheer you up. Yes, I said, I always carried a photo of the flag, and many a dark night in a muddy trench I would take it out and said to my trenchmate, "Cheer up," and show my Union Jack. There would always be a good response. Wait, American flags are appearing. My God, I cry out. They're running out of Union Jacks. What a terrible thing. It's getting bad. Italian flags are being hoisted. Now Russian. Any minute now, the Ovaltini's emblem will be shown. Jankawallahs on ladders are putting up hurriedly painted banners. Victory in Europe. Others, well done O2E. A large board with a hand giving the victory salute. It's all happening. I was still wondering if my brother has survived the last days of the fighting. I saw him in Sydney last year, and he was still alive. Mind you, at the time I didn't know he was still alive in Sydney. Tuesday, the 8th of May. Official victory celebrations commence. It starts with the day off. We can obtain breakfast up to and including 1000 hours. The Reverend Sergeant Beaton gives a long Thanksgiving speech. Let us be grateful for the Lord for victory. We were grateful when he'd finished. On the hills behind the town, the Italians are climbing up to make a giant bonfire for the evening, a prelude to which is the occasional trial firework exploding in the street. We wash, rinse, and sterilize our mess tins, and then wipe them dry with disease-ridden tea cloths. Years later, Peter Sellers told me that on this identical day, he was in Ceylon telling an RAF medical officer that he, Sellers, had heard a tiger outside his hut the previous night. There being no tigers in Ceylon, LAC Sellers was recommended for a psychiatrist's report. Alas, what transpired at that session has never been recorded, but it must have gone something like this. Psychiatrist: Aircraft and Sellers, you say you've been hearing tigers? Yes, sir. There was one outside my hut. Psychiatrist. Do you know there are no tigers in Ceylon? Sellers. Well, there are now, sir. Psychiatrist. It says in your report, I quote, I heard a tiger growling. Yes, sir. You sure it wasn't some kind of other carnivore? I mean, lots of growls sound the same. And not this one, sir. This growl had stripes on. Immediately it was ready, the festivities started. The dance hall is packed. For the first time, Italian civilians are allowed in. A drunken fog hangs over everything. They've been drinking since dawn. In Alexander Square, tables are laid out with myriad edibles, a display that would have been a feast in rationed England. Fairy lanterns bedeck the trees, wine is flowing freely, and the fountain is full of red Chianti. It looks wonderful. On the hill, the giant bonfires are alight. Fireworks are exploding in the street under the great display of orchestrated electric lights. As a band, we'd never played so good. Charlie Ward sings, We're going to get lit up when the lights go on in London. It's like an anthem. A great chorus comes from the dancers. Colonel Startling Grope has sent us up 6 bottles of Asti Spumante. The evening wears on, the dancers wear out. A GI joins us. His name is Ken Moulay. He sings with the band. What a find! He sounds like Dick Hames. More booze is coming up, but I'm keeping mine down. Ah! At 2 o'clock the dance finishes, but some of the band are into it and go on jamming. I creep off and accost lovely Rosetta Page. We get a plate of sandwiches and a bottle of Valpolicella. Soon we are snogging. Oh, no, Spike. Oh, no. Oh, yes, Rosetta. Oh, yes. The sandwiches are crushed between us and are toasted. No ladies allowed in the male billets. The voice comes from the mouth under a little moustache of a regimental policeman. Haven't you, Ward? The war's over. Never mind that, he says. Out. He makes a gesture. I'm not a violent man, but I take him by the battle dress and crash him against the wall. Do you want to fucking die? He doesn't want to die and leaves. Drink, 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 giggle, grope. Drink, 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 giggle, grope. Somewhere in the wee hours, a long way away, sitting on the steps, someone is shaking me. It was me. No, it was Steve. He's naked except for his shirt. Rosetta, darling, I say, how you've changed. He giggles. Isn't it time you went to bed? Yes, it was. I was up about midday, surveying the wreckage of the previous night. Most of it appeared to be me. Second day of VE festivities. A band from the Central Pool of Artists will play tonight, so you chaps can have a jolly good rest, said Major New. So I'm laying in bed that morning, resting. But for the love of me, I don't feel good. I feel myself all over, but none of it feels good. I seek out Rosetta. Is she free tonight, or is she charging? Sorry, she's got a date at Caserta Palace. So, she's being unfaithful to me. Is it another man? No, it's another regiment. Darling, I say, will you be my first wife? Never mind, there's other distractions like Housey in the canteen, run by Sergeant Dolly Gray, the Robert Maxwell of Maddaloni. And another little dip, he cackled. Number 9, doctor's orders. As the afternoon wore on and his winnings mounted, I saw him visibly changing into a bent, hand-rubbing, cackling Scrooge. By 5 o'clock, it was castor oil. That is, we'd been cleaned out. I walked out with 10 lira, which has the purchasing power of a bootlace. Lewis, the Jew, he'd have shekels. Oh, yes, he'd lend me 2,000 lira. After all, we were good friends. I would just sign this paper consigning my entirely worldly goods to him in the event of a non-repayment. So, as a bonded warehouse owned by Lewis, I went with him to the AFHQ Victory Ball. Wow! Walking up those steps. Magnificent. The sound of a dance band wafts through the corridors. A girl is singing, I was taken for a sleigh ride in July. It sounds good. What a surprise. It was an all-American girls' orchestra led by, it's a well-known name, but I can't remember. Some of you may remember their signature tune. It was In the Blue of Evening, or if you're colourblind, The Brown of Evening. They're all dressed in iced white gowns, looking like all-American women, vestal virgins, hygienically wrapped, untouched by human hand, about to be debased on a TV series called Dysentery. Such a cosmopolitan crowd, wow! Greek sailors, Polish colonels, Yugoslav partisans, Italian generals, Hindu captains, or as my father would say, a bunch of wogs. Oh, the fun a Xenophon could have had with a shotgun. Who's paying for all this, said Steve, as we raped the buffet table of food and wine. I managed to get to an American whack. Do you like waltzes, I asked, avoiding my Harry Lauder appeared in Glasgow routine. Not really, she said, not really, she said. Where are you from? The United States. I guessed that, I said. Oh, then why did you ask? She works as a clerk to General Merck Clerk. I estimated her typing speed would be anything up to 7 words a day. A Pakistani orderly cuts in. Just wait till she sees his, I thought. We're supposed to be having a good time, said Steve, guzzling Asti Spumante. Yes, I suppose this is a good time, I said, guzzling Asti Spumante. Are you suggesting it could be better, he said, guzzling Asti Spumante. Well, it would be nice if we find a couple of birds, I said, guzzling Asti Spumante. What I need, I said, is romance. And what do I get? A U.S. sergeant and Asti Spumante. We bustle our way to the rear gardens. There are a sea of tables with candles. We choose one and Asti Spumante. It's a warm May night. The sound of the fountains are interwoven with the dance music. Lewis dumps a large jug of wine on the table. Reinforcements, he says. Oh, hell, I've run out of money again. Would Steve give me a mortgage on my parents? We take a stroll on the great lawns. It's all mad, isn't it, said Steve. I mean, we don't belong here. This, he made a sweeping gesture, this is where the Bourbons and their satyr ladies should be cavorting. He was right. We are out of time with this place, I said. We belong at the WVS with eggs and chips. There we are, wiping the eggs from the plate with bread in the canteen with the Italian managers with a huge bum. It ought to have been in the Guinness Book of Records, but right now it's in Caserta with us. 2 teas, signorina, said Steve. I light up a cigarette and sip the tea. We both sit staring, that end-of-the-day stare. You see it in pubs, tubes, restaurants, intervals at the theatre. Always looking away from the company you're in. Is there something out there that will make the present more exciting? Remember, curiosity killed the cat, but it may have found a better cat. My watch says V night +1 is over, and we are in tomorrow. My God, work. It's all going to happen again. I rise from my seat, clutch the air and moan. The files! Tomorrow there'll be the files. Yes, said Steve. It's time for Betty Boys, so you'll be a nice strong boy for your filing tomorrow. I put on my berry, that bloody awful new berry. They had taken our forage caps from us and given us a thing that looked like a pudding cloth, or something like Auntie Rita wore to the geriatric ward. No matter how you wore it, it looked like a carpet stuck on your head about to slide off down your face. The passion wagons dropped us at Alexander Barracks. The roistering is in full flood and sounds like a farmyard on fire. One last drink, my friend. Ah, Terence! It's Colonel Startling Grope. Where have you been hiding these last 2 days? I tell him, in my berry, Stanley, sir. Come on, have a straker with me. Cheers, Terence, he says. He holds up the yellow liquid. It's all over. He was right. Most of it went over him. The night died like a beheaded chicken. Long after its head was off, the body went on dancing. I lay in bed, the distant sound of the CPA dance band echoing up the stairs. Peace. To the victor the spoils. My spoils are a set of files. Big news. Startling Grope is leaving us. I'm being bowler-hatted, he said. I thought he would have been brown-hatted. I leave next week, Terence, and he tapped his nose, but nothing fell out. I've left you a little present. Me? A present? What is it, sir? A pot of gentleman's relish? A unique device with latent screws? A Germaline dispenser? A leather-backed divining kit? A complete set of marshmallows? A devious appliance for lubricating points? Any of those could be mine. Who's taking your place here, Stanley, sir? Nobody. Well, that doesn't speak very well of you. The job is being run down, Terence. It was more than run down, it was downright crummy. So departed the colonel, and the pretty boys of O2E breathed a sigh of relief. Bending down would never be as dangerous again. The great Neapolitan military dance band contest. 56 area are holding a dance band contest. We'll wipe the floor with them. I can see it now. First prize for superb lead and solo trumpet, Gunner Milligan. We congregate in the rehearsal rooms. What to play? What song would Diana, said Manning. Rheumatism's the answer. We chose Moonlight Serenade, the 2 o'clock jump, and the Naughty Waltz. You see, those numbers will lose us to contest, predicts Jim, one of the first people in 1939 to say the war will be over by Christmas. We practice and practice, every note and nuance is observed. We even play the specks of fly shit that land on the music. Nothing is wasted. We want to wear shirts and trousers, but Major New won't hear of it. This is a military occasion, and you will look regimental. OK, can we wear steel helmets, full pack, and play in the kneeling load position? Then while half of the band play Moonlight Serenade, the other half dig slit trenches. In 1 o'clock jump, we can all fix bayonets and charge the judges. And finally, in the naughty waltz, we can all crawl along the stage and lob grenades into the audience. Time has come. Backstage, musicians with extra Brill cream in the dressing rooms, playing scales, octaves or cards. Major New answers the draw. We're on first. Groans, groans. I told you we'd have no luck with those fucking numbers, said Manning. It's Kismet, I said. What? Kismet. That's what Nelson said to Hardy. I thought it was Kiss Me, Hardy. No, that was Stan Laurel. That's the popular version. They're very popular if you quote that version. You lot better get on, said a snotty-nosed base depot sergeant, one of those cringing acolytes that has always got extra fags and chocolates in their locker, a housey concession, never lends money, and has never been nearer than 100 miles to the front line. The compere for the contest is Captain Philip Bridgeway, the announcer. He is as informed on dance bands as Mrs. Thatcher is on groin clenching in the Outer Hebrides. Other judges are Lieutenant Eddie Carroll, famed composer of Harlem, and Lieutenant Spike McIntosh, famous for not writing Harlem. Can you believe it? We didn't win. We didn't win! I wasn't even mentioned. Why would the 56th Area Welfare Service persecuting me like this? At the contest I heard shouts of "Give him the prize." No one listened, even though I shouted it very loud. Never mind. There'll be other wars. I took it all philosophically. I dressed up as Plato. So what? I didn't get a prize, but I still had my files, my pile ointment, and my treasure trove of backup underwear. Mine would get anybody's backup. Half of them were up my back. Now I would concentrate on chasing candy. Then I was 27. Now I'm 67, and the engine has just had its 10th MOT test and failed. June the 17th. Diary, dance band finals. We sat through the finals contest, disenchanted that we weren't in it, but drew comfort when Taffy Evans was called. First prize for Best Alto Solo, Sergeant H. Evans' O2E Band, and was handed something that must have been made by St. Dunstan's Home for the Blind. It looked like an army tea mug with the handle removed, stuck onto a sawn-down broom handle, nailed to the lid of a cigarette tin, then whitewashed. "It'll look good on the mantelpiece," said Taffy. I, for one, couldn't wait. He threw a celebration dinner, most of which hit Jim Manning. No, seriously, folks, at La Topo off Via Roma we spaghettied and wined too much, but at the time it seemed just right. All stuffed into a brougham, pulled by a thin horse, we sang and shouted until on the hill the horse packed in. We paid the driver. When he saw the tip, he packed it in as well. 3 a.m, I tiptoed in. "Who's that?" said the ewe, clutching his paybook. "Steve, you've been waiting for me like a good Jewish mother." "I hope it was the nice Jewish girl you caught it from," was all he would say. Now I would raise the band's morale. For one, they looked terrible playing in battle dress, and they looked terrible when they were not playing. I chat up a local tailor. "Can he make Harry James white jackets like my drawing?" C. Armed with the C, I troop all the Herberts back to be measured. "Is he a tailor or a mortician?" says Jim. "You must wait and see, Jim," I said. "Who's going to bloody well pay?" said sensible Sergeant Stan Britton. "We must wait and see," I tell him. "The jackets are splendid. It only remains for us to dye our trousers black, draw white shirts from the Q stores, buy bow ties, and no one will be able to tell the difference between Harry James and us, provided they stand well back. It's a secret." When the curtains part at the Saturday hop, gasps of "We're in the wrong hall" came from the dancers. "'Tis the miracle," said an Irishman, crossing himself. Major New came puffing up. "By Jove, lads, you look super. This is how I always wanted the boys to look." "Thank you," we say, "and that will be 10,000 lira a jacket." And lo, the Major is cast down. But in the goodness of time he payeth up, and lo, there was great skint in the camp. However, he got all the bloody praise and took it. At dinner, the Brigadier made a speech. Here it is, as reported by an officer's mess waiter, Private Rossi. "Gentlemen, I'd like to thank Major New for his brilliant transformation of the band from sacks of shit to Harry James's sacks of shit. The design of white jacket and black trousers, showing where the top half leaves off and the bottom half begins, is a great help to the musicians when dressing themselves. Every word is true, folks, I swear on this copy of Portnoy's complaint. Looking as good as we did, the gigs rolled in, and for a gunner I was getting rich. The going rate was now 500 lira, or the equivalent in forced feeding. There were better things to come. Liap. Yes, Liap. Laugh, you fools. To you, Liap means nothing, but to us Herberts in Italy it means leave in Blighty, the home of spotted dicks, treacle, saveloy and mussy peas. The withdrawal of musicians from active service must be carefully planned, plinned and plonned. QMS Drew Taylor, our Svengali, had arranged a roster so that twixt July and October the band will range from full orchestra in July down to a selection from piano, drums and bass and 3 saxes, then just piano and double bass in September. In October there would be 1 week with just one man banging a dustbin lid and whistling. It was better than nothing, but only just. The band felt a new importance. Without us, 80% of entertainment was curtailed. Why was I so overjoyed at the prospect of leave in the UK? It was silly. In Italy I was eating better, getting paid better, and all in sunshine. No, it was that thing called home, wanting to get back to where it was before it all happened. Alas, there was no going back ever. It would never be the same again for any of us. We were dreaming, chum. While waiting for Liap, we continued to play for dancers. I had grown a moustache. Brass players swear it bound the embouchure. It made me swear and really bloody bind, and shaving became difficult. But you see, Robert Taylor had grown one, and I couldn't let him get away with it. The torch of love was extinguished. One letter did it. Lily Dyneley was getting married. That was bad enough, but she was getting married to another man. That's terrible. This was the girl I had carried the torch for. Though she had officially left me, I lived in hope that one day she'd officially come back, if only to get the money that I owed her. I prayed she would change her mind or her body, as long as the latter stayed the same shape as when I last saw it at 47 Reverend Road, Brockley. It was better than eggs and chips. Anyway, her letter sent me into the depths of depression, and when I arrived, no one was down there. But, despite Lily, I was still writing to my harem in the UK. Beryl, Betty, May, Ivy, anybody. There were shortages in England, but not of this. Zounds! It's too much to believe. The band are to have a week's leave in Rome, says Major New. It's for the good work you've all done. I didn't understand. We'd never done any work. As if this is not enough, dear reader, on 23rd of July my life is enriched by the legacy of startling Grope. He's left orders that from this day henceforth I am to be promoted to unpaid acting bombardier. No money, but I can put 2 stripes on my sleeve, and I don't have to curtsy to sergeants any more. Startling Grope has his joke, for 1 day later I'm promoted to paid bombardier. Someone has blundered, says Sergeant Britton, who is now only 1 stripe ahead. I catch lovely long Captain Thelma Oxnevad. I show her my 2 stripes. Any chance now, I say, but before she can answer me, I am laid low. Not by illness, but by treatment, typhus inoculation. The first shot. Roll your sleeve up, said the medical orderly. Just a little prick. I said I could see he was. Can you feel that? He said. Yes, it's coming out the other side. He was well pleased. Soon I'm in bed with the high temperature. Have you heard the news? Said Steve, holding up a paper. I listen. I can't hear anything. What's he mean? I am the news. They've dropped the atom bomb. Very good, Steve, but who dropped it and on who? The Yanks, of course. They've got the money. He held up the paper. Atom bomb dropped in Hiroshima. I was delirious and really didn't give a bugger. It's their own bloody fault, I raged. August the 9th. Diary. Booster inoculation. Ouch! He was still a little prick. This time it was worse. 103 temperature. At least you keep the room warm at night, said Lewis. The saddest. The Reverend Sergeant Beaton hears my groans and comes to minister the last rite. He is disappointed. I live. Whisky and hot tea is good for you. I buy a bottle. It is good for me. And by the amount he drank, it was good for him too. I had 2 doubles, then sent out for hot tea. It's a knockout. While I sleep, another plane is on its way to Nagasaki. But the time I wake, the city is no more, and the nature of war is becoming a nightmare, something that I was just coming out of. I'm pouring with sweat. I feel like a wet rag, but can't find one anywhere. Nagasaki? That used to be the name of my favourite busking tune. Hot ginger and dynamite, that's all you get at night. Back in Nagasaki with the fellows to back in the moon wiggy way. Ooh. I haven't heard that song since. Amazing how 1 atom bomb can kill a songwriter's income. I'm groggy in bed for a while. Steve is bringing my meals in and eating them. How do you feel, he says. Hungry, I replied. That doesn't leave much after tax, he said, and I still don't understand what he meant. Stop "That bloody noise in there!" shouts the Reverend Sergeant Boynton. "We're trying to meditate." "Sorry," said Steve. "Let us know when it's our turn." Roma on call. The holiday starts with Scotland's Revenge, porridge, and links of love, slingers. All packed and puffing cigarettes, our lorry drives out of Alexander Barracks in triumph. As we pass through the proles on our way to the office, they boo us. "You wouldn't have to work if you learned the fiddle," chortles Manning. It was a glorious day with a sky like Canaletto, unlike England where it was like cannelloni. September the 1st, diary. 56 area rest camp. Lovely lazy days, swimming, grub, pictures, ping-pong. The consensus is we go to a restaurant. We find one in the Via Forno, a lovely little trattoria with plastic grapes hanging from the ceiling, raffia-bound flasks hanging in clusters from the wall, and candles on the table. Several blue-chinned mafia-style waiters are waiting to serve or murder us. It's pasta all round except for Jim Manning. He's not going to ever near those long strips of garlic worms, no. It's eggs and chips. All right, we can laugh. Eggs are good for you. They give you the yawn. I find a delightful red bottle of Tiganello. Then 2 shillings a gallon. Now £6 a bottle. I'm glad I ordered it then. We now rush rapidly to the next morning to avoid all that retching out the back of the lorry. Diary, September the 2nd. Terrible hangover. Felt better after breakfast. Lovely sunny day. It's now all over. The nips have jacked it in. "The bastards," said Jim Manning. "That bomb was too bloody good for them. They should have dropped something cheaper, like gas stoves filled with shit." What a thought. Nippon Daily News. Emperor Hirohito hit by gas stove filled with shit. Western barbarians drop ultimate weapon. Despicable act without warning. No surrender. Anti-Kazi squadrons to intercept new hell weapon. The Romans ignore the victory. The Allied soldiers get pissed. The city is full of stumbling, staggering, farting drunks, none of whom have ever seen a Jap. The rest camp leaves the latecomers a huge table of the latest, greatest horror in British cuisine, the dreaded cold collation, each plate containing the following: small part of cold, dead chicken, 1 lettuce leaf brown at edges, 1 slice of tomato laid like wreath on dead chicken bit, mess of diced stale boiled potatoes hiding under thin watery mayonnaise, sprig of watercress, thin slice of bread curling at edges as though about to fly off plate, 6 pale peas glued together for security, 1 shrimp, greasy thumbprint. It was a warm night, and we all knew who'd had brown ale. "I think," said Len Prosser, "if they'd dropped cold collation on Hiroshima, it would have done more damage." He's right. After eating it, we surrendered. There's no lights out, so we play pontoon. At 1 in the morning, from distant Campanile, a series of 1 o'clocks ring out over the rooftops of Rome. 1 o'clock went on for a good 7 minutes. We set our watches some 23 times. "It must be different religions," I said. "Like the Protestants are 3 minutes behind the Greek Orthodox, and the Catholics are 1 minute up on the Coptics." They all said I was a silly bugger. "That's it," said a triumphant Jim Manning. "Pontoons only." He scooped up the winnings. I hadn't done too badly. I'd come out with the same amount I'd had before the game, but then I hadn't played. You see, I'd had my fingers burnt before, when someone set fire to the cards. The days that followed were much the same, Monday, Tuesday, etc., to the power of 7. Breakfast, lazing swim, lunch, lazing swim, cold collation, screaming, ping-pong, evening spruce-up, Rome sightseeing, pictures, dance, trattoria, Alexander Club, pictures, cold collation, screaming, late-night boozing, smoking, wanking, screaming. Diary, September the 6th, last day. Must do something. Breakfast, lazing, swim, lunch, lazing, breakfast, cold collation, screaming, wanking, lunch, elephant strangling and rum. What? I'd found a great cinema verita film, Città Aperta. No one wants to see it. "It's in bleeding eye-tie, isn't it?" says the Jim Manning. "Yes, dear lad. Would you like Cockney subtitles?" "No. He's going to have eggs and chips and the horn." It's a marvellous film, very, very moving. A wonderful performance by Aldo Fabrizi, and I came out depressed but elated. I hie me to the Alexander Club, and there pleasure myself with choice tea and buns. A nappy pianist is playing an assassination job. He does for music what Dracula did for anemia. I stand and listen to the horror and realise what a good thing assassination would be. To recover, I have a carafe of wine and head for home. Outside, the streets are bright, shops are open late, streets bustle with nightlife. I'm looking in a lady's lingerie shop with my memories. A voice behind me says, "Are you looking for a dirty girl?" It's a very beautiful 30-year-old female. Oh, no, I wasn't looking for a dirty girl. I was looking for some clean underwear. She smiles a ravishing smile and showed teeth as white as piano keys. She looked at me with huge brown eyes, a stunner. I had never been accosted before. I didn't know what to say. This was real man stuff. My mother said I should never play with the gypsies in the wood. To hell with that. Her name is Maria Marini. All gypsies not in the wood in Italy are called Maria. A high degree of naughty was possible. I asked her why she had chosen me. I looked kind. Kind? What kind? Her words, "You look a nice." The bottom drops out of the naughty when she tells me she's not a tart. This is the first time. Why, dear girl, are you doing this dreadful thing? Doesn't she know I'm trying to cure myself of cold collation, screaming and wanking? She's a teacher from the University of Milan. She was holidaying in Rome when the Germans put a curfew on all civilian movements. She was broke and desperate, and I said so was I. I just had eggs and chips. A friend had suggested that there were two ways to make money, tarting or counterfeiting. Both ways you get fucked. When we got to a small but tidy flat overlooking the Basilica di Santa Maria Maggiore, all basilicas not called Franco are called Maria in Italy, she broke down. Should I call the AA? Anyhow, I couldn't bring myself to do it, folks. I slept on that sofa. After a good night's cold collation and somnambulism, she brings me coffee and a slice of cake. I would have done better at the rest camp. What she's saying is tar for not shagging me, and can she now have the money? She thought twice about it. Now she wants me to stay. Has she caught a glimpse of it in the night? I can be like a wife to you, she says. I can cock for you. Well, I'd love her to cock for me. But I have to leave. The people in Maddaloni are dancing to a man banging a dustbin lid as he whistles. Will I write to her? Yes. And send soap, chocolate, and a few million lira? She will wait for me. As I leave, she grabs me and kisses me, then slams the door on my fingers. I return to the camp with a bandaged hand, and I'm greeted with Chichia Barboa around it. I tell them all, every sordid little detail. I upgrade the story. She was a distressed countess. She wanted me to live with her. Oh, I could be the distressed count. She made me dress as Mussolini and make love to her. Oh, I wrote to Maria for nearly 2 years, and I met her again in Volume 6. September the 6th. It's back to Maddaloni and straight into the junior ranks dance. The ATS are allowed to wear dresses, frocks, and what looked like broken army blankets stitched together with bootlaces. At the door they're all given a flower. The lighting would have done credit to any Swiss nightclub, and so much food and drink seemed evil. We played some new arrangements, including Star Eyes, which was great. The dance contest is to be judged by Brigadier Henry Wood, CBE, which is no worse than Mary Whitehouse choosing the best porno movie. Groans followed his every decision, but he goes merrily on, giving marks for the dancer with the best haircut in the waltz, and best polished shoes in the quick-step. It was the biggest debacle since Dunkirk. By some miracle, Rosetta Page wins the spot prize. She was covered in them. In my white Harry James jacket, dyed black trousers, bandaged hand and moustache, I managed to get the last waltz. What's happened to your hand, Spike? I caught it on some barbed wire, I tell her. I'm going on leave. Will you miss me? Of course she will. She'll make a point of it. A letter from a girlfriend, Beryl Southby, sends me news of a song contest being held at Hammersmith Palais by Oscar Rabin. Immediately, I'm George Gershwin, Cole Porter, and Irving Berlin. I see myself at a lonely piano on a grouse moor in pouring rain. Lit by a hurricane lamp, I'm dressed as a damp Chopin. All through the tempest, I cough blood, sip lemon tea, and write a masterpiece of a tune called Dream Girl. That was in 1945. Perhaps the post is slow. The winning song was Twitty, Twitty, Twink, Twink means I love you. Now you know what's wrong with the bloody country. At the time, I didn't know what was wrong with the country, other than there was a great shortage. I, for one, wasn't getting enough of it. Little bits of useless information. I'd started to write essays. Essay. Who was that lady I saw you with last night? These essays weren't like lambs, they're more like mutton. One was on the death mask of a young girl found drowned in the Seine in 1899. I was haunted by the smile on the dead girl's face. Where else did I expect to see it? In the essay contest run by Corporal Hewitt, I won nothing. I've kept it secret until now. A trifle. Every morning a pretty Italian girl passed our window. I would say "Buongiorno" to her through the bars of my window, and she would throw bread at me. One morning as I called to her, she burst into tears. What was wrong? Len Arrowsmith, the married man, father and lecturer, tells me it's possibly the menstrual cycle. Oh, I thought that was the lady's bike. They say you live and learn. Well, I didn't. It was my 10th day without cold collation and screaming. September the 27th, diary, Sergeant's Mess dance. Raining. I was so excited at the prospect of UK leave that my swanicles were revolving at speed. Like a fool, I thought I was going back to 1939. I'm still trying to get back to 1939. That was the best time. It all lay ahead of you. Now it was all behind, and I don't want to look back. A letter from my mother tells me I have no home to come to. Her and Dad are renting the ground floor of 40 Meadow Way, Woodhatch, Reigate, at 27 separate shillings to be paid at once to the landlady. Rations are short. They've eaten the couch. Your father has left the army and is working at the Associated Press in Fleet Street. If you come, you'll have to sleep in the box room on Dad's officer's camp bed. A camp bed! A home fit for homosexuals. Brother is in Germany, and by order of the King of England he's hitting refugees who try to nick food. I must hurry, Mother, for I'm to be queen of the ball. The sergeants are preparing for my last trumpet solo before my leave. I must look my best for them. In my scratched steel mirror, I look lovely. It's a short walk from my room through the Sergeant Reverend Beaton's chapel, across the connecting covered way to the dance hall. I'm early, so I tinkle the piano. Steve Lewis is early too. That way he doesn't play. I'm playing a begin. Is that yours? He said. No, the song is mine, yes, for the piano, no. I never heard you play it before. I always play it before, never after, I said. We have been wanting to put on a musical about British soldiers transported back to Roman times. The tune I was playing was Roman Girl, with a verse that went, "You can see 'em at the Colosseum, watching their favourite gladiators. In the arena, there's a hyena eating Christians with his friendly alligators." Not exactly Noel Coward. There were other songs we prepared, but owing to unforeseen circumstances, which we could not foresee coming, the show never got off the ground. Another day without cold collation, screaming and wanking. The dance begins. I feel great. I sing every song, play every chorus, blow louder and longer than ever before. It was to bring about my demise, however, for watching me all the while with his beady little eyes was Brigadier Henry Wood, CBE, hating every note I played. He sent up a message by Major New to tell me to play quieter. I told him if they wanted a quieter trumpet player, they should ident for one, or dance further away. Fuming, the little brigadier passed the stand with the face of an executioner. He fixed me with his "you're for it" stare, then tripped. I laughed. It was my death sentence. Hail the Chief! Diary, October the 2nd. Big parade. Boss man cometh. Quick! Hurry! No time to waste. Panic! Chaos! What's it all about? Help! Field Marshal Sir Hal Alexander, GCB, CSI, DSO, MC, ADC, SAC, PWXYZ is to inspect us. We're all drawn up in serried ranks in Alexander Barracks Square. The great man drives into view. Ta-da! Much saluting and handshaking, pointing and nose-picking. He is led up the steps and appears at a balcony overlooking the square. He opens his mouth to speak, and a blast of thunder and ice-cold rain drown and drench him out. He is soon back in the building, and from within the balcony room a voice with a note of hysteria in it shouts out to the now drenched troops, "Dismiss!" We all run for cover. End of parade. From the windows we watch his car fill up like a bathtub. In true British iconoclastic style, the quadrangle rang with gales of laughter. Anything that pricks the balloon of pomposity is fair game for the Anglo-Saxon. England, home and beauty. Yes, I'm going to England and taking my beauty with me. I sent a hasty note to Harry. Dear Harry, I will be home in the UK on the 7th of October. We'll visit the folks. Your pal Spike. October the 5th. Diary. Train leaves Maddaloni at 0900 hours. A crowd of over 100. some even older, are waiting at the siding. Sergeant Prosser is my travelling companion. It's sunny. We are all in a holiday mood. Here she comes, said Prosser, looking up the line. And there it goes, I said, as it goes straight past. Finally, a string of wagon leet clanks slowly into place, a scramble of khaki porridge as we fight for seats. Len and I sink down in corner seats opposite each other. It's a sergeant only, but ah-ha-ha! I have added a third stripe to my sleeve. A shuddering clanking as the engine is coupled, a jerking starts as the engine gets up steam. Gradually we gain momentum, and in 10 minutes rejoin the same line in Caserta. Much point-changing and shouts from the railwaymen as we are set fair for Rome, 100 miles north. Thank God I had Len for company. Not one of these NCOs would talk, save for an odd grunt. Any minute now, I said, they'll all go bah. They brought to this sunny day the atmosphere of a coroner's waiting room. All rail journeys are identical. Looking out of windows, yawning, walking up corridors, smoking, the occasional exchange of conversation, sleeping, scratching, smoking, reading. We pass through a war-torn Sessa Arranca, a long tunnel through the Monte di Fate. The country alternates between mountain and plain. I prefer my countryside plain, don't you? Through Minturno, the area where I last been in action. I point out Colli Damiano. That's where I was wounded, I tell Len, and the entire carriage. Did the sergeant kiss it better, said Len. Midday, and we are on the plain approaching Cisterna. To our left, the Via Appia, up into the Alban hills, dotted with white crosses from the Anzio breakout. By 1 o'clock we are hissing and chuffing into Rome Central Station. "Half an hour!" shouts a voice. We'll debouch and stretch our legs, then, taking from the vendor's trolley, stretch our teeth on sticky gooey cakes which look like noses boiled in treacle. The platforms are scurrying with Romans, all looking like unshaven Barclays bank managers in Cricklewood. The supply of pretty Italian girls seems endless. They must have a factory round here, says Len, who's eating what looks like a dried mango with cockroaches stuck on it. We both agree that to eat continental pastries you should be sedated or blindfolded. The sloppy, thin, violently ugly railway transport officer comes a-clumping and a-shouting through a bullhorn. "All liep, party number 26 back on the train." We had stocked up with French bread, cheese, and boiled noses and treacle, plus a bottle of Chianti. The guard's shrill whistle, unlike British guards, plays arias from Madame Butterfly. He's still blowing when we left the station. We're not hungry, so we start to eat the bread and cheese right away. The prognosis is we should be in Calais at exactly some time tomorrow. When I wake up, the train is speeding past Lake Bracciano. At the level crossing, a crowd of peasants stand with open mouths. It's getting colder. So is mine. We can see snow on distant mountains. We plunge into long dark tunnels, then into bright sunlight, into Umbria and through Viterbo, once in misty yesterdays and Etruscan citadel. We are climbing. The windows are steaming up. We turn the handle from Freddo to Caldo, and soon we are nice and caldo. Darkness descends. Dingy yellow light bulbs illuminate the carriage. Heads are nodding. Time for beddy-byes. I see there's room under the seat to sleep. I squirm underneath. Bliss. There's a heating pipe behind me. While the dodos all sleep upright, I sleep the sleep of an angel, be it fallen. A merry Jiminy Cricket castrati voice is calling, "Wake up! Wake up! We're in Milan!" "Bollocks!" is the response. It's 8 o'clock on a very dull morning, which I see through a sea of legs and boots. The smell in the carriage is like an unclean chicken coop on a hot day. Rasping smokers' coughs greet the morning. Milan station stands grey, gaunt, and steely cold in the early gloom. The platform is empty, save for vendors. We drink their exquisite aromatic coffee, banging our feet, expelling steam on our breath. "How did you sleep?" I ask. "Sitting up. Didn't you notice?" said Len. He hadn't slept well because he hadn't slept at all. What did he do? I read the Corriere della Sera. He didn't speak eye to eye, but when you're awake all bloody night, it's amazing what you can manage. "All dear party number 26 back on the train." He's still around. With my ablution kit, I spruce up in the toilet. What the hell, why not? I strip off for a stand-up bath. The train is on a dodgy bit of track. Trying to wash one leg while standing on the other. The train lurches and one leg goes down the toilet up to the groin. It's the Nutcracker suite. I exit to a queue of strained faces. "Been having a bloody bath," said one micturated voice. Why should I tell these rough soldiers that, quite apart from crushing my nuts, I had partaken of Italian train waters, and my body is now snow-white and ready for leave? What's this? A buffet car has been added. Len and I wobble along the steamed-up corridors past the odd dozy soldier. It's very nice, bright and clean, with white tablecloths and friendly waiters. One waiter is fat and looks suspiciously like Mussolini. He smiles. We ordered egg and chips. He stopped smiling. The scenery is now ravishing. Cobalt-tinted lakes, blue mountains with snow-caps, pine forests, cascading gorges, all displayed in bright sunshine. However, in the sergeant's carriage, it's overcast, raining with heavy fog. An RTO sergeant holding a clipboard is checking our documents and counting heads. God, this is exciting. This is what got Agatha Christie going on continental train murders. She should have travelled British Rail in the rush hour, said Lane. That's murdered all the bloody time. We've come to a sudden halt. I get off the floor. A look out at the window shows gangers on the line, some shouting twixt engine driver and gangers. Finally shouts and whistleblowing. We chuff forward. We proceed in fits and starts and fits, and then farts and stits. And lo, there was darkness on the land. It was called the Simplon Tunnel. Icy cold air squirts through the crevices in the trousers and fibrillates the brinjols. Soon we are out of war-torn Italy into peaceful, money-mad Switzerland. Customs officers have boarded a Domodossola and are checking passports. Pispots! All pispots, please, they are calling. 2 enter our cabin. No, we are travelling on the King's warrant and don't need pispots, but wish them well in their search. The light-hearted banter and laughter between Len and myself brings facial sneers, constant nudges, and silent stares of hatred from our fellow passengers. People are like that. If you don't understand them, hate them. What better species to drop the bomb on? Alas, they outnumber us. Cheerful chaps, 2. Miserable bastards, 10. Miserable bastards win by 8. The suburbs of Bâle. What's this? Union Jacks hanging from the buildings and signs, Vive Tommy? When the train slows, they foist apples and almond cakes on us. Girls run alongside and hand us flowers. A quick look into my scratched steel mirror tells me why. I'm still beautiful. I lean forward from the window to show my medal ribbons, and just in case I point to them. Bâle station is like Waterloo without the crap. We are greeted by another RTO officer. Dear Party 26, the train will be here for another hour. Refreshments have been laid on at the station buffet. No charge, just show your rail pass. Despite no charge, they all charge to the buffet. What a lovely surprise to hear the pretty waiter saying, "We have for you the collation of coolness." Lovely. Can they whistle the Warsaw Concerto to complete our happiness? But what a difference! Cold collation here is different from cold collation in Catford. Here it's great slices of turkey, a whole lettuce, great dollops of thick egg-bound mayonnaise, chunky brown bread, and here was a moment of delight. One of the grim, miserable sergeants bites the thick, chunky bread. His teeth come out. He goes on eating. So, the "we'll be in Calais sometime tomorrow" isn't going to materialise, said Len, not fancying another night of upright somnambulism. Can you hear horses galloping, Len? Len listens. No, I can't. Oh, that's the second time today. He looks at me and shakes his head. It's time you had leave. Look, this is Switzerland. You could seek asylum here. Back in the compartment of miserable bastards, Len consults his map. We are about 450 miles to Calais. Any advance on 450? Do I hear 460? Sold to Sergeant Prosser for 450. The sergeants all steam with hate. I gain satisfaction from knowing that bloody ugly wives with faces like dogs' bums with hats on are waiting for them. Ha ha ha! It's getting still colder, but not as cold as collation. Dinner? The white tablecloths are victims of sloppy eating and shunting. Would we like eggs and chips, said Mussolini. If so, you can scrape it off the table. Nay, we'll have some pasta. He has a heart attack. He runs screaming to the chef, telling him of the breakthrough. I hear the kitchen staff singing hymns. Mussolini returns with a steaming plate of ravioli. Tears come to his eyes as we eat it. Night has encapsulated us. Semaphores of light flash past the windows like speeding fireflies. We pause a while over our coffee and brandy. I think of my parents possibly drinking watery Horlicks, eating the cat, and listening to the 9 o'clock noise in rented accommodation. Was I really going back? Yes, I was. I should have got off in Switzerland. We return to our compartment. All the repulsive sergeants are laughing and joking, but stop the moment we return. They smirk as we sit down, and I wonder what's fretting at the smooth surface of their delinquent minds. I crawl under the seat to last night's sleeping niche and turn off to the sound of iron crotchets of train wheels. While we slumber, the land of Jeanne d'Arc is slipping by in the dark. Awake, my pretty ones! The sun is streaming through the carriage windows. Poplar trees are flashing past. The French countryside is a swirl of autumnal hues. Mon Dieu, says Len as I arise from Le Floor. It's temps pour le breakfast. The buffet car is crammed with bleary-eyed, travel-weary soldiers. The smell of fried breakfast wafts along the corridors. They've started queuing, so we must be getting near England. Appetite improves with our waiting. Our turn. What would the messieurs like? Hot bread rolls? Oui, oui. We must be in France or luck. There's real unsalted Normandy butter on the table. We watch it melt on the hot rolls. Heap on marmalade. The life is très bon, says Len. He confers with his Le Map. Ah, we've passed Chaumont in the night, he says. Help, doctor. Doctor, I've been passing Chaumont in the night. We are crossing the side of the historic Marne River. To our left, the verdant plain of Champagne. Blue overall vignerons are harvesting the grapes. The train slows down into Epernay. My God, champagne vendors are on the platform. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be pissed by 12. It's a giveaway, Len said. I waited. They didn't give it away. It was fresh and sparkling and delicious. I remember my parents telling me of their salad days in India during the afternoon of the Raj. They used to drink Heidsieck dry monopole, and here was I, 20 years on, drinking it for the first time. I was wrong. We were pissed by 11. We bought a second bottle for the journey. Only up number 26 back on the train. A late purchase of some brie, and we glide from the station. In the distance we see the exquisite Chateau Sarrat. How can people live in such luxury while my parents are eating the furniture? Never mind. I'll be rich one day, and if possible the day after that as well. We are at sea level, but none is getting in. What? We're not going to stop in Paris? This is a breach of the Geneva Convention. The rotten bastard, says Len, who's looking forward to Paris and is now looking back at it. Never mind, there'll be another war. Before that, we must open the champagne. We retire to the corridor. Like barbarians, we shake the living daylights out of the bottle. This was the way Clark Gable opened it in San Francisco. We swig from the bottle, and soon we aren't missing Paris at all. We are jolted awake as the train suddenly screeches to a halt. Amiens! My God! Are we reinforcements for World War I? Oh, said Len, that's stuff. I didn't know he'd had a stuff. He must have done it while I was asleep. The RTO sergeant is wobbling down the corridor. Calais, in 2 hours, he calls. I must wash and brush up. Calais, one of the sunk ports. Have you ever seen the statue of the burghers in Calais, said Len. No, I'm waiting till I make the film. A last coffee in the buffet car. The waiters are breathing a sigh that the culinary barbarians are leaving. What bad cooks the English are. They even burnt Joan of Arc. Still miles from Calais, yet the idiot sergeants are getting their luggage down. Some are even standing at the door. In their tiny minds, they think they're going to get there quicker. Our train is slowing. The canvas is grey, a spaghetti of railway lines, black industrial complexes, many of them bombed skeletons, a mess of railway sidings, rolling stock, and here and there a burnt-out tanker. Slower and slower, and then, in the middle of a sea of points, we are told, all out, all out. Waiting in the gloom are 3 RTO sergeants, all brass, blanco, and bullshit. We split into 2 groups. NCOs this way, please. Please? We 2-step over 100 yards of track. Number 4 transit camp, says the sign. And who are we to argue? In here, gentlemen. Gentlemen? The sergeant shows us to a Nissen hut, beds and an iron stove. Make yourselves comfortable, he says. How, I say? We are to report to the camp office for documentation. It says here you're a bombardier, says the clerk. Yes, I'm a bombardier. You got sergeant's stripes on. Yes, why? It's a tertiary appointment, awaiting ratification through G5 documentation. That floored him. He stamps my travel warrant, and we are free from the tyranny of twits. A walk through the streets of Calais wasn't exactly enervating. Grey, rather like Catford on a good day. The Hotel de Ville is now Le Naffy. We have Le Tea and Le Beans on Le Toast. I keep an eye open for any lads from Le 19 Battery. It would be nice to see Driver Kidgel or Gunner Edgington, but no. 19 Battery are all in Holland, and, at this moment, possibly all knee-trembling in doorways. We finished our meal and partons pour le camp. Army or not, bed is lovely, even though it's made of wood with springs missing. A good-night gesture as Len stokes up the fire. As I doze off, I hear rain falling. It will do the garden good. Last leg of the journey. Reveille 0600. Breakfast 0700. Parade 0830. Embark 0900 to 1000 hours. It all sounds reasonable. No need to see a solicitor after all. The Channel steamer SS Appalling, the name of the ship has been changed to protect the innocent, is waiting. A tiny, almost unnoticeable sign says, Lear Party number 26, assemble here. We'll never do it. It's much too small to stand on. We move slowly up the gangplank like shuffling penguins. I'm humping a kit bag, big pack, and a trumpet case. The kit bag is vital. It contains all the hoarded underwear that my mother has promised will put me on the road to success in Civvy Street. I will never be taken short. The officers in the first class look down at our huddle masses from the top deck. There's one thing we got over them, Len. We can see right up their noses. A clatter of donkey engines and French steam. Hawsers plummet into the waters. Cries of yo-ho-ho, and the ship slips from the quay into the muddy waters of Calais harbour. But soon we are free from the muddy French waters and out into the pure English Channel and its muddy waters. It's very choppy. Ere long, the first victims are starting to retch. Whereas other ranks are seasick, officers only have mal de mer, as benefits the King's Commission. Sleek white gulls glide alongside. In their total freedom, we must look like a bunch of caged monkeys. It's getting rougher. 3 green men are throwing up at the rail. Thank God for gravity. Landlords ahoy! Frightening folks down on the cardboard cow. The golden seaport hoves into view. I would rather have viewed into hove. It's raining and doing the gardens good. We are close to the quay. It looks so bloody foreboding, Len says. I think I'll go back. I remind him that his dear little wife is at this moment panting on her bed with the heating turned up and drinking boiling Horlicks. The customs are pretty hot. Read that, please. I'm handed a foolscap sheet of writing. Very good, I say. Have you anything to declare? I declare that the war is over. He is not satisfied. What have I got in that case? It's the trumpet. Can he see it? He opens the case. Where did I buy this? In London. Have I got a receipt? Yes. Where is it? It's in an envelope in a drawer in my mother's dressing room in Reigate. He hums and haws. He's as stupid as a pissed parrot. Empty your kit bag. I pour out a sea of second-hand underwear. He turns it over and over. Where is it? Where's what? The contents. He thinks it's the wrapping for something. Why have I got so many underpants? I tell him of my mother's forecast of the coming world shortage that will hit England soon. He is now pretty pissed off. OK, he makes a yellow chalk mark on everything. Next to me he finds a poor squaddy with a bottle of whiskey. You'll have to pay £1.10 on that, he says with malice aforethought. Oh, no, I won't, said the squaddy. Then I'll have to confiscate it. The squaddy opens the bottle and hands it round to us. With devilish glee we help lower the levels to halfway. Then the squaddy puts the bottle to his lips and drains it. The custom officer is in a frenzy. He says to an MP, "Arrest that man." The MP wants to know why. Drunkenness, he says. He's not drunk, said the MP. Wait, said the customs officer. From the quay to the station we are now free of military encumbrances. Just for the hell of it, we go into a little tea shop in the high road. It's very quiet. 3 middle-aged ladies are serving. "Tea, love," said one in black with a little white apron. "Yes, tea, love. That and a slice of fruit cake that tastes like sawdust. The sugar is rationed to 2 lumps. The war isn't quite over yet. We pay 10pence. Folkestone Station and the 11:40 train to Charing Cross, London, is as I left it. Black, grimy, rainy, but holes in the terraces where bombs have fallen. Len and I split. "See you in 4 weeks' time, 2 stone lighter and skint," he says. I buy my first English newspaper for 2 years. The Daily Herald, the Daily Mail, the Express, the Mirror, the News Chronicle. I go straight for my beloved beachcomber and find that Justice Cockle-Carrot and the red-bearded dwarfs are still in court. He is sentencing a Mrs. Grotz for repeatedly pushing the dwarfs into people's halls. From Charing Cross I take the tube to Archway. Soon I'm knocking on the door of number 31 St. John's Way. A surprise, for Mrs. Edgerton doesn't know I'm coming. "Oh, Spike," she's drying her hands, What are you doing here? I tell her I'm doing leave here. When are you going back? Can I come in first? Tea. Would I like some tea? Ah, at last, an English cup of tea and a dog biscuit. Joke. I explained my accommodation difficulty. What is the difficulty? Accommodation. Yes, I can stay here. You can sleep in the basement. Mr. Edgington's not in. He's gone out to get the paper. Yes, he's well. And son Doug, he's been called up. The army. Did I know Harry was getting married on leave? Alas, he's been caught at the customs with some material he'd brought for Peg's wedding dress, and the bastards have given him detention. Mr. Edgington is back. Ah, Spot. Well, when are you going back? He's tall, thin, one-time handsome, an ex-guard sergeant from World War One. He was badly gassed in France. He is in receipt of a small war pension. Alas, he smokes. It will do for him one day, as it would his younger son, Doug. I dumped my gear in the basement. Would I like lunch? Toad in the hole? Lovely grub. I set myself up in the basement. There's a coal fire, but remember it's rationed. Best not light it until the evening. Leading question. Can Mrs. Edgington see to find room for Sergeant Betty Cranley for a day or so? Yes, there's Doug's bedroom going spare. I tell her good because I'm going spare. I phoned Betty. Hello, Betty, knickers and boobs. Can you get up with knickers and boobs this weekend, knickers and boobs? Yes, she can, knickers and boobs. Mrs. Edgington, can I have egg and chips for tea? I light the coal fire. Mrs. Edgington has lent me Doug's wireless, a little Bakelite Echo set. These were the days of quiet broadcasting. Christopher Stone playing gramophone records in steady, measured tones, unlike the plastic arse-screaming hyped-up disc jockeys with crappy jokes who get housewives so hyped up with fast, mindless chatter and ghetto-blasting records that they're all on Valium. I spent the afternoon reading the papers and listening to long-forgotten programs. Sid Dean and his band are broadcasting live from a tea dance in Brighton. How very, very nice. The news, Alvar Liddell, ace broadcaster and master of wireless, is telling us in profound adenoidal tones that Mr. Attlee, the prime monster, with all the impact of a sponge and marble, is meeting with the Soviet ambassador, where they are promising each other that there will never be another war, and babies are found under bushes. Churchill is at home in Chartwell, doing the kitchen. Henry Hall has been in a car crash in the key of E-flat. Woman's Hour. How to knit socks underwater and hints on how to make the best of ration food. Eat it. I'm staring into the glowing coals. Sometimes I stare into the glowing wallpaper or the glowing lino. I decide to take my legs for a walk before supper. Do I want the door key? It's where no burglar can find it, on a string in the letterbox. I'm wearing my red and blue artillery forage cap. In the London gloom it looks like my head's on fire. I stroll to the archway and its grumbling grey traffic. The evening is lit with those ghastly green sodium lights that make the English look like a race of seasick Draculas. Down Holloway Road, remembering that it was down here Edward Lear was born. I stop to see what the shops have to offer. Displays of crappy furniture, boasting that you can see the natural grain of the cardboard. I go down to Seven Sisters Road. None of the sisters have shown up, so I come back. I passed Hercules Street, with not a person in it weighing more than 10 stone. Manor Garden, Alexander Road, Lancia Road. The last two would turn in their graves to see what their names have been used for. Guysback Road? Who chooses them? What grey, dull, mindless idiots sit and debate these improbable street names, streets that should be called Grotty Road, Dogshit Street, Crap Avenue, Terrible Building Road? Who in their right minds build these mansions? Mind you, it got worse since. Ah, but this is better. A fish and chip shop. A cheery, sweating man with 6 hairs serves me. 3 pieces of rock salmon and a pen of the chips. He sees my medal ribbons. Hello, son. You been in trouble? Yes, I said, and her father's after me. Back at number 31, I pulled the string on the key. Is that you, Spike? Mrs. Edgington in a nightie called from the top of the stairs. Yes. Would you like some fish and chips? No, they've had their supper. Remember to bolt the door, but not the food. I say okay. If you want a cup of tea, it's all there. Tar. It's 8 o'clock. They go to bed early to save electricity and heating. It's not been an easy war for the working classes. I lie in bed eating fish and chips and sipping tea. The fire glows on the walls. Geraldo and his band are sparkling on the radio, and Dorothy Carlos is thanking her dear for a lovely weekend, reminding me I myself have had a very weekend. Hitler is dead, and I'm alive. I cannot understand it. He had so much going for him, like the Red Army. I fall asleep to the glow of the dying fire. Am I dying to fire with the glow of sleep? It all depends on the size. What? Leave. Day 1. I awake to the sound of buses. I can tell by the tires and wet streets it's raining. I'm wearing my new pyjamas made from sheets by a Madeloni tailor and dyed blue by the local laundry. I thought they would match my eyes. You awake, Spike? Mrs. Edgerton at the door. Cup of tea? She screams. Ah! What's the matter with your face, Spike? I said everything. Why? You got blue all over it. Ah, but does it match my eyes? Yes. It's off my bloody pyjamas. It's all over my body. Now my body matches my eyes, and my eyes match the sheets. I spent the morning washing Mrs. E's sheets and finally getting it off my body with a loofah. I boiled the pyjamas in the copper, and now they look like an old variety backdrop for G.H. Eliot's act. Porridge? Yes, Mrs. Edgerton. Harry loves porridge. I always gave it to the boys before they went to work. It was very good for you. It gives you a good line into your stomach. Mr. Edgerton had his breakfast earlier. I'm an early riser. As soon as my eyes are open, I have to get up. He's so right. It's silly to get up with your eyes closed. Down in the basement, I tidy up, and something that is never done, I tidy down and sideways. It's silly to miss those areas. I polish my boots and my appalling brown bulging civvy shoes that weigh 18 pounds each. The doorbell. It's Betty, said Mrs. E. No, it isn't. It's the doorbell. There she is in her smart waff uniform, bright brass buttons, a waff mascara and waff lipstick. Has she brought her knickers and boobs? From the right number, 1, 2, yes. We all sit round the Edgerton's tea table and have a nice cup of tea. Mrs. E. tells us of the bombing, the doodlebugs, the incendiaries, and that married woman over the road. I'll take Betty up to the West End. There's variety at the Met Edgware Road. Max Miller and the wonderful Wilson, Keppel and Betty. No words can describe the atmosphere of that bygone age that started in 1850 and died in the 1950s. Betty and I are in the front row. Max spots me. "Hello, son, we got a soldier here back from the war. That's the wife. On leave, are you? What are you doing here, then?" Later, it's Lion's Corner House and beans on toast. Back home. "That you, Spike?" "Yes. Don't forget to bolt the door." Betty and I go down to the basement. Max Miller was right. What were we doing there? I awake at Mrs. Edgerton bringing me in tea. "Bet is in the kitchen. Did you have a nice time in London?" "Yes." Betty has to return to duty. Her knickers and knockers are leaving at midday. I see her to the tube. We'll meet for further things later. She is swallowed up by the descending stairs. The Great Amnesia. I have a diary. It says, "Stayed Edgertons." Stayed Beryl. Stayed folks, but I can't remember. So I searched for Beryl, and I found her. She remembered. Ah, Gunner Milligan traces Beryl Southby. Now, Mrs. Smith. She reveals all. Yes, 40 years on, I managed to get her on the phone. Did she remember me? Yes, I never stopped molesting her. Me. "Beryl, did I see you when I came on leave?" "Beryl, yes." Me. "Did I come and stay at your place?" "Yes." "And what did we do?" "You came and stayed with me and my mum and dad at Annerley." "Oh, what did we do?" Beryl, laughing. "Don't you remember?" "No, my mind's a blank." "Well, you stayed with us and we sort of went various places." "Where?" "Well, I was singing at the ballroom in Annerley and you came and saw me." "Did we go to London?" "Yes, you took me to the pictures in Leicester Square." "Did I take you anywhere to eat?" "Yes, we went to the corner house." "How long did I stay with you?" "About a week or 10 days. "Did I tell you I was coming on leave?" "No, you devil. You never told anybody when you were arriving or leaving. The day you arrived, I was with my dad. You know I was a bit of a tomboy. Well, I was in the garage helping Dad under a car, and I was covered in grease. I looked terrible." "Nonsense. You're a very pretty girl." "No, I'm not." No, all right, you weren't pretty. You were better. You were different. You always reminded me of the girls in Walt Disney's full-length cartoons." "Beryl, I remember you took me to see a bloke in Streatham." "Ah, that was Jack Blanks. He was a drummer." "It was off Streatham High Street." "Yes, that was Jack Blanks. He was a drummer. I remember I went to a dance where he was playing. I know someone was with me. Was it you?" "It could have been. I remember you went to chapels." Me, great, yes, I went to buy a trumpet, yes. You were playing this trumpet in the shop, and the manager asked you if you would mind going downstairs to try it. Yes, I was buying one for the band. I also bought some mutes and an aluminium hat mute. You went downstairs and went on playing the trumpet, and the manager came down again and asked if you could put a mute in it, as you were deafening the customers. What else? We went for a picnic. I had a gang of friends. You remember Curly, my sister? Ah, yes, she was a Cockney, very Cockney. That's right. She was there and my friend Irene. We went by bus and you hung a beer bottle out of the window on string. You heard the conductor in fits of laughter. What kind of person was I? I can't remember. You were a very nice young man. You're always smiling and you always wanted to do something different from anybody else. I daren't ask her if I showed her my post-war reserve of underwear. As Beryl spoke, it all came back. I remembered the corner house, if only for the three-string orchestra, still lost in the 1900s, plying into Fritz Kreisler's repertoire while I ate scrambled eggs on toast. Beryl didn't know what a terrible danger she was in. We sat at night and listened to Harry Parry and the Radio Rhythm Club with Benny Lee. I also remember now her mother made sensational roast beef and Yorkshire pudding for Sunday lunch. I now know that I was, in my mind, living a dream life. I was floating on other people's emotions, and only concerned with my own, which were very childlike, naive, and basically, deep down, there was a yearning for recognition. Recognition of what is not clear, but I know there was some goal in my life to be fulfilled. Sometimes I thought it might be as a painter, but mostly it was as a musician, maybe as a composer. None of these materialized except in the minor capacity. Beryl and I also made a flying visit to see my parents. She says my father knocked at the door and said, "What do you want?" I said, "Don't you remember me? I'm your son." "Ah, yes," he called. "Kitty!" My mother, "Come and see who it is." Mother came out and drying her hands said, "Oh, son, I had a premonition you were coming. I've just baked a nice ginger cake." I didn't stay that night. Having found out where they lived and seen that they recognized me as their son and a ginger cake eater, I returned for the last but 1 week. And so to that occasion, the third class from Charing Cross to Reigate. How nice was the buttoned upholstery of the compartments in the old Southern Railways. I've a carriage to myself and I settle back with the Daily Herald. It's a sunny day. My eyes wandered from the paper to the window. Lewisham Junction. The government are to increase the sugar ration as we speed through Catford. By Sydenham, Burnley have drawn with Queen's Park Rangers after extra time. As we pass the Crystal Palace Towers, Mr. Attlee is saying that demobilisation is to be speeded up at Croydon. An old couple get on. They reek of Sanatogen. "Young man, does this train go to Reigate?" "Yes, it does." And Mr. Attlee went on to say that there will be jobs for all returning soldiers. And, "Tickets, please. All tickets, please," says an inspector. "I share my rail wallet." "On leave, son," he said, cutting a V in the document. He has a son in France as Purley Junction flashes by. He's in the Marine Commandos. "Yes, madam, it definitely goes to Reigate." The inspector leaves, his steel clippers mincing in his hand, hungry for tickets. The old couple sit close together. He is thin and bald, and when she takes her hat off, so is she. They're worried about Reigate. "Does it go there?" "Yes, it does." "Yes, I'm sure Mr. Attlee is going to Reigate. He says all war criminals will be sentenced to Reigate. Reigate Grand Station, and we get off onto the deserted platform. "Is this Reigate, young man?" "Yes, this is Reigate, young man." With kit bag, pack and trumpet, I catch the Green Line bus that drops near the bottom of the hill. I gasp and stagger upwards. "Betty, oh, Betty, what did you do to my manhood?" A car stops. "Want a lift, Sergeant?" A mustachioed major with a face like a dismantled sink pump. "Yes, sir, providing he doesn't want to rattle me knackers." "On leave?" "Yes, sir, from Italy." "Oh, you missed all the bombing?" "No, I never missed the bombing. Ha, 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 ha." Hooray, Henry. He dropped me at the very gate, 40 Meadow Way, Woodhatch. "Thank you very much, sir, and if I ever see him again, it'll be 2 weeks too soon for me." I turned to see my mother's white face at the parlour window, looking for scandal. I see her mouth the words, "Oh, it's Terry," and appear at the door. My son! My son! Good! She remembers me. "You came back despite the ginger cake," she says. "When are you going back? Can I come in? Would I like some tea? Oh, my son, my son." Good! She still remembers me. Her telegram said today or tomorrow. Yes, I've come today, but yesterday today was tomorrow. So what's the problem? The 6x4 box room is all ready for you. A single bed with a pink eiderdown, a steel cream-painted fireplace blocked with newspapers, a bedside table with barley twist legs, a Poe, a dressing table with a cracked mirror, a cane chair painted silver, a standard lamp with an oilcloth globe, There are no windows. It's the best we can do for you, son. She hugs me again. My son, what a memory she has. But wait, where is my father, Captain Leo A. Milligan, RARAOC, retired? Why wasn't he standing at the gates with the Irish wolfhounds on a leash, the saffron kilt blowing in the Reigate winds, his piper at his elbow playing Danny Boy and holding out the traditional bannock? What are you talking about, my son? Has the war done this to you? Of course, he's at work, I forgot. I hang up my clothes in the cupboard. In one corner is my poor brother's pre-war suit. You can see the coat hanger through it. There's his shirts, his Marks and Spencer's flannels, and his sport jacket, which must have been dead a year. Would I like some tea and fruitcake? She made the fruitcake special because you always liked it. Wrong. Fruitcakes gives me the shits. We have it on a tray in the front room. It gets the sun in the afternoon. Mum is looking well. She is 50. She survived 3 crowned heads, 7 crowned bodies, and 18 cats. Brother Desmond, he's fine. He's in the auction bucks. How thrilling. He's stationed in Hamburg and has piles. He writes regularly, boringly, but regularly. His letters say, "Can you please not send me any more fruitcake?" I asked her why Dad left the army. Well, his old firm, Associated Press and Slavery, wanted him back as soon as possible to work like a nigger at £7 a week. In doing so, he lost thousands of pounds. He would have had to do 1 more week in the army to qualify for an officer's pension. But then he was Irish, nation of people given into leaving the army 1 week early. Mum has to go and get dinner ready. I'm left to the wireless and those books from my boyhood, now on foreign shelves. Music while you work is fighting to escape from our one-valve wireless. I put my feet up and blow players' cigarette smoke into the air, helping to foul the room, darken the ceiling, and prepare my parents for lung cancer. Though I can't see the hole, I'm bored. I need action. I leap to my feet and walk briskly to the fireplace. No, it isn't enough. I still need action, so I walk briskly back to the couch. Outside it's been, as Father said, a golden autumnal day. By the time he returns, it's a dark, rainy night, and he's been working like a nigger. I welcome him home, dripping wet and shagged out. My dear Dad, home from the office, home from the wars, home 1 week too soon for his officer's pension. He was something special, both clown and romantic, kind and gentle. He smiles, that smile which twists halfway up the side of his face, showing his huge teeth with golden fillings. "Ah, my son, he says. So, he remembers me too. Well, well, son, home at last, eh? Yes, I'm home at last, eh? It's amazing that after 2 years away we don't have anything to communicate. After, how are you keeping? I ask him how he is keeping. He says, fine, fine. And I say, fine, fine. Well, well, home from the wars, eh, son? Well, well, yes, I'm fine. Well, well, my son, and home from the wars. When Mother comes into the room, it becomes our son home from the war. I saved the presents until after dinner. "Thanks, son," said Dad, lighting up an Edward VII cigar, while my mother clutches Rosary Blessed by the Pope number 67. "My father, I must hear the 9 o'clock news. He's just come from bloody Fleet Street, and he wants to hear the news. Would I like a sherry?" We all make a little toast, they to my homecoming, and me to the man who assassinates the vintner that markets the sherry. It's like rat's piss. So, sipping my rat's piss, we talk about the empty years between. "The Associated Press are working me to death," he says. "If that is true, they should pay more. The Americans work the British like niggers, and that is the end of the 9 o'clock news. Dad and Mum retire. He has to get up early to be worked to death like a nigger. It's too early for me. There's nothing wrong with Reigate. There's always the streets. There's a nice pub over the green," says Mum. "OK. The key is on a string in the letterbox. Don't be late and ruin your health. Yes. The Bell. I'll go there for a drink. You never know. It's full of stockbrokers, and what appears to be a mortician's convention. I'm alone in uniform. The medals do it. Was I in the invasion, son? Yes. I was killed the first day. What will I have? A whiskey and a blindfold. They won't let me buy a round. I'm really quite a nice young man. What's that decoration? That's mentioned in dispatches. Why? I don't know. Someone just mentioned me in dispatches. Sometimes they mention me in the canteen, sometimes in passing, sometimes in the naffy. And on this occasion, they mention me in dispatches. Time, gentlemen, please. I walk out and smell the damp autumn musk. It's misty and cool. I make my fun-loving way across the green to 40 Meadow Way. "Is that you, son?" "Yes, Mum." "Have you ruined your health?" "No, Mum." If you're hungry, there's plenty of bread and cheese in Sainsbury's in the High Street. I hear my father snoring. Plaster falls from the ceiling. 40 Meadoway Woodhatch is not for the faint of heart. I sleep soundly and in great purity. Dawn over Reigate and 40 Meadoway. Father has left at some unearthly hour to work like a nigger. Mother tells me he had a good breakfast. Porridge, it gives a good lining to your stomach. Eat it all up, son, it will do you good. I bet you missed your mother's cooking, didn't you? Now, have I any dirty washing? She's doing a boil today, yes. I proudly show her my collection of post-war underwear. What are they, son, floor cloths? She boils them. Several disintegrate and float to the surface as froth. Some survive, but die later that night. A lazy day, endless cups of tea, smoking. You'll ruin your health, son, fruitcake, the shits, and Prima Scalo and his accordion band and workers' playtime. How can people work with that noise? 20 accordions playing those digital dictionary numbers with thousands of notes spewing out to show off their technique. Monty Ray sings in a Strandal nasal castrati voice. The afternoon turns into evening. I nip out to telephone Betty Cranley and her body. She's booked a room at the Admiral Erne Inn in Sandwich as Mr. and Mrs. Cranley. Can she buy a cheap ring to make it look official? Why not? Would she like me to wear a top hat and hurl confetti at the receptionist's face? Don't be a silly sod. She says we can go for long walks. What is she talking about? I replace the melted phone and get dressed again. Is that you, son? Yes, that's me, son. Wipe your feet. It's very muddy outside. More tea, fruitcake, and the shits. It's dark now. My mother is saving electricity. She's cooking in Braille in a blacked-out kitchen. Footsteps on the path and Red Indian war dance stamping. It's my father shaking the mud off ritual. Is that you, kid? Says mother. She must think he's a goat. Dad comes in shagged out from working like a nigger. We'll have to move nearer into London. The journey is killing him. How terrible. First his firm, and now the journey. When am I going back? He takes his shoes off his Fleet Street weary feet. His shoes are going home. This hole is letting the rain in, and this one lets it out again. He can't understand it. They cost 12 shillings, and they're only 30 years old. I cheer him up. I have brought him a nice bottle of Tokai. He likes Tokai. It speaks of gypsies and caravans in the wood, with leaping bonfires and bare-shouldered girls. Supper is boiled hake. He sips the Tokai appreciatively. Ah, a fine wine, made by bare-shouldered gypsy girls leaping over bonfires. And when am I going back? I must leave tomorrow. I'm to be married in Sandwich. What am I talking about? You be careful in Sandwich, they warn. It'll ruin your health. Father must hear the 9 o'clock noise. We all sit facing the fretwork front of the battery shed. We twiddle the knobs, and home in an Alva Liddell. Coal production is up. Quick, open the champagne. Ernie Bevan has piled and is going for the operation. There's trouble in Palestine. There's trouble in Indochina. There's trouble in 40 Meadoway Reigate. The lights are fused. My father's in the broom cupboard. Who made these bloody silly fuses? Ah, he's done it. He screams as 240 volts flow through him, through the house and onto his quarterly bill, and that is the end of the news. I spend a few more days with him. Every night my father returns from the Associated Press looking more and more like a nigger. In the evenings we talk about the future. I say I don't think there is one. This is really life after death. How could a nice Catholic boy say that? No, I must return to the Woolwich Arsenal dockyard and work hard and wait for promotion or death. I'd tell them that my workshop at Woolwich Arsenal is now a giant bomb crater. Quick, the 9 o'clock news, hurry. Coal production is now going sideways. Ernie Bevan has had the operation, and I'm going to sleep. There's a power under the bed, son. Saucy Sandwich. The train to Sandwich takes me through the Kent countryside. All is russet with gold, pale sunshine glistening on the autumn damp trees. Through the Kent orchards, the trees heavy with red, green and yellow fruit. 1930s men are up splayed apple ladders taking in the harvest. The curving line loops round Sandwich Bay to a little station. There, not waiting for me, is Betty Cranley, the little cow. I fiddle my way into town and get to the RAF depot. Like Simon Legree, I burst into the kitchen and catch her. She's rolling dough for a pudding. So, this is how you treat me. While I'm on the platform being lovely, you're rolling dough for puddings. She's sorry. She was put on duty owing to one of the staff being taken suddenly something or other. Would I like a cup of tea and some fruitcake? How nice. Does she know, lay that piss tub down, babe? I hang around until she comes off duty. It wasn't easy, in an RAF kitchen full of waffs, all in the prime of cooking puddings. She's gone to tart up and reappears radiant in her sky-blue uniform, buttons blazing, all smart and ready to be married in the Admiral Owen. What a dirty little devil I was. I'm about to be led astray by this naughty girl. What's this? 2 sergeants sleeping together? What does KRR say about that? We don't care. We signed the register before a cow landlady with that "we know what you're going to do" look. What time would we like calling? I say December. It was hell, folks. Betty threw me on the bed and had her way with me. She used cold compressors. It was no good. I was getting weaker and weaker. I tell her I've got headaches. She can cure it, she says, jumping up and down in a fever of sweat and pudding. In the morning she's bubbling with life as I lay geriatric on my deathbed, white and feeble. I must get to some exit ship soon or a monastery. By day I lay in bed dreading the nights. She returns, strips off, and standing on the bedhead dives on me. When the woman comes to make the bed, she doesn't notice I'm in it. Twice she puts me in the laundry basket. Oh, thank God. It's time to go back to Italy, dear. This is our last night, she says. We must make it last. She makes it last. I don't. I slept through the last bit. Morning is broken, and so have I. It's goodbye. She helped me dress. I'm on the platform, a cold wind blowing through the seams of my trousers. Will I write to her? Yes. Soon, yes. I'll start right away. She can hear the train coming. Have we time for a quickie? No. The guard helped me on the train. Am I her grandfather? The train pulls out. I wave, and she is soon lost to view. I must rest and get my strength back so that I can get off the train unaided. It's 18 miles to frisky Folkestone. The sun is setting, and so am I. I'm ruining my health. Folkestone. I report at the huge requisitioned transit hotel on the seafront, stripped of everything except the floor. I report to the orderly sergeant. Check documents. Yes, the boat leaves at 0900. Bunk beds to infinity. One dull light bulb illuminates the gloom. The room gradually filled with leave-spent soldiers, all on their way back. On board the steam packet we pitch and toss on the grey spume-flecked waters, heading into a chill wind laced with face-packing rain. Some walk around the decks. I stay in what in better days was the saloon dining room. Now it's just tables, chairs, tea, buns and fag ends. The eyes blink. The mind goes into neutral. The throb of the ship's engines. It's rather like taking a boat to the Styx. Alas, it's worse. Soon it's crappy Calais and the excitement of No. 4 transit camp with its damp beds and go-as-you-please urinal. A visit to the Hotel de Ville. Beans on toast cooked by a French chef made our journey a little more bearable. Strange, I never mentioned my travelling companion's name, and from what I remember, I'm glad. Next morning it's raining, in French. It will do La Garden Bonne. I'm glad to be on the train at last heading for Italy. The leave was an experience. It was like a flashback to 1940 and trying to compress it all into 4 weeks. We leave the dripping eaves of Calais through its still slumbering populace. It's only 7:30 and dark. My God, it's those sergeants. They're all sitting opposite me again, and I don't have Len Prosser to talk to. He's on the train ahead. Return to Italy. The morning of November the 2nd dawns. A hurrying RTO sergeant proceeds down the corridor. Maddaloni in 15 minutes. Familiar landscape is in view. The hills behind Caserta are light and dark in the morning sun. We wipe the steamed windows to see it. I've had breakfast. 2 boiled eggs, boiled bread, and boiled tea. How come the Continentals can't make tea? If this is tea, bring me coffee. If this is coffee, bring me tea. The Italian waiter says they don't go much on tea. I told them if they did, it would make us stronger. The black giant locomotive groans and hisses to a clanking, steaming halt. There's a long, shuddering final hiss as the steam leaches out, like giant cart horses about to die. We all climb down onto the tracks. A few thank the unshaven, smoke-blackened driver. There's a clutch of lorries waiting, and they're all dead on time. Now the war's over, the army's getting it together. Wearily we clamber on board and arrive at Alexander Barracks as the town is coming to life. Shagged-out cats are heading for home, and the odd early-morning dog sits on the cold pavement, freezing his bum and scratching away the night's fleas. "Wake up, Steve!" I shake the sleeping New. "Wake up! God's in his heaven, all's right with the world." "Piss off," he says, without opening his eyes. "Ah, wake up, Steve, my old friend. It's me, Sunny Spike Milligan, back from foreign shores with a tale to tell. He raises his lovely head, squints, groans, and lets his head fall back with a thud. Go away, Milligan, go a long way away. Take a known poison and only come back when you're dead. I take his eating irons and bring him his breakfast. This thaws him out. Breakfast in bed, he says, sitting up, pulling strings that raise the mosquito net, empty the Po, release his shirt, loosen his pyjamas, bring his socks, raise his vest, lower his comb, and push his boots. So, what was England like? It's like 1939 with bomb craters and fruitcake, and there's also a lot of it about. I should know. I'm just recovering. Back into the office grind. What news? During the absence of the band on leave, entertainment had come to a halt. Ready, Vivus. But we've got to do a spot on the Variety Bill this Monday. Stan Britton welcomes me back. They want something funny and musical. Oh, how about Ave Maria naked in gumboots filled with custard? No? Then your tiny white hand is frozen, sung from the inside of a fridge through the keyhole. No? Why am I wasting my time on this man when I could be wasting it on a woman in a sandwich? Shock, horror, etc., and other headlines. I was to get the chop. Not the leg of lamb or the kidney, but the chop. While I was helping the women of England get back to normal in Sandwich, Brigadier Henry Woods has decided that either I go or he stays. Part 2 orders. Bombardier Milligan, line 54024. With effect from November the umpteenth, the above will be posted to the CPA Welfare Department, Naples. Signed H. Woods, Brigadier and Midget. So, he was the coloured gentleman in the woodpile. I swore I would never go to the pictures with him again. He died a few years ago. I wish him well. Why was he persecuting me like this? My only crime was my only crime. Still, like cold collation, I could take it. I had letters to that effect from several serving women. The papers should hear of this. Daily Mirror, ace filing clerk to be axed, shock, horror, etc. Today, Bombardier Milligan, the world-renowned corporal with 3 stripes, and known throughout the Italian theatre of war as the most advanced filing clerk in the British Army, heard that he was to be sacked. Reuter. The band boys tried to commiserate with me. We had a last jam session in the band room and rounded it off with a great piss-up. I was carried back to my room for the last time. A new life and a new dawn. A truck is waiting to take me away. How many times have I done this? Yet again the kit is piled in the back, and like sheep to market, I'm driven away, all on the whim of one man who thought I played the trumpet too loud. I'm puzzling over what CPA means. Captain's personal assistant? Cracked people's area? Clever private's annex? None of these, Sister Driver. It is Central Pool of Artists. The Central Pool of Artists. It's a place where all downgraded squaddies who can entertain are sent. Was he a downgraded entertainer? Yeah. What do you do? I sing opera. Opera? Yeah, you know, like La Boheme, Tavikinka, and the like. Were you trained? No, it comes natural like. Have you ever sung in the opera natural like? No, I just done the auditions like. The captain says he's waiting for a suitable vehicle for me. Like a bus, I thought. We are driven through Naples and turn left at the bottom of Via Roma up the Corso San Antonio, which goes on forever in an easterly direction. Finally we arrived at a broken-down army barracks complex. The walls are peeling. They look as if they've got mange. I reported to a Captain Philip Ridgway, a sallow, saturnine fellow with a Ronald Colman moustache, who looks as if he has mange as well. He sits behind a desk with his hat on. He is the son of the famous Ridgway's late Joyce Review that led to the Players' Theatre. He looks at my papers. Sir, you play the trumpet? Yes. Do you play it well? Well, loudly. Do you read music? Yes, and the Daily Herald. He smiled. He would find me a place in one of our orchestras. I was taken by a Corporal Gron, who looked like an unflushed lavatory, and shown to a billet on the first floor. A room with 40 single beds around the walls, and in them were 40 single men. This being Sunday, they were of a religious order that kept them in kip until midday. I drop my kit on a vacant bed, and it collapses to the floor. "That's why it's vacant," laughed Corporal Gron, who also laughed when babies fell under buses. Next bed is Private Graham Barlow. He helped me repair the bed with some string and money. A nice man. He played the accordion. Mind you, Noel Coward said no gentleman would ever play the accordion. I had no job as such, and as such I had no job. Breakfast was at 8:30. No parade, hang around, lunch. Hang further around, tea. Extended hanging around, dinner and bed. The CPA complex has the same ground plan as the Palace of Minos at Knossos, consisting of rehearsal rooms, music store, costume store, scenery dock and painting area, wardrobe mistress, executive officers. People went in and were never seen again. The company was assembled from soldier artists who had been downgraded. They would be formed into concert parties and sent on tour to entertain those Tommies who weren't downgraded. The blind leading the blind. Facilities were primitive. The lavatories were a line of holes in the ground. When I saw 18 soldiers squatting, balancing over black holes, with straining, sweating faces for the first time, it looked like the start of the 100 yards dash for paraplegic dwarfs. My first step to fame came when I borrowed a guitar from the stores. I was playing in the rehearsal room when a tall, cadaverous gunner said, "You played a guitar then?" And this was Gunner Bill Hall. If you've ever seen a picture of Niccolo Paganini, this was his double. What's more, he played the violin and played it superbly, be it a Max Bruch concerto or I've Got Rhythm. He was a virtuoso, but bloody scruffy. We teamed up just for the fun of it, and in turn we were joined by Johnny Mulgrew, a short Scots lad from the Recce Corps. As he left them, they were even shorter of Scots. Curriculum vitae was pre-war. He played for Ambrose and the Inland Revenue. Then, in the 56 Recce in North Africa, trapped behind enemy lines at Medjez El Bab, lay doggo for 48 hours in freezing weather, got pneumonia, downgraded to B2. Together we sounded like the Hot Club de France. When we played, other musicians would come in and listen to us, a compliment, and it wasn't long before we were lined up for a show. In the filling-in time, I used to play the trumpet in a scratch combination. It led to my meeting with someone from Mars. Gunner Seacombe H., singer and lunatic, a little myopic blubber of fat from Wales who had been pronounced a loony after a direct hit by an 88mm in North Africa. He was asleep at the time and didn't know about it till he woke up. General Montgomery saw him and nearly surrendered. He spoke like a speeded-up record. No one understood him. He didn't even understand himself. In fact, 40 years later, he was knighted for not being understood. The Officers' Club Naples. We were playing for dancing in a cabaret, the latter being the lunatic Seacombe. His music consisted of some tatty bits of paper, 2 parts, one for the drums and one for the piano. The rest of us had to guess. We bust him on with "I'm Just Wild About Harry." He told us he had chosen it because his name was Harry, and we said how clever he was. He rushed on, chattering, screaming, farting, and sweat pouring off him like a monsoon. The officers moved their chairs back. Then the thing started to shave itself, screaming and chattering and farting. He spoke at high speed. The audience thought he was an imported Polish comic, and many wished he was back in Warsaw being bombed. Shaving soap, blood and hairs flew in all directions. Then he launched into a screaming duet with himself, Nelson Eddy and Jenna MacDonald, but you couldn't tell them apart. A few cries of hey-ho-hup and a few more soapy farts and he'd gone, leaving the dance floor smothered in shaving soap. It wasn't an act, it was an interruption. The dance continues and officers are going arse over tip in dozens. No, not him, they'd say, when Seacombe's name came up for a cabaret. Bill Hall was a law unto himself. He ignored all army discipline. He even ignored all civilian discipline. His regiment had despaired of him and posted him to the CPA with an apology note. Take kit parade. We are all at our beds, kit immaculately laid out for inspection. The orderly officer reaches Gunner Hall. There, on an ill-made bed, where there should have been 19 items of army apparel, are a pair of socks, 3 jackknives, a vest, a mess tin and a fork. The officer looks at the layout. He puts his glasses on. Officer, where is the rest of your kit? Gunner Hall, it's on holiday, sir. Apart from Gunner Seacombe, CPA contained other stars-to-be, including Norman Vaughan, Ken Platt, and Les Henry, who later formed the 3 Monarchs. There were, of course, failures. Private Dick Scratcher, downgraded with flat feet, was billed as the great Zoll, the Voltage King. He was given a tryout at the now-recovering Officers' Club. His act consisted of a death throne made out of cardboard, wood, and silver paper, with a surround of light bulbs. On a sign above was the warning, "Danger, 1,000,000 volts." The great Zol entered as a sultan, with a turban that looked more like a badly bandaged head, and he struck a gong, which was a dustbin lid painted with cheap silver paint with its edge cut off. It gave a flat clunk. He was assisted by the driver-opera singer, clad in a loincloth, his body stained brown with boot polish. The Sultan would be strapped into the chair with silver straps, telling us all the while in Chinese with a North Country accent, "Chop, chop, my assistant, Ton Bing, now straps me in that chair and throws switch and send 1,000,000 volts through it body." Tong Bing then chants some mindless tune which has nothing to do with the tune we are playing. Various light bulbs go on and off as the great switch is thrown. The voltage meter goes up and down. The great Zol speaks. "By power of the mind, I will risk the power of electricity." He stares into space. Then magnesium flashes go off and fill the club with choking smoke. The final magnesium flash had been placed too near the great Zol. It set fire to his trousers. Tong Bing is trying to beat it out, and the room is filled with watery-eyed coughing officers trying to escape. Dick Scratch's name went down next to Seacombe's in the Never Again list. After the war, Harry was appearing at the Palladium, and he was visited by the great Zol and his wife. Harry noticed the woman's legs and arms were bandaged. "I've changed the act," said the great Zol. "I'm into knife-throwing." The best pianist in CPA was Johnny Bornheim. Late nights we would play in the rehearsal room with a bottle of wine as company. Bornheim was a furrier in Civvy Street, but should have been a concert pianist. Self-taught, he could literally play anything. He was fascinated with Bill Hall. He once pointed out, "No one has ever seen Bill Hall's body alive." True, he only showered after dark, and likewise never took his clothes off with the light on. Was he hiding something? We decided to raid Bill Hall's body. In darkness we wait by his bed. Comes 0200 hours. Bill shuffles in. He is undressing. He is down to his shirt and socks. Before he can enter his pit, we signal the lights on, and 6 of us seize him, remove his remaining garments, and hold him down naked, struggling and swearing. I hold a clipboard with an anatomical list. Bornheim goes to work with a stick. He starts at the top. Head 1 with stray hairs attached plus dandruff. Check. Ear rolls and wax 2. Check. Neck scrawny with Adam's apple 1. Check. Chest sunken with stray hairs on 1. Check. "You bastard," he kept yelling and struggling. "You bastards." Legs thin with lumps on knees 2. Check. Bornheim elevated whole scrotum on the sticks. Cobblers red with purple tinges 2. Check. Chopper with foreskin attached 1. Check. We released him and he chased us, hurling his and other people's boots. A drunken Seacombe enters, sees the naked wraith and embraces him. "My, you're looking lovely in the moonlight, Amanda." Amanda says, "Piss off." Hall has to fight off the insane, raspberry-blowing, farting Welshman. If only his queen could have seen him that night. As to Trooper Mulgrew of Glasgow, he had a wicked sense of humour. His idea of a joke was a huge, beaming woman in a wheelchair being pushed through Hyde Park by a dying cripple. Always good for a laugh. Over the Page. This was the show that launched the Bill Hall Trio. It was the brainchild of Captain Hector Ross, whose play Men in Shadow I had destroyed at Maddaloni. It was sheer luck. One of the acts for Over the Page had withdrawn at the last moment, a sort of theatrical coitus interruptus. Could the trio fill in? Yes. I knew that just playing jazz never was a winner, so I persuaded the wardrobe to give us the worst ragged costumes we could find. I worked out some patter and introductions. I never dreamed we would be anything more than just another act. The set for Over the Page was a huge book. The artistes were a mixture of Italian professionals and soldier amateurs. Monday, December the 6th, 1945, the show opened at the Bellini Theatre to a packed house in Naples. The write-up says it all. The hit of the night was Bill Hall's trio. Bill's eccentric hot fiddling will take him far, and his partners on the bass and the guitar make up the best act of the night. We were one incredible hit. When we came off, we were stunned. I couldn't believe that of all the talent out there, we had topped the lot. After the show, Lieutenant Reggio List of CPA came backstage. He had been a singer at the Windmill in London, which was rather like being a blood donor in a mortuary. He thinks we're great. Can he take us to dinner? God, we were in the big time already. Off the Via Roma is a wonderful pasta restaurant, and we'll love it. Great, great. Lieutenant O'List does it in style. We go in a horse-drawn carriage. Bill Hall plays his violin as we drift down the Via Roma. Wow, life is good. The restaurant is all one can dream of. The waiters wear white aprons, the tables have red and white check cloths, there's an oil lamp on every table, a mandolin band playing. As soon as we enter, the waiters sweep us up in a cushion of hospitality. Si, accomodo, accomodo. A bottle of wine with the manager's compliments. Thank you very much, with our compliments. Giddy with success and a free dinner, we eat a mountain of spaghetti. Regulus can't stop telling us how good we are, and we can't stop agreeing with him. He can't believe we are just the result of a chance meeting in a barrack room. Can we play some jazz after dinner? Yes. Hey, I know. Why don't we put on a show? Etc. The customers stop eating. They cheer and clap and encore and encore. Free wine is slopping out of us. Enough is enough. Regulus is now very pissed. He will do his windmill act. He starts to sing Begin the Begin. He has a powerful, shivery, square voice. If he's from the windmill, says Gunner Hall, why doesn't he take his clothes off? The night ends with Bill Hall splitting away from us. The last sight we had of him was on a tram playing opera to adoring passengers. What a night! It would lead us slowly down the road to oblivion. Rome again. I'm going to Rome again. This time with a difference. No more 3-ton trucks, but a charabanc. Our touring officer is Lieutenant Ronnie Priest, a misnomer if ever there was one. Ronnie looked like someone whose cab was off the road for repairs. His Cockney accent clashes with his officer's uniform, but he does the job. The charabanc stops at the Hotel Vomero to pick up our Italian artists. As the girls enter, there's the usual "Hello, little darling" from the lads. Good luck, darling. Mitzi, the violin accordion player, is Hungarian and 43. She is in charge of the girl musicians and getting it from Franco Latti, our Charles Boyer's conductor. The route you all know by now. We arrive in Rome. Sunday evening at the Albergo Universo. Spring beds, sheets, ensuite bathroom. Seacombe and I share a room. It's disaster. I'm neat and tidy. Seacombe is not. He hits the room like an exploding shell. One drawer of vest and a comb. A shoe wrapped up in an army shirt. A broken bottle of blue cream wrapped up in newspaper. A shaving brush with 3 hairs in a box, a towel shot with holes, mess tins stuck together with toothpaste. If a Red Cross official had been present, he would have declared it a disaster area. Seacombe was a mass of nervous energy. He went in all directions at once. You needed a man-sized fly swat to catch him. Whichever part of the room you went, he was there first. If you looked in a mirror, he was looking back at you. He gave off long bursts of garbled conversation, interspersed with raspberries and bits of songs. His record for staying in one place was 3 seconds. Having spread his kit like a plague around the room, he was massaging his head with Brill cream and singing, raspberrying, insane laughter and babbling, "Ram, Ram, ha, 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 love you, Ram, ha, 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 pretty girl, ha, 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 raspberry," and was gone. I dined alone at the hotel. The manageress, "Was everything all right, Signor?" "No, she could kill Seacombe. She is a strapping 31-year-old with black Eton-cropped hair, and she joins me for coffee. She had been an Olympic athlete, a javelin thrower. Would I like to have tea with her sometime and see her javelino? Yes, I retired to my wonderful room. I luxuriate in the bath and watch the bubbles rise. Wearing my now splodgy blue pyjamas, I slide slowly between the sheets. Ah, wonderful clean sheets. Oh, one of nature's real treats. Though my pyjamas don't look very good, it's better than walking the streets. William McGonagall. Around about midnight, I'd written several letters, and I'm reading an anthology of British verse printed in Italy. I'm skimming through Shakespeare's sonnets, and in comes staggering Lance Bombardier Seacombe, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, with revolving teeth. Hello, hoy, up at there, scream. Oh, whoopsie. He gets up again. Spike, do you like beer? Yes. He empties a bottle over me, screams with laughter, falls back on the bed, which collapses and goes into a deep, cross-eyed, grinning sleep. Thank God, he's unconscious. I strip off my sodden pyjamas, take a shower, and when I get back, he's gone. No, he's hammering on the door. He thought he was going to the bathroom and went into the hall. I let the chattering, farting thing in. It lets go with a couple of top C's and vanishes into the bathroom. There's a great crash as he does something or other. I put my beer-soaked pillows on his bed and take his. He didn't come out of the bathroom. Next morning I found him asleep in the bath, an idiotic smile on his face and one boot off. God, Wales has to answer for a lot. He arises and is full of the joys of chattering, farting, singing, and cries, "Hey-ho, hapla, hey-hoy!" He's down the stairs like a clockwork doll into the dining room, eats 6 breakfasts, sings, whistles, and farts his way through 10 cups of tea. Where was he last night? He went to a dance, met a pretty signorina, "Hoy, hoy, hoy, hoy!" And in a moment of Welsh herath, "Hoy, hup!" he gave her his leather army jerkin. From now on, he froze. The show opened at the Argentine Theatre. Again, the Bill Hall Trio are the hit of the show. Hit of the show in Naples so far has been the Bill Hall Trio, consisting of Bill himself on violin, Spike Milligan guitar, and Jock Mulgrew bass. On Monday night they were called back for 2 encores and exhibited an amazing ability for playing first-rate hot music in grand comedy style. The act was basically very fast jazz numbers, Honeysuckle Rose, then The Flight of the Bumblebee, Tiger Egg, all with visual gags. The response was unbelievable. We realized that here we might have something that would have a great potential in Civvy Street. Life really was better than I ever had it before. First-class hotel accommodation, food, free all day, and a roaring success at night. Tomorrow didn't matter, except it kept arriving. By day, we'd swan around Rome with the inevitable visit to the Alexander Club. However, we had a sword of Damocles. It was Bill Hall. He was itinerant, and we never knew where he was or what he was doing. After the show, he'd disappear into the Roman night and its naughty areas, and we wouldn't see him till a few minutes before we were due back on stage. It got so bad that we would even go on stage without him being in the theatre. It was then I started to tell jokes just to hold the fort. Bologna. Sunday, we are off to Bologna. Where the hell is Bill Hall? Someone says, Italy. We searched the hotel in Italy, then his room. There's nothing in it, though he'd slept in both beds, left a tap running, and a pair of socks in the sink. Wait, what is this unshaven wreck with the violin case? It is he. He gets on the charabanc, ignoring the fact that we've been waiting for half an hour. A desultory cheer greets him. Totally unmoved, he sits down. I watch a drip from his nose fall and extinguish his dog-end. I'm seated at the back on a bench seat. I have placed my guitar case on the luggage rack, and as we start, it falls off onto Bill's head. You have a musica on your brain, says Mitzi. It was a good joke for a 43-year-old Hungarian accordion player. We are heading inland, and it's snowing. No car heaters in those days. We are climbing the narrow road up to the Apennines, and it's getting colder. All is not well. Nino, the driver, is shouting and praying in a stricken voice. The roads are slippery. We'll have to put skid chains on. We all set to, straining and swearing. What a bleeding liberty, says Gunner Hall. How can you put bloody skid chains on and be expected to play the violin? Lieutenant Priest answers that there's no need to play the violin when putting the skid chains on, but as Gunner Hall is just standing and watching, it would help if he did. Fingers are aching with the cold. Finally, it's done. A quick drink of hot tea from the thermos, and we're off again. We are at 3,000 feet. Heavy snow, icy roads, very dark and very cold. We have all gone quiet as we sense that the driver, Nino, is none too brave. Then the sound of Hall's violin playing I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. There's a lot of laughter. Then we join in with various lyrics. I'm dreaming of a white mistress. Oh, I'm steaming on an old mattress. Quiet again. We pass the Chiesa. It's ringing out the Angelus. 7 of the Italian girls cross themselves. I don't understand them, says Billo. Last night they were all screwing themselves silly. Lieutenant Priest passes sandwiches down the charabanc. Ham and cheese, he says. We're all stamping our feet and blowing into cupped hands. Sometimes we cupped our feet and stamped our hands. Variety is the spice of life. It was an awful, long, cold, boring darkness. It wasn't a moment too soon when we arrived in Bologna, with the Tower of Dante looming in the night sky. We pull out at the Albergo Orologio, a fin de siècle, or the end of my bicycle building. All is baroque, even the porters. We are soon in wonderful bedrooms, faded but lovely, like me. I have a huge marble bath with gorgon-headed taps and a giant brass shower rose in wooden box cabinet. The curtains are damask. It's a single room, so I'm safe from singing, farting, chattering Seacombe. Hey, come and have a drink, Spike. It's Margot. He's found a vino bar right next door. We could do with one after the bloody journey. OK, I join him. The manageress falls for Johnny. The vino bar is the meeting place of the local footballers. They have money. Do we have anything of the sale? Mulgrew puts up his soul. I have a fine officer's raincoat given me by my father. Can they see it? Not from here, I said. But I dashed into the albergo and returned gasping. Oh, I'm in no hurry to sell, you understand? Oh, no. But how much? 5,000 lira. The word 1,000 disorientates the mind. I'm used to humble 1, 2, 3 in sterling, but 5,000, rich, rich, rich. Wrong, 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 little international banker. It came to 4 quid, and it cost 15. It was brand new, and there it is going out the door to a football match. Still, 4 quid was 4 quid, but it wasn't 15. Tired by the trip, elated by the 5,000 lira, pissed by the wine, I retired to my baroque bedroom, lay out my mottled blue pyjamas, took a marble bath, the brass shower, got into the baroque bed and rang for room service. There's bugger all room service. Room service is finito. Well, what have they got? La fredda collezione. Ah! Well, it was better than nothing, though when it arrived I realised it wasn't. What's the old waiter hanging about for? All service after 10 has to be paid for by cash. What? But I'm travelling on the King's warrant. This trip is all found. Well, find a tip. No? OK, he'll call the manager. No. OK, I'll pay. Has he got change of a 5,000 lira note? Yes, he says. Have I been selling raincoats to the footballers? Again, the Bill Hall trio triumph. It's getting to be a habit. With the raincoat money, I bought an old Kodak camera and took lots of photographs. The streets of Bologna are swarming with Italian partisans wearing bandoliers, their belts stuffed with German stick grenades. They saunter the sidewalks with the braggadocio air, waving their captured weapons and shouting, "Viva Italia! Viva Italia!" After a while, it got a bit boring, and Bill Hall said to one, "The guerra finita, mate." We climbed the 600 steps up the Tower of Dante, only to find the following graffiti: "Viva la figa." Christmas in Italy. Our last show in Bologna was on Christmas Day. It was all very strange. On Christmas Eve, after the show, to a very inebriated audience, I wanted to be alone. I went to my bedroom and wished I could be back at 15 Rizzaldine Road with my mum, dad and brother. I wanted that little Christmas tea in the front room, the coal fire especially lit to air the room for Christmas Day, the simple presents, a scarf, a pair of socks, a presentation box of 25 Players cigarettes, my brother's box of Britain's soldiers, a drawing book with a set of pencils. Very modest fare by modern standards, but to me then, still simple and unsophisticated, it was a warming and magic day. The lunch and chicken, real chicken, that was something. In 1939, chicken was a luxury, and a tin of Danish ham, a huge trifle with custard and real cream. My father's pride in opening the port, pretending he was a savant, smelling the cork. "Ah, yes," he would say, and pour it with the gesture of a sommelier at the Lord Mayor's banquet. Here I was in a room in Bologna. I couldn't get it together. Outside there is roistering, not me. I knew tomorrow there would be no stockings at the end of my bed. Father Christmas was a casualty of World War II. Florence! City of the Medicis, Savonarola, and chattering raspberry Seacombe, now freezing without his leather love-gift jerkin. This is the city of the artist, the artisan, the connoisseur. Hotel Dante is just round the corner from the Piazza del Signoria. I will be able to see places that I had only read about. The hotel is one built for those rich Victorians doing the grand tour. Sumptuous rooms, a wonderful double bed with duck eider, like sleeping in froth. Putting my egg-stained battle dress in the beveled glass and walnut cupboard was like wearing a flat hat in the Ritz. Seacombe flies past, chattering and farting up the Carrara marble steps with its flanking Venetian balustrades, topped with cherubim holding bronze lanterns. He looks totally out of place. He belongs at the pithead. I'm standing on the spot, explaining that this is where Savonarola was burnt. Who's Savonarola?" said Gunner Hall. "I tell him who he is." "Oh, they burnt him?" "Yes." "Why? Were they short of coal?" I explained that he was at odds with the Medici and the state of Florence. "Fancy," said Hall. "Why didn't he call a fire brigade?" The same indifference applies to see Cellini's Perseus. with the head of the Medusa. Paul wants to know why statues are erected to people being burnt or having their heads chopped off. Why not someone normal like Tommy Handley? Yes, of course. Here is Cellini's statue of Tommy Handley from Itbar. That would really look nice in the piazza. The Pitti Palace leaves me stunned. Masterpiece after masterpiece. There is no end to it. From Titian to Seguantini, you come out feeling useless and ugly. On the Ponte Vecchio, Seacombe and I ask Hall to take a photograph of us. It comes out with the wall behind us in perfect focus, 2 blurred faces in the foreground. He was well pleased. Now, a divertimento. An English lady living in Florence has invited us to tea. She is Madame Penelope Morris, a relative of William Morris, the man who invented wallpaper. She was 69, tall, thin, a white translucent skin with veins visible. Her neck looked like the map of the Dutch canal system. She wore swathes of bead necklaces to the value of 2 shillings. 2 pale blue eyes, very close together, sat atop a long, bulbous nose. She had no waist, no bottom or bosom. She went straight up and down like a phone box. A small, crimped rouge mouth like a chicken's bum. She spoke with an upper-class adenoidal voice that put her next in line to the throne. She ushered us into a cloying room that smelt of stale, unemptied sherry glasses and tomcat's piss. We sat in well-worn chairs with antimacassars. She rang a brass bell. The clangor fell out. It's always doing that. The summons brought a 1,000-year-old butler carrying a papier-mâché tray loaded with what looked like papier-mâché cakes. The tea ritual. The cakes are made locally, she said, and should have added by stonemasons. It was all a ploy. She is a spiritualist in need. So, would we boys like a séance? So saying, she pulls the curtains, and we sit at a circular table not knowing what to expect. Now, would anyone like to get in touch with a loved one? Yes, said Marine Paul Robson. I'd like to get in touch with my mother, Rosie. Mrs. Morris goes into a trance. Are you there, Mrs. Robson? Are you there, Rosie? A little louder. Are you there, Mrs. Robson? She opens her eyes. She's not hearing me. What Robson hadn't told her was that his mother wasn't dead, but living in Brighton. She won't be able to hear from here, he said to the slightly bemused Mrs. Morris. Does anyone else want to get in touch? Yes, Bill Orr would like to contact his grandmother Lucy. Forewarned, Mrs. Morris asked, First, is she dead? I hope so, said Orr. They buried her. Are you there, Mrs. Lucy Hall? She intones, eyelids fluttering as she places a collection box on the table, giving it a shake to agitate the coins inside. Suddenly, Paul Robson lets out a scream and runs from the room. Mrs. Morris calls a halt. He has ruined the balance. He's ruined the balance. We must all leave now, as he's expecting another tea party. In the hall we meet a group of unsuspecting soldiers who can't understand our stifled laughter. We asked Robson why he had run out screaming. He says, I felt there was something nasty in the room. There was, said Bill Orr. The cat done it. Seacombe and I have hit it off for 2 waitresses at the hotel. One fat, one thin. He calls them Laurel and Hardy. They weren't exactly beauties, but then neither was Seacombe or I. We would meet them dopo lavoro. They will show us a nice boogie-woogie club. Sounded like a weapon. By the kitchen we waited, our romantic interlude broken only by the slop boys emptying rubbish into the reeking bins. Finally they appear, smelling of cheap perfume and washing up water. Seacombe gives me Hardy. She's too full for him. We were taken to what by day was a sewer. An Italian trio are trying to catch up with the latest jazz scene. Through a fug, a blue-chinned waiter shows us a table the size of a playing card. By intertwining knees we are seated. We appeared glued together. Seacombe is chattering in Anglo-Italian. You Montebello, he tells Laurel. There's another fine mess he's got us into. We drink some appallingly cheap red wine that leave purple ring around the mouth. Seacombe looks like a vampire. Laurel takes Seacombe to do the jitterbuggery, and they are lost in a steaming melee. I too am sucked in by Hardy. I'm trying to move a bulk round the floor, but what I really need is a heavy goods license. Still, it was nice holding a girl, even if her load had shifted. A gyrating, arm-pumping, steaming, farting and chattering, all teeth and glasses Seacombe zooms past. Having fun, he shouts. So that's what it is. Away he goes in 20 different directions. It's getting on for 2 a.m. The girls say they must andare a casa. They have to work in the morning. There follows the traditional groping and steaming in the doorway. A mist has arisen from the River Arno. infiltrating the town in Seacombe's trousers. I can hear the hiss of steam as cold hair hits his boiling body. We depart virgo intacto, trousers bursting with revolving testicles and dying erections. We retrace our steps to the hotel. We're lost. Fancy, said Seacombe. Who in the mumbles would dream that I was lost in Florence? I tell him I gave up. Who in the mumbles would have known he was lost in Florence? A tart hovers by. Lily Marlane? She knows the way to the hotel. But do we want to shag? It's only 50 lira after 10. She'll do us both for 40. Sorry, dear, we're training for the priesthood. OK, we can find our own fucking way back. Finally we did. Home at last, said Seacombe, and 40 lira to the good. No, not home at last. Locked out at last. Open up, landlord, we are thirsty travellers. We rang the bell. We hammered the door. We tapped on the windows. We shouted upwards. We hammered on the bell. We rang the door. He tapped upwards. We shouted on the windows. How much did she say for the two of us, said Seacombe. A sliding of bolts, a weary concierge opens the door. Molto tardi, signorini, he says. We apologise. I press a 10 lira note into his hand. A low moan comes from his lips. What did you give him, says Seacombe. A heart attack, I said. I crawl into my dream bed. Peace, relaxation, but no, wait. Something wet and horrible is in my bed. It's a terrible soldier joke. There in my bed is an 8-inch Richard III made from dampened brown paper. There's a note, a chilling message. It says, "The Phantom strikes again." It all bears the hallmarks of Marlborough, or is it Marlborough's marks of Hall? I fell asleep laughing. Return to Naples. Days seem to go by like rushing water over stones. We leave Florence, having visited every possible sight. It was a city I can never forget. We return to Naples with an overnight stay in Rome. There we dine again with the Eton Crop manageress, who we now know to be a lesbian. The discovery was made by Lieutenant Priest, who had put his hand on her leg and had it crushed in a vice-like grip, all the while smiling sweetly at him. I got a bit worried when she said to me, "You are a very pretty boy." After dinner, she asked the trio to come to her room and play. Drinks had been laid on, including a Barolo 1930. She asked us to play "You Go to My Head," then sang it in Italian in a deep baritone voice. Go to my head. If we weren't certain before, we were now. Yes, there was the shaving soap on the windowsill. The more she drank, the more masculine she became, giving us great thumps on the back like demolition hammers. Let's get out of here, said all, or she'll fuck a lot of us. The last leg to Naples. All the while Seacombe entertains us with insane jokes and raspberry. Does anyone know the Big Horse song? No, he sings "Big Horse, I Love You." The Hook and Eye song? No, he sings "Who Can I Live Without You?" The Nitron song? Oh, night and day, or the one. The Ammonia song? Ammonia, bird in a gilded cage. There was no stopping him, he was like a dynamo. Are you on anything, I said. Yes, £2.10 a week, high up. He used to be a pithead clerk. I asked him, were you good at figures? Well, as long as I got within 3 or 4 shillings. If what he told us was true, miners who hadn't shown up for a week ended up with double wages and the reverse. The day he joined the army, the miners held a pithead Thanksgiving service. So, back in the old routine. Hall has been missing for days. During his absence, we transformed his army bed into a magnificent 4-poster with a heraldic shield, satin drapes, and a scarlet velvet bedspread. We time it to perfection. Hall comes in 5 minutes before the once-weekly roll call and inspection. He walks in a moment before the inspecting officer. Stunned, he stands by his bed. Enter Captain O'List. He too is stunned. O'List, whose bed is this? Mine, sir. How long has it been like this? Yesterday, sir. Why? It's my mother's birthday, sir. O'List couldn't contain himself. Weak leg, he walked rapidly from the room. On the stairs we could hear him choking with laughter. Barry. Yes, we are to ancient Barium, where the meal enema was invented. We are to entertain the bored soldiery. First thing, chain Gunner Hall to the bed. Louisa Porcelli, our Italian star, has dropped out of the show, and in her place we have Signorina Dolores Bigita, an aging bottle-blonde Neapolitan old boiler with a voice like a Ferrari exhaust. She looked okay from a distance, about a mile, I'd say. She did a Carmen Miranda act, her layers of cutaneous fat shuddering with every move. "Amor, amor," she'd croak. It was monumental tat. Bari is a dusty seaport on the Adriatic. There's Bari Vecchio and Bari Nuovo. No hotel this time, but a large hostel that seems to be under permanent siege by lady cleaners. Even as we sat on the WC, a mop would suddenly appear under the door. The streets are heavy with bored British soldiers and a heavy sprinkling of Scots from the tribal areas. The old city is really a museum piece. It's a time capsule dating from about 1700. The Moors were here and left their mark. Many a dark skin can be seen. Seacombe appears to be inflating his head. He is even inflating his face. Somehow the wind is escaping upwards. No, the man's in real trouble. Poor Gunner, struck down in his prime. Of all things, he has an illness of the face. It's true, folks. He has been using cheap Italian makeup, which has affected all the cuts he gave himself during his screaming, farting and shaving act. It gets bad, and the swelling closes both eyes. There was little pity. We had warned him. If he didn't stop it, this was what would happen. The dramatic situation of temporary blindness gave Seacombe a great chance for histrionics. He'd become Gunner King Lear. "I'm sorry, lads, to have let you down like this, but remember the show must go on." He lay on his bed, not knowing that we had left the room. He develops a high temperature which speeds him up. When the ambulance arrived to take him, he's chattering, screaming and farting at twice the speed. "I'm sorry I'm leaving you, lads. Oh, no, but I'll be back. The show must go on. Thanks for all your help. Remember me when you're on stage. Tell the lads I did my best. Cardiff 3, Swansea 0. Lloyd George knew my father. Saucepan Bike, Ivan Novello, when I come home again from Wales." As they drove him away, we could hear snatches of Welsh song, rugby scores, raspberrying and screaming. When he arrived at Bari General Hospital, they took him straight to the psychiatric ward, where he gave 3 doctors a nervous breakdown. His place in the show was taken by Dolores Begita. Dressed as a nun, she sang Ave Maria in a gin-soaked voice. Lieutenant Priest pleaded with her not to, but to our horror she did, and to our amazement she got an ovation. Oh, there's no telling. Surprise, surprise. After our first show, who shows up? It's lean, lovely Lance Bombardier Reg Bennett. What's he doing here? He was posted. He arrived with a letter to the town major, who said, "I see, Bennett, that you are an expert on heavy dock clearance and port maintenance." "No, sir, I'm an insurance clerk." Someone had blundered. He got the plum job of town mayor's clerk. With it goes a private flat above his office. He invited me back. We took a taxi, so he was doing all right. We arrived at the flat and opened the door to find the town major screwing some eye bird on the floor. "I'm afraid the room is occupied," he said. We ended up at a restaurant in the old town. Customers are upmarket Italians and a few British officers. "It's all black market," says Reg. "How can you afford this, Reg?" He grinned, the grin of a man heavily involved in skullduggery. "I handle the NAFI," he said. "Ah, the NAFI, the crown jewels of military life." We spoke about an idea we'd had back in Biarno, a nightclub on the Thames. It was pie in the sky. Bennett says, "Milligan, if we're going to dream, why stop at a nightclub on the Thames? Why not a 100-story hotel in San Francisco? We've just had 4 bloody years of war. Why go in for more trouble?" "No, Spike, I've thought about it. If we all club together, we just about afford 2 tables and 6 chairs. Or we could get a bank loan." "OK, 8 chairs then." He was right. I said so. "You are right." I said, "To hell with the 100-story hotel and the 6 chairs. Wait, another bottle of Orvieto." Well pissed, Bennett dropped me off at the hotel. An hour later, he appears at my bedroom door. "He's still screwing," he said. So I put him in the spare bed. "I'm not angry. I'm just jealous," he said. Reg departed next morning. I was not to see him again for 5 years, by which time the town major had finished screwing. The sound of chattering, farting and screams tell me that Seacombe has been cured and released and the hospital burnt down for safety. "Hello, hello, hello, hey, hi, hop, hi, hey, hi, see on with the show, hello, hoi, hoi, hoi." He revolves around the hotel at speed. What had eluded scientists for 2,000 years had been discovered by Gunner Seacombe. Perpetual motion. Hello, hoi, hi, New Year's Eve, A.D. 1946, is a few hours away as the show opens. The front row is filled with well-scrubbed, pink and pretty Queen Alexandra nursing sisters, all crisp and starched in their grey, white and red uniforms. Hovering above them in the cram gallery are hundreds of steaming Highlanders, all in the combustible atmosphere of whisky fumes. The Bill Hall Trio are a smash hit. We are going for an encore when, to our horror, we see, falling like gentle rain from heaven, scores of inflated rubber condoms floating down on the dear nursing sisters below. Some, all merry with the festive season, start bursting them before they scream with realization. Military priests get in among the steaming Scots and a fight breaks out, to the sound of smashing bottles, thuds, screams, wallops and yells, a nun sings, Ave Maria, Happy New Year, everyone! After the show, there's a party on stage, a table with, cold collation. The Bill Hall Trio play for dancing. A good time was had by all, and something else had by all was Dolores Begita. Lieutenant Priest drinks a toast. This is our last show, and we'll be returning to base tomorrow. Naples again. It is 120 miles to Naples, a sort of London-Birmingham trip. Bill, Johnny and I sit as usual at the back on the bench seat. We start talking seriously about a future in England. We agreed to stick together and make a fortune. With the reception we've been getting, how can we go wrong? January, CPA barracks. It was a sybaritic life. No parades, an occasional inspection, and a naffy open day. There were perks. There's spare tickets for the opera, said gay Captain Lees, who was ever so lovely and rightfully in the Queen's regiment. The opera. Fat men and women bawling at each other in front of cardboard trees, backed by a crowd of hairy-legged spearmen. OK, though, it was free. I was about to see what any opera lover would give his life for. Outside the San Carlo, WVS presents the world's greatest tenor, Beniamino Gigli. Gigli? Coleman Hawkins or Ben Webster. But Gigli? I have a plush box to myself, it seems, but just before the curtain up, a smelly Italian peasant carrying a bag of food and a bottle of wine is ushered in. Scusi, he says, and then starts laying the food out on a cloth. Overture, curtain up, magic. Where have I been? Puccini. What exquisite music! What an ignorant bastard I've been! Wait, the Italian's getting pissed, and by the time Mimi's tiny hand is frozen, he's joining in the arias. He's sitting on the floor. The audience can't really see him. They're all shushing at me. The attendants come in. I have a struggle telling them I'm not the culprit. Eventually they drag the protesting Itai away, but he leaves his bread, cheese and wine, which I am well pleased to finish. The opera continues. Mimi! Sob, sob goes Rudolph, and crashes his 20 stone on top of the poor consumptive. The curtain comes down to stop her being asphyxiated. Curtain call after curtain call. I'm on my feet shouting, bees, bees. Like all bloody musicians, the orchestra are trying to get out before any encores. They all escape, but Gigli collars the harpist and sings Neapolitan folk songs for an hour. Sheer magic. Gigli has gone to his rest, but that evening goes on and on. The bitter end. The curse of the working classes. Piles! I'm stricken, strucken and stracken with the things. Unlike other enemies, one could not come face to face with these things. Piles! The MO is no help. He's twiddling his things in an unsympathetic manner. There's the operation, he says. Oh, and it's agony, says I. That is true, says he. Otherwise, what then? He shrugs his shoulders. I'm pretty sure that shrugging your shoulders is no cure for a sore ass. He gives me a pot of foul-smelling ointment. Apply to the parts. Parts? Piles don't have parts. I can have 2 days in bed and then come and see him again. The pretty Italian ladykins want to know why I'm in bed. No way will my romantic soul let me tell them it's Piles. Not even in Italian. Pilzo. Pilzo. No. I have la bronchitis, so. They want to know why every time I sneeze, I grab my arse and scream. It's very difficult. The duty officer and sergeant find me asleep face downward at midday. Why is this man in bed, sergeant? It's the Piles, sir. Piles? Yes, sir, the Piles. Have you seen the M.O.? Yes, sir. What did he say? He said I had Piles. Bed down for 2 days. The officer gave me a look of utter disdain. Why? He was jealous. Any man with such a demeaning illness as Piles should never be allowed to shirk his duty. Officers never had Piles, and if they did, they went on serving the king. Whitehall, Field Marshal Alexander's office. Alexander stands in front of a huge war map. High-ranking officers wait on his every word. He points to the map. Gentlemen, points to a flag on the map, There are several outbreaks of pile jealousy in these areas. Generals. From now on, all cases of piles must be kept top secret. Romance 'neath Italian skies. The music of Lay That Pista Down, Babe floats on the air. It's spring in Napoli. Bornheim and I are sipping sweet tea as the sun streams into the golden pilasters of the banqueting room of the Royal Palace Naples Naffi, having posted a lookout on the roof for Gracie Fields. Our waitress is Maria, and fancying me. What is your name? Spike. Spack? Yes, Spike. Spack. It sounds like custard hitting a wall. My darling, can we go passeggiare sulla mare? Si. When, darling? Sabato. But we must be careful. We must not be seen by her parents or her family. Why, Maria, why? Wasn't it I, a British soldier, who had liberated Italy from the naughty Nazis and let loose a horde of raping, pillaging Allied soldiers onto your streets? Does her family know that I am a holy Roman Catholic with half a hundredweight of relics of the cross to my credit and a case of second-hand underwear? No, she says. It would be dangerous. What would happen if they caught us together? They would catch mine together and crush them. We meet then in the mysterious Vomero. She in Sunday best, me in the best I can find on Sunday. Now for a day of high romance. But no, she is in a state of high anxiety. Every 10 seconds she clutches me with a stifled scream. She imagines one of her family appearing knife in hand. We spend the day like two people trying to avoid the searchlights at Alcatraz, forever flattening against walls, diving into dark doorways where I gave them a quick squeeze, and running across squares. One of the squares I ran into was Reggio List. At the end of the day, shagged out by a hard day's espionage and squeezing, she says goodbye and catches a romantic tram. Bornheim is sitting up waiting for me. Did you get it? No, I said. Nothing? No. What did you do? About 18 miles, I said. 'Twas on the Isle of Capri. Private Bornheim is singing the theme from Pathétique and cutting his toenails with what looked like garden shears. The good weather is coming. We should go for a trip to Capri. Good idea, but we must choose a day when Gracie Fields is singing on the mainland. Ha, ha, ha! When should we go? As soon as he's finished cutting his toenails. That could be weeks. One fine warm spring morning we board the ferry Cavallo del Mare and set fair for the Isle of Capri. Bornheim feels fine. With toenails clipped, he's about 10 pounds lighter. A bar on board sells cigarettes, fruit juice, and flies. I watch as the magic isle hoves into view, blue and purple in the morning mist, the old village in the centre, the houses huddled together like frightened children. On the bridge, an unshaven captain in a vest, oily peaked cap and flies, shouts to the shoreman. We approach Maria Grande. He cuts the engine, and we glide to the quay. All the while, Private Bornheim has been immersed in his Union Jack, calling out bits of news. I see they've increased the fat allowance back home. All that and Capri. As we disembark, Italian dragomen and flies are waiting. Do you like a donkey? No, thanks, I'm a vegetarian. We board the funiculare. Up, up, up. At the top, we walk into the most famous square in the world, Captain Reggio List. How are we? He's just returning. Goodbye, Reg. No need to sing Begin the Begin. No, thank Mother for the rabbit. The main square is set up with cafes and outdoor tables, no pipe music or transistors. We choose the Cafe Azzurra because it's nearest, and we order 2 ice creams. What ice creams! Wow, a foot high, multicoloured and covered in cream and flies. We are the only 2 soldiers in the square and flies. My God, the impossible. Hello, lads! It's her. It's our Gracie Fields. I wish it was theirs. She insists we come and have a nice cup of tea. Down the lane she takes us to a Villa Canzoni del Mar. The view is stunning, but the house is rather like a very good-class boarding house in Scunthorpe. She's wonderfully warm-hearted. We sit on the balcony admiring the view. Please God, don't let her sing. Is she going to say it? She does. By gum, it's a bit different from Blackpool. She must be working from a script. We escape without any singing. Goodbye, lad. Give my love to folks back home. We'd escaped. Not even one chorus of Sally. I wanted to see San Michele. It's closed, says a caretaker, who looked like Frankenstein's monster without the bolts. onto the site of the Villa Tiberius, now carefully converted into cowsheds. Sloshing through cow dung, a local shows where Tiberius threw his victims over the cliff. "I don't see what's dangerous about that," said Bornheim. "It's perfectly safe until you hit the rocks." Lunch, midday, and that warm torpor was implemented as we ate spaghetti marinara and drank Ruffino at the little restaurant high over the sea. As I write this nearly 40 years later, I can still feel the warmth of that day. That one day can cast such a lasting spell speaks either for my appreciation of life, or that ancient Capri was indeed as charged with such beauty that it left itself tattooed on your mind, soul, and spirit. I know I was quite a simple soldier, unsophisticated, but as I grew older, my mind took up the slack of that past time and computed it into a finely honed memory, leaving every colour, taste, sound, and sight as crisp and as electric as though it happened yesterday, and to me, as I write it, it did. I remember a potted geranium on the wall. I wonder if it remembers me. Its scarlet luminescence projected against a fibrillating azure sea seemed to hypnotize me. Like all idiots with a camera, I had to photograph it. Like all dodos who think they can capture their emotions on a holiday snap, I took a colour picture in gorgeous black and white. I must be Irish. Well, I was that day. "It's the colour of the sea," said Bornheim, equally pissed. "What about the colour?" I'm asking. "It looks as if it's been painted," he said, staring into its calling waters. "It has been," I said. "Who was he?" said Bornheim, stressing every word. "That geranium. It was becoming fluorescent. I think it was doing to me what the chair did to Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception. I was understanding why Van Gogh painted that simple chair in Arles. People say he created his own mescaline. What a saving! I sat on the wall and looked towards the Capri headland, and envisaged the marble palace of Tiberius that once adorned it. That a man so innately evil should have lived in such beauty. Poor Malonia, killing herself. That the filthy-mouthed, hairy, stinking old man, to avoid his advances. He should have grown up with Maria. He'd have been dead in a day. Now all that rage is past. All was emptiness, with the wheeling seabirds, the wash of the hissing seas. We return as the evening purple cascaded down on the Sorrentine Peninsula. The ferry is cloyed with chattering, screaming Neapolitan and flies. At the stern, a row breaks out. I can only see the pictures of a crowd of males hitting one unfortunate individual, some actually hanging over the boat rails to give better purchase for the assault. As in all mobs, anyone can join in the hitting, even though they don't know the reason for it, and even I was tempted. It's the last boat, crowded. We are the only 2 soldiers on board. I addressed a seaman. "Hello, sailor," I say. "Can you take our picture?" "See." The sailor smiles and points the ancient Kodak. Click! Bornheim and I are immortalized. The cool evening air and the last warmth of the sun touched our skin. We stood at the rails watching Capri sink into the oncoming crepuscular night. In ancient times, the Pharos on Capri would have been igniting its faggot fires to warn ships bearing grain from Africa of its rocky prominence. Bornheim and I were taking on glasses of grappa to light our own faggot fires and to warn those self-same ships against our own rocky prominences. Arriving back at the billets and settling back in the ways of soldiery was difficult. After lights out, we reminisced in our khaki cots. "It didn't really happen, did it?" said Bornheim. Nearly. Those were the days when we should have been lotus-eating, but the NAFI didn't stock them. Life was a series of paid gigs. The Bill Hall Trio, with Bornheim on piano and George Puttock on drums, played for dancers in, around, and sometimes under Naples. Every band in those days had to have an MC. Ours won his at El Alamein. It was Sergeant Bob Hope. Yes, Bob Hope. What a letdown when he showed up. "You're not Bob Hope." "Oh, yes, I am." "You don't look like Bob Hope." "Well, I bloody well am Bob Hope." "Not the Bob Hope. No, a Bob Hope." We finally got him to use Dick Hope. Dick or Bob, he nearly did for us. We are in a van returning from a successful gig at the Royal Palace at Caserta, a dead straight road that leads to Naples. There were no lights. Bill Hall is counting and recounting his money, hoping to make it more. He's turning it over for the 10th time. "Are you keeping it aired?" said Mulgrew, who's got his in a sealed Scottish death grip in his right hand. Bornheim's lighter illuminates his face. He tries to set fire to Bill Hall's money. "What you bloody doing?" says Hall, beating out the flames. I'm looking through the windscreen from my bench seat. Ahead, I see two lone sets of car lights. I can tell by their excessive brightness they are American. They are approaching at high speed. I have a nasty feeling. The lights are swaying. In no time the car is on us. It veers across to our side. The idiot Dick Hope is rooted to the steering wheel. I lunge over his shoulder and wrench the steering wheel to the left. As I do so, the oncoming vehicle hits us. There's a screech of metal. It rips the whole of our undercarriage out. Our four wheels are howled from underneath us, and our bodywork crashes to the road. We skid along on the chassis, the road coming up to the floor. We grind to a halt. "Everyone all right?" shouts Bornheim. 99, 100, says Hall, counting his money. We kick open the rear door and scramble out. The first thing is the unending blare of a motor horn coming from the other vehicle, a banshee sound. It's an American Pontiac staff car, nose deep in a 10-foot ditch. In the dark we slither down. The driver is impaled on the steering column, shorting the horn. His eyes have been jettisoned onto his cheeks. He's dead. We unstick him. In the rear are a colonel and a wife-stroke-lady-stroke-screw. She was unconscious and saying, "Oh, oh, oh," a lot of help. Didn't she know any other letters? I drag her out. She's mumbling, "Are you okay, honey?" I said, "Yes, I was okay, honey." Her top half is naked, her dress hanging down from the waist. The colonel is unconscious. His trousers are around his ankles. What I wouldn't give for a hot line to the news of the world. I drag her up the bank. The other three pull the colonel out. "I think the driver's dead," said Bill Hall. Must have been a second opinion. On the road, I helped the bird get her boobs back into her dress, giving them a squeeze, and asked would she like a quickie. The colonel is gaining consciousness and says, "Darling, you are wonderful," to Bill Hall, who agrees with him. An American police patrol jeep screeches to a halt. They leave one policeman and the other speeds off for help. He will alert the British military police. In no time, the whole mess is cleaned up. The ambulance whisks off the colonel, the lady, and the dead driver. A giant crane lifts the wreck away, and whoosh, all gone. All that's left are the 6 British idiots alone in the dark with the top half of a van. "Let's pray, look for the wheel," said George Puttock. We are waiting for the alert British police. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Shall we start walking? No. We should have started walking an hour ago. It's gone 4 o'clock. Queen Victoria, Abraham Lincoln, Prince Albert had also gone. Everyone had gone but us. As morning in the bowl of light was putting the stars to flight, a 1,500-weight truck with 2 military policemen arrives, followed by an ambulance. My first words were, "Where the fuck have you been?" A tall red-cap cautions me. "No, Corporal," he warned. "That kind of language won't get us anywhere." "Oh, would you like it in fucking French, then?" He was not endeared to me. "Where are the injured?" he said. "We are the fucking injured," I said. "But we're all better now." "We were told that the driver was dead." "Oh? We didn't know that, otherwise we would never have let him drive." Enough is enough. We get into the 1,500-weight, and as the sun was rising, drive down the Royal Road to Naples. 200, 300. Bill Hall is recounting his money. Another foot and that car would have killed us. 320, 330. "Nice surprisey, Pooh." "You are very lucky fellows," said Regulist, who is now not singing Begin the Begin. "Why are we lucky fellows? We have been chosen to appear on the bill of the finale of the Festival of Arts. This turns out to be nothing more or less than a military opportunity knocks. And after all the contestants have done, while the summing up is going on, there is to be entertainment by the professionals. Any extra money? No. Sod. OK. The pros are Stan Bradbury, a song plugger from the UK, and the Polish Ballet, and ourselves, and... Help! Gracie Fields and her singing. It was too late now. We've said yes, and they've aired the beds. "You'll only be there for 48 hours, said Lieutenant O'List. "Ah, that will be long enough for me to carry out my solemn promise to Maria Marini that I would come back and marry her from the waist down. Ha ha!" "Gracie Fields," says Bill Hall, like he's announcing the doppelganger. "Don't worry," says Regulist. "I've put you on before her, so if you hurry up, you can be out in the street before she starts singing. I'll try and keep the theatre door shut so that the sound doesn't get out. Seacombe, he's coming too. It was about time he came too. Is he going to fill the stage with soap? No. I'm on the spotlight, he says, through his chattering, screaming and farting. Seacombe on the spotlights? That's like putting a man with epilepsy on a tightrope. Seacombe can't keep still. He can't concentrate on anything except screaming, shaving and farting. We'll see. I've been specially chosen to put Spotlight and Gracie Fields in red sails in the sunset, he says, like the captain of the Titanic. Yet again, the charabanc takes the chosen to the holy city. This time it's just the trio, Seacombe, and a few spare wanks who will do odd jobs backstage. I had no idea what odd jobs backstage are. Massaging curtains back to life? Mud wrestling with the electricians? It's the old Albergo Universo again, and our lesbian javelin-throwing manager with a 56-inch chest. Can we visit her for a drink after the show? Yes. Have we any free seats? Yes. How many does she want? 63. Well, she settles for 6. Friday, March the 1st. We sit in the stalls watching the amateurs rehearsing for the finals. They are being produced by Major Murray Leslie, Royal Army Service Corps, an ideal corps to produce theatricals. The short, dark singer is going through Just a Song at Twilight. We all know the joke about the short man who looks as though he's been hit by a lift from above. Well, this bloke looks as if he's been hit by one from above and another one coming up underneath. He has a good voice, but looks like a semi-straightened-out Quasimodo, and worse, he has ape-like arms. Major Leslie suggests that when the song reaches the climax, he raises his arms gradually. They look like 2 anti-aircraft guns being raised to fire. But there you are. He finishes songs with his arms raised. Major Leslie RASC waits a while and says, No, you don't keep them up there. A woeful series of acts followed. The blonde guardsman who recited Wordsworth the Daffodils. For this, Major Leslie also suggested the use of the arms, but this time they were raised alternately on certain words. I wandered lonely as a cloud, right arm up. That floats on high o'er vales and hill, left arm up. When all at once I saw a crowd, right leg up, and so on. Comes the night, and the hopefuls go through their paces. They get what we call sympathetic applause. That is, bugger all. We stand in the wings, keeping an eye out for "How do, ladsy, by gum?" The interval and the judging goes on. Stan Bradbury entertained to the piano. Why? I don't know. A very amiable man, well loved in the music profession, but as an entertainer, no. All the while he played, the audience thought he was the warm-up pianist for a forthcoming singer, who never materialized. Now, the last-minute change. The Polish ballet are playing up and are to go on before us. The girls are beautiful, the boys more so. It's a stunning dance company with full orchestra conducted by Raymond Agalt. And now, it's the announcer, Philip Slessor, announcing an announcement. From the Central Pool of Artists, the Bill Hall. Before he could get the words out, there was a roar from the crowd. We can do no wrong. A smash hit again. The encores keep Gracie Fields trapped in the wings. We take 5 curtain calls, and then the orchestra plays Sally. On comes Gracie, and by the great wave of applause, one realizes that none of them have ever heard her Royal Palace Naffy Naples singing sessions. But disaster lurks for poor Gracie. Gunner Seacombe is now poised on the spotlight. He has been told to put the red jelly in for when she sings "Red Sails in the Sunset." Seacombe is myopic. He walks into walls, over cliffs and under steamrollers, and in recent years crashed into walls in horse-drawn coaches. In the dark he juggles with the jellies. Miss Fields goes rapturously into red sails, only to turn green. "You're going mouldy, Gracie," shouts a wag. The audience dissolves into tears. Gracie handles it well. "Someone up there don't like me," she says. Seacombe realizes the error, and soon Miss Fields is a bright purple, then yellow, and then orange. Finally, someone brings him down with a rugby tackle before he can do more damage, and he's carried out screaming, shaving, and farting. During our act, we have been spotted by an impresario in the judge's box, who sends us a note promising untold riches in the future in England. We'll book your act as seen tonight if you want to play variety. After the show, we were all presented to Miss Gracie Fields. "How do, lad?" she says. I could do with a nice cup of tea." She says she loved our act and would we like a nice cup of tea. Captain Redolist wants us to have dinner with him yet again. He treats us to a horse-drawn. Mean bugger, won't pay for a taxi, said Hall. Again, it's spaghetti and wine, and again he will sing Begin the Begin. I can see by the look in Bill Hall's eyes he fears Redolist could become the male Gracie Fields. As the evening goes on, he does. Hall is leaving. We've got to leave for Naples at 9, Reg. Too late. Redolist has already begun to become Gracie Fields and is singing Begin the Begin. Ischia. March 1946. Our cleaning ladies consisted of pretty young Italian things, all on the lookout for potential husbands to take them to Inglaterra. Bornheim and I are pursued by 2 Marias. All cleaners in twos are called Maria in Italy. My Maria I used for laundry, socks repairs and groping. We decide to take the girls to Ischia as a repayment for squeezing them. When we told them, they shrieked with excitement. No, they'd never been out of Napoli. Was there somewhere else? They'd certainly never been to Ischia. On the Sunday, they turned up carrying raffia baskets full of home-cooked Neapolitan goodies. The ferry was crammed, the noise of the chattering drowning out the engines. 40 minutes, and we are there. I try my luck and take us to the Colonel Startling Rope Villa of yore. Yes, the manservant remembers me of yore. Oh, then can we use the private beach? Yes. The yes is good, the is worrying. We disport ourselves and are soon immersed in the sparkling waters. The girls are delirious. Maria 1, who is mine, I have only seen in her scruffy working clothes, but now in her black one-piece bathing costume, she's very, very dizzy and ready to be squangled. Oh, it can't be long now. The girls open the hamper. In half an hour we put on a stone and sink like one. Oh, Neapolitan cooking. We must see the Grotta Azzurra, says a prying boatman. We argue the price, and then he rows us to the enchanted hole in the cliff. We enter with our heads ducked, and lo, a wondrous luminescent cavern, flickering with diaphanous sunshine on the cave wall, and by a trick of light we appear to be floating on air. I dive over the side and give an underwater cabaret, in which I look as if I'm suspended in air under the boat. It's all wondrous. The girls squeal with delight that echoes round the cavern. Out again into the white sunlight and back to the beach. On dark winter nights I recall that day. The clock should have stopped there. Our yes has run out, and the I was worried about is operating. Would we leave now, as the owner is returning from Naples, where he has been selling packets of sawdust? We caught the last ferry as twilight fell across the Bay of Naples. Pimples of light are starting to appear on the shore. 1,000 shouts as we draw to the quay. Brown hands grasp the ropes and affix them to rusting bollards. We hire an ancient Fiat taxi that looks like a grave on wheels. It chugs and rattles its way up the slopes of the Vomero. Qui, ferma qui, shout the girls. In the dark there's a brief kissing. We're waving the girls goodbye when, crash! From nowhere a drunk appears and punches through the taxi window. Attenzione, shouts our driver. Coltello! Look out, he's got a knife. We leap out and set off hot foot. He's shouting something in Italian that sounds like, "My mother keeps legless goats." That can't be right. Why are we running away from a man whose mother keeps legless goats? Cowards all! I suddenly stop, turn, thrust my hand inside my battler's pocket and whip out an imaginary pistol. Attenzione, I shout. Pistole! He stops in his tracks and runs away. He could have sung "Lay that pistol down, Bab," but he didn't. Very good, Milligan. The day ended with a pointed finger. It wasn't the end of a perfect day, but it was an end. Who the fuck was he, said Bornheim, much further down the hill. Civilian status. The central pool of artists is changed to the Combined Services Entertainment. Why? I suppose it's the result of a meeting. In its wake, we, the Bill Hall Trio, are being offered officer status and wages if, when we are demobbed, we sign with the CSE for 6 months. Hedonist, we all say yes. Officer status. God, blimey. All the bloody months in the line and you become a lance bombardier. Yet play the guitar in perfect safety and you become an officer. If I had learnt the banjo and the tuba, I could have become a field marshal. I wrote home and told my delighted parents. My mother proudly informed the neighbours that her son was a banjo-playing officer. We signed a 6-month contract with the Combined Services Entertainment, which appeared to be signed by a colonel called Whalum Pittle. I didn't know we had one. Now, upgrading to officer status caused problems. Though still not due for demob till August, we jumped the gun and donned civvies, officers' peaked caps with green and gold shoulder flash, CSE. It was a culture shock for the Officers' Club Naples when Gunner Bill Hall entered its portals. "Here, where are you going?" said the door sergeant to someone who looked like a dustman. "I'm going in," said Hall. "Where are you going?" The sergeant looked at the thin, scruffy apparition in crumpled khaki drill with a fall of cigarette ash on the shirt front. "This club is for officers," he said, pointing to the door. "I am a bleeding officer," said Hall, pointing to himself. The sergeant demands identification. I watch his face gradually crumple as he reads the authorization slip. He gave a sob and walked away. The barman treats Hall like a leper and moves the flypapers nearer. In his wake, the newfound Officer Hall left a series of broken club secretaries. One offered to sell him a suit. Another resigned. Several asked Hall for medical certificates. Mulgrew and his evil sense of humour relished the confrontations. He told how on one occasion at the officers' bar, on the approach of Hall, they put newspapers down. He was popularly known in the officers' club as "Oh Christ, here he comes," or "Thank Christ, there he goes." Barbary Coast. Rumours of another show are in the offing. Raymond Agult and his wife asked me how I would like to write a musical, and I said, "Sitting down." The theme was to be Anne Bonny, the lady pirate, and her lover Calico Jack. I remember the opening lyrics I wrote. "There'll be $10,000 for anyone who collars Calico Jack." Again, it was too ambitious financially. "God, Milligan, we'd have to sell the Navy to pay for it," said Captain O'List. "There's an alternative. It's be called Barbary Coast, a series of variety acts done in an 1880s Bowery bar setting. The MC is Jimmy Malloy, a 40-year-old crash-bang wallop insult-type comedian. Jimmy is overweight, and worse still, he's over here. The Bill Hall Trio will perform as directed, and so we wait, directionless, while the wheels of power turn. Meanwhile, I must prepare for my civilian status. I must buy clothes to adorn my civilian body, and shoes for my civilian feet. Drawing out my savings, I coursed the Via Roma. For the life of me, I could not understand how the Italians could produce such luxurious goods in wartime. There's a wealth of real silk, pure wool, pure cotton garments. I choose a dark blue corduroy jacket and a lighter pair of trousers, a black and white check sporting jacket with British flannels, 3 white silk shirts and a blue satin tie, a white polo neck sweater, all of which would hide my post-war backup army underwear. One thing I never bought, shoes. I had a pair of huge, shall we say, sensible brown brogues that made my feet look like 5 times the size, shaped like marrows, apparently inflated and about to burst. "What do you want to buy all that crap for?" said Bill Hall. "You'd only draw attention to yourself." I understood him not. The Voodoo Moon Club. We would use the rehearsal room. Yes, a dance, ORs only. Bornheim, George Puttick and myself took it upon ourselves to turn the room into a London nightclub. We begged, borrowed, stealed, and bribed. I wanted it to look like a giant aquarium. I blacked out the windows, filled the space with underwater features, rocks, etc., all from the scenery department. I put in low-key lighting, then covered the whole with a large piece of aquamarine perspex. We stapled plain white paper to the scruffy tabletops, hung velvet drapes all round the walls, put green, red and blue bulbs into the lights, and got the chippies to make music stands with lightning cutouts with the words Voodoo Moon, that went, like Hollywood marriages, on and off. Food. Our hermetically sealed food flasks were topped up with spaghetti, brought locally, bottles of local red plonk. Where to serve the food from? Of course, the nearest room, the lavatory opposite. We set up a serving hatch and a masking curtain. From the local Enser show, we tried to get High Hazel, a strapping in favour at the time cabaret singer. To wait on table, we had the Masked Marias. Word got around, and the officers asked if they would come too. Yes, make the bastard pay, said Bill Hall. So we made the bastards pay. Puttick wants to know why it has to be an aquarium. What does he think it ought to be? He doesn't know. Well, if you like, we can get it done up as an I don't know club, and we can stand at the bloody door, and when people say, what's going on here, we can say, I don't know. I trapped my Maria while she's bending down, and she is well pleased. Do you still love me, Maria? Oh, si, sempre, sempre. Good. Can she and her clutch of Marias act as waitresses for the night? No money, but they'll get danced, groped, and allowed to walk home free of charge. Will I marry her and take her to Inglaterra? Of course, yes, si. The great Zol, the master of magic electricity, and Twit. Can he help serve the spaghetti from the Kazi? We need a touch of magic. Yes. Can he dress up as a sultan for it? Of course, the spaghetti sultan. Yes, we'll give him that billing. The scenic artists knock up a sign to go over the Kazi. Spaghetti now being served by the great Zol. 200 lira. I phoned the Ensa Hotel. Can I speak with Miss High Hazel? Uno momento. Several uno momentos later she speaks. Can she do a cabaret for us? Yes. Is there transport? Yes. The tram stops at the bottom of the road. Can she bring friends? Yes. How many? 27. I'm sorry, that's too many. OK, then, she says, do the bloody cabaret yourself. Yes, of course she can bring 27. Of course. We don't want to play all bloody evening, says Hall, who has a bint coming. Then Singleton, pianist, comes to the rescue. Not to worry. He will pick up a scratch combination. Name? Oh, anything. How about Singleton's Black and Whites? Perfect. The entire band turns out to be white. The Kazis do niff a little. So can we lay her to rest? OK. Can the masked Marias wash it with fennel? Si. If I'll marry her and take her to England. Si, yes, and a quick squeeze of them both. The duty officer, Lieutenant Higgins, is asking questions. What's going on? I explained that it's a fine thing we're doing in our own spare time to raise the morale of our troops and etc., and will he go away? Why have we blacked out the windows? The air raids have stopped. Yes, we know, sir, but you never know. Have we got permission? Yes. Who from? We don't know yet, sir, but rest assured it will be somebody. Comes the night. It was a bomb-out success. Finished at 0400. Bornheim, Patek and I made 10,000 lira each and as many enemies. A day out. 7 of us hired a taxi and went swimming at Bagnoli. The beach was in the ancient Campi Flegrei, one-time watering place of the Roman rich. A pumice-coloured beach, a few run-down bathing huts, the doors swung on rusty hinges, the cabins now used by beach halls for quickies. A dying Italian hires out worn umbrellas. Several fishing craft bob in the morning calm sea. A rip-roaring day with skylarking in and out of the sea. We hire a boat, and soon we are going in all directions. We round the headland of the isle of Nisidia and turn into a horseshoe bay. We discover caves. Wow! It's an omnidirectional day. Totally mindless, we strip off and dive off the jagged lava rocks. Bang, bang! Bullets are flying over our heads. It's World War III, and they started without us, I shouted, ducking for cover. From down the craggy hillside come armed carabinieri. They are shouting. We take to the oars and row like mad in all directions. We would have moved faster if we had just drifted. I'm shouting, Farma! Sono inglesi! Soldati inglesi! A good-looking Italian captain, speaking like George Sanders with garlic, asks what we are doing. What a sight we made. 3 of us naked, save shirts. 2 totally naked. 1 naked with socks on, and me in a pair of groin-crippling underpants, pretending I'm Tarzan in my brown boil boots. We're swimming, I say, forgetting I'm standing on land. This is a prohibited area, he says. I tell him we are prohibited people, but he doesn't understand. This is top security island, he says, where war criminals are being held. I ask him what part are they being held by, but he still doesn't understand, and waved his Beretta pistol. I wave back. He's getting angry. We must leave. In total disarray, we clamber into our craft. Have you read 3 Men in a Boat? Well, multiply that by 7. Everyone rowed furiously in different directions. The boat was coming apart. As the Italians were threatening and shooing us away, the captain said something to his men. They all burst out laughing. As they were laughing in Italian, we couldn't understand it. I looked at my motley crew, and I realized how lucky Captain Bligh had been. My God, a squall blows up. Soon we are bailing out for our very lives. A boatman from the shore takes us in tow. We're very grateful until he asks us for 200 lira. We argue. He explains that we would never have made it back on our own. Fuck off, says Barlow to a man who has just saved our lives. What a day! Dear Mother, today we went swimming and were nearly shot at by Italians and drowned. Wish you were here. We jump aboard one of the shuttle passion wagons throbbing on the beach, filled with spent soldiers. Why are we waiting? My mate's having a shag in the hut. He points to the fragile beach hut, shaking backwards and forwards under the assault from within. Then there was a pause. He's having a rest, said the soldier. The hut starts to vibrate again. The door opens, and out comes a weed of a soldier who gets a desultory cheer from his mates. A portly tart, hoisting up a bathing costume, frames in the doorway, waving him goodbye with the money. "All finished shagging," cries the driver. Cries of "yes" as we lollop forward over the sand and on the road and away. June 17th, 1946. Barbary Coast opals at the Bellini Theatre. A packed house with soldiers queuing all day. Again the Bill Hall trio, with a lot more gags in the act, steal the show. A cordy ballet from Rome did their best. All top-class dancers, and only in this show because the Royal Opera House is temporarily closed. Great write-ups next day. Then the icing on the cake. We are to do a tour. But this was to include Venice and Vienna. Someone should have told us. Man, these are the best days of your life. Eat them slowly. Sunday morning, all bustle and packing of kit, and on to the charabanc. Gunner Hall, as usual, is missing. "She must be late paying him," said Bornholm. All set, we piled into the CSE charabanc with Umberto, the fat IT driver, pinning holy pictures on the dashboard to ward off the devil, accidents, Protestants, and the husband of the woman he is knocking off. It's a sparkling day, the sun streaming through the holes in Bornholm's underwear. "What's this Venice like?" he says. I tell him, when you step out the front door it goes splash. People don't take dogs for a walk, they take fish. Wasn't the city resting on piles? Yes, it was agony for the people underneath. Lieutenant Priest boards the charabanc. "Answer your names," he says. "Bornim G, sir," we all shout. "Mulgrew J, sir," we all answer. He tears up the list in mock defeat. The charabanc and its precious cargo of piss artists proceeds forth. We inch through the unforgettable fish market off the Piazza Capuana, displaying everything from water fleas to tuna on the barrows. The mongers douse their catches with water. "Fool," said Bornholm, "that will never revive them." The church bells are anointing the air, each peal sending flocks of pigeons airborne on nervous wings. Through the maculated crowds we edge, finally arriving at the pealing front of the Albergo Rabicino, which roughly translated means rabies. Ronnie Priest flies into its front portals. He's annoyed. The Italian ballerinas from our cast are not ready. "They had to go to bloody mass," he says. We all get out and stretch our legs, and are immediately beset with vendors. I'm casting my eye on a tray of watches that gleam gold like the riches of Montezuma. They are, in fact, cheapo watches dipped in gold plating. I knock the prices down from 10 million lira to 10,000. OK, I'll buy the watch. Of course, it doesn't give the date, phases of the moon, high tide in Hawaii. It doesn't light up in the dark. It doesn't give electronic peals in the morning. All it does is to tell the silly old time. I paid the vendor and told him the time. I said hello to Mulgrew and told him the time. I called Bornholm over and told him the time. I wrote a letter to my mother telling her the time. Looking at the watch, I realize it's time to close this 5th volume of my wartime trilogy. It was the year I had left the front line and found various base depot jobs. I had much to be thankful for, and now I knew the time. In Volume 6, I will tell you the time and the story of my love affair with Maria Antoinetta Fontani, the Italian ballerina who in a way changed my life and made me abandon my store of second-hand army underwear. The time is exactly 11:20 a.m.
That was
Where Have All the Bullets Gone? Written by Spike Milligan, read by Spike Milligan.